it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
Trackadia ist das größte Gaminghaus Europas und soll eine Heimat, ein Campus sein für alle Gamer. Ob in Deutschland, aus Europa oder weltweit. In der Trackadia gibt es alles, was das Gamerherz begehrt. Hotel, Hostel, Events finden hier ständig statt. Turnierserien, Bootcamp-Räume für Amateure, für Profis. Wir haben ein Profiteam hier mit den Unicorns of Love. Jeden Tag, jedes Wochenende passiert hier etwas. Dann haben wir aber auch Business-Produkte, Business-Pakete. Da versuchen wir der Businesswelt die Community vorzustellen und sie näher zu bringen. Wir haben digitale Innovation hier, neueste Technologien, die wir hier vorstellen und in Anwendung bringen. Und natürlich immer eine gute Party, am anstrengenden Spieltag auch ein bisschen Spaß zu haben. Unser Motto ist Pixel by Pixel, Stück für Stück dieses Gebäude zu transformieren und zu einem Gaminghaus zu entwickeln. Und zu Silvester diesen Jahres wollen wir das erste Mal die Trackadia so präsentieren, wie wir sie uns vorstellen.
Everybody, we are finally here. Good day. And I'm going to say it again. Good day, everybody. We are finally here. It is the final day of Trackadia. If you've been watching the ads right before the stream has started, you will know that this place is magical if you are here, and it looks just as great in person as it does on the screen in front of you. But I am so happy to be here today. Today we have the grand finals, but before we get to that at the end of the day, we still have our top 16 that we are going to. And let me tell you something, it is going to be action-packed from here on out, and we have so many exciting games. And in fact, we have an extra game that we are going to be streaming today. So we're going to have 5 matches in total, and it's going to be really, really fun. But before we get into that action and we get the players set up and get going, we do have to talk about our sponsors really quickly. And you've already kind of seen a couple of them throughout the weekend, but we're going to make sure that you know them for sure, once and for all, right now at this moment. First off, we want to thank Vibroacoustic. Vibroacoustic has been a fantastic partner for this event. They have been a huge contributor to our $2,300 prize pool that is going to be received at the end of the day by one of our winners. There are going to be 6 winners, actually, so if you get in the top 6 today, you're going to get some money, and I think that's pretty exciting. And so, with that as well, Vibroacoustic is also looking for talented individuals to join their crew. So if you are interested about Vibroacoustic, you should definitely check them out at their website and give them a call. Who knows? Maybe they'll talk back to you. I think they will, though, because they seem like really cool guys. Also, let's talk about OPL. OPL has been the bracket software that we've been able to use throughout the tournament, and they have been fantastic partners as well, helping us out here. And then also 28 Energy. If you don't know what 28 Energy is, it's a energy drink, and it is the official sponsor of Trackadia and Trackadia. And honestly, I have some right here. As you see, I actually left it on the desk, and I didn't mean to do that. But honestly, it is really tasty, and you should try it out. Also, finally, Trackadia, the largest gaming house in Europe. And honestly, has been an amazing experience. It's been such a blast being here. It's been such a blast to see all my friends. It's also been a blast to meet new people. Had amazing interviews over this weekend, and we have more amazing interviews up today as well. With that being said, once more, we are focusing on the prize pool today. That is $2,300 prize pool, with the first place getting $1,000 and then tapering off to 6th place. Now, as we get up to the journey, like I said, top 16. We got a long road ahead of us, but we're here and we are excited and full of energy, and I hope you are too, because I am so excited. You have no idea. So, without further ado, let me also remind you before I head over to the casters that we have our casting crew today with an extra member joining us today for a social desk. We do have Turbo, G-Geek, and Boney with us today. They are, of course, going to be casting as they have been throughout the entire weekend. Turbo looking me at behind the screen, mocking me as usual. I'm kidding. And also we have our special guest from Trackadia themselves. It is Natalie. She is the social media coordinator for Trackadia, and she will be doing a social desk hour and doing potentially some interviews along with that as well. So we have a packed show today, and I'm more excited. So we are going to head over to our casters now, Boney and G-Geek.
Thank you very much, Import. Sorry a little bit for the delay, everyone. Welcome, everybody, to Trackadia Tournament in Arcadia, Hamburg. I'm Thomas Mengos, aka G-Geek, with me, Ryan Boney-Galt, and I think we should head in the game straight away because we haven't been waiting on for the players. Well, the players haven't really waited for us. They had no time to waste, and we're already 2 rounds in, and some pretty interesting rounds. The lineup for today: Elcon, Barbos, Lumar, Astronaut for the first of the lower bracket matches that we're going to be seeing today, and already an early advantage for Elcon, 51.005 at the end of round 1, 2/10 away from the world record, courtesy of Massa, 50.823, at least the one that we had noted for beforehand. We're already on to round number 3, and so far, Barbos Elcon, the clear favorites into this particular matchup, having pulled a little bit of a gap. Lumar and Astronaut within just exactly same points, 7 each.
7 each indeed. It's been the risky fin that we've seen on our side that's been the cause of some issues, but right now it looks like everybody's doing a great job. We're playing a little bit from behind while Elcon, Barbos, and Astronaut are in the lead. Oh, unfortunate clip into the finish line. He's going to have to keep going because there's no way to reset out of it. That's just going to cost you some time. Looking at the front, Elcon and Barbos right now fighting for that first spot. Both of them going for that inside line. Great risk, and let's see which one of the two will get out ahead. It's going to be a photo finish. It is Elcon barely holding on by 1/100th of a second. Both of them have been really setting the bar high for the Dutch players, Astronaut and Lumar.
Yeah, the round has been recognized as a very good round by everyone in the chat, typing GR in the chat to recognize that. We're already on to the 4th round. Remember, we are in cup mode with a 120 points limit for finalist status since we are still in the lower bracket, and we have 4 rounds per map. So a bit more of a dynamic shift, a bit more of a dynamic match that we're going to be seeing here today by the likes of what we've seen actually at the end of yesterday with the last few matches that we actually broadcasted here on Arcadia Live. Barbos and Elcon having taken a pretty good start, and you can see a bit of a rip between top 2 and bottom 2. Lumar trying to catch up to the top 2 train, but getting reeled in at the at the booster part by Astronaut. Everybody negotiating the bobsled parts nicely, and Elcon taking a good advantage. Oh, Barbos, that's unfortunate. And actually, Lumar also clipping the CP. CP's again up to the murderous matters. And Astronaut going for the little patch of road, getting a little bit too much, and getting caught out. Elcon currently sitting ahead, close to 1 second ahead. Lumar in 2nd place, and Elcon will win with a 51.282. Lumar having a little bit of a board bunk moment here at the finish, but still managed to cross it. Astronaut and Barbos 3rd and 4th. And so far, a clean sweep for Elcon. 40 points out of 40 currently potentially up for grabs as we're already on the map switch towards Ytelski.
I mean, we already had banners right here.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that bobsleigh just now really ruin the runs for these players just now, whether it was getting out of it onto the grass section, hitting checkpoints and whatnot. It's a tough track banners, but Ytelski is also definitely not one to be trifled with. It's a hard start, it's a hard end, and I'm very curious to see if the pace will be higher for the players right there. Astronaut and Lumar not having the best start just yet, with Elcon obviously picking up 40 points. Right now, he looks to be the player to beat for these other players. And right now, it is make or break. This is loser's bracket.
Yep.
If you lose, you are out of the tournament.
They're in the safety net right now, and if they lose out, they're out of that safety net. So you could see on the left-hand side of the screen, we got Astronaut. Next to him is Barbos, and then next to him is going to be Lumar, and at the far right of the screen, as you can see before we headed over to the preview of Ytelski, is Elcon, repping the colors of Into the Breach.
Into the breach. I mean, look at the overfly of Ytelski. Ytelski, interesting start with the sausage block into the ramp, a tight turn to kick things off, and usually a place where things can go wrong, jumping a bit too high or a bit too low, clipping, losing speed, and just having a bad start to the run. They've got the halfway mark. We've got this dirt turn happening right here. You get into that with high speed, and it is extremely important to use the space available to you in that section. And finally, we have that risky fin with the bobsleigh. Got to jump in from the right side, use the space that is available to you, and jump as late as possible on that bobsleigh to make sure you minimize airtime and hit that risky finish cleanly.
Indeed, as we're getting underway already for the first of 4 rounds. Astronaut having a little bit of a slower start here at the Killer Stun, as we like to call it sometimes here on Ytelski. Barbos taking the lead, Elcon and Lumar 2nd and 3rd. Lumar losing a little bit into that platform tech section. Everybody going for the inner line. We saw some people going for the outer line as a safety. Here, everybody going for the inner line and trying to go for the most direct path towards the apex. Astronaut, unfortunately, getting a little bit left behind. I think we should specific to Lumar. Sorry, English words. Oh, as soon as we say that, Barbos has completely blundered that jump and actually clipped on the landing platform, so he leaves Elcon alone in the lead. Lumar trying to catch him up into the final part with the plastic, but he's a little bit too far behind to make any move, so it looks like Elcon has got a pretty safe streak going on out here. 49.166 to kick things off. Still a very, very good time in this map from the Ski Freak and from that Ski Freak and Whiskey. Lumar, Astronaut, and Barbo second, third, and fourth. And so far, so good for Elcon. 5 rounds, 5 wins.
Yeah, clean sweep and 120 points on the board. If he can keep this up, he'll be in finalist mode at map number 3. I mean, we haven't seen that happen at all this tournament. I'd be surprised if he is able to get away with it, but so far he's been very much on fire. Perhaps the other players, still need to warm up a little bit. First match of the day. It's been a long weekend, and we're at the tail end of it all. So I'm very curious to see if the other players will be able to rally on. At the moment, though, Elcon is in 4th place, so it's not looking like a full ace situation for him, but he's starting to make some speed. Astronaut currently in 4th because of that excellent dirt line from Elcon. Overshooting Lumar as well into 2nd place, just great pace being shown. Barbos, though, firmly in the lead right now. Doesn't look like he is about to let go of that anytime soon. It's going to come down to this final plastic turn into the bobsleigh. Let's see if they're all able to hold on firmly. Looks good. Lumar pretty close to the wall. Goes high. Astronaut takes advantage of that and snipes. And while Lumar does hit that risky fin, it was, I mean, quite quite an odd line to take. Beneficial that he did manage to get those points in the end, but Astronaut taking advantage of that. And the first, it's not a loss, I suppose, but the first, not 2nd place.
Yeah, the first place. Yeah, the first round out of 1st place. I gotta say, Lumar with the placement of the car, I felt like he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it out. There was bound to be a little bit of a spin to the car, but he was able to keep it flat. So kudos to him for being able to salvage that risky fin attempt on the last minute, as we're already getting started with round number 3, and we're already a third of the way down. Lumar going too far inside and clipping barely, so acceleration penalty kicking in very fast. Astronaut also going a bit too wide and hitting the outside wall. Let's sort of get a perspective of Barbo is currently directly chasing Elcon at the jump, where he actually floundered back in round 1. So far, so good. He hits the CP, gets away with it, though. That's insane. Wow. Elcon takes advantage of that to get a little bit of room to breathe. Around 0.2 of a second to play with here for the Czech driver from Into the Breach. Barbos can't really do anything about that lead, so it's going to be, once again, a win for Elcon, 49.135. Again, we're looking pretty good in terms of the time range. We're running into the low 49s. Haven't dipped into the 48s quite yet, but I think as we are getting closer and closer to the end of the stages, 48s are going to be a bit more frequent. But yeah, after a little bit of a fluke for Elcon, a little bit of a setback, temporary setback, he's back in the winning ways, and he's already halfway there towards finalist status.
Exactly, 66 points right there after 7 rounds. That's an amazing result to kick things off with. Barbos at the moment on 40, solidly in 2nd place, and Lumar and Astronaut close to each other, 1 point differential, 28, 27 points, but they need to fight to get into that 2nd place. One of these players is going to have to put themselves in that spot, and right now Astronaut is contending quite hard with Barbos and Elcon to stay in that 1st place, but starts to fall back, slows down a little bit as we enter this dirt, and perhaps being a bit safe, worrying about a potential crash. It is quite easy to misjudge that line and hit one of the walls. Look at the lines, all the jumps up, neck and neck and neck. Barbos, Elcon, Lumar, as we get closer and closer to the end of Yatelski, the final round. This is a quick map, the quickest map, fastest map we have in the map pool. Ooh, Lumar, bad plastic line, allowing everyone to overtake, letting Barbos, Elcon go. Astronaut also taking advantage of that, but Barbos picks up his 10 points once again.
Picks up a 10-pointer once again, and Lumar had a really, really great 2nd sector. He caked up with everyone and actually had a bit of a tighter line before the jump that we had on the platform, allowing him to keep tabs on Elcon and on Barbos. Unfortunately, seems to be losing a fair bit at the ending of Yatelski, as you mentioned, with the plastic part, and the lineup towards the bobsleigh part can be a little bit tricky to get as we are getting started on the next map. Well, getting started. We're switching to the next map. That's of course switching to the next map, which is going to be Switcheroo by Funny. The probably one of the most interesting concepts in terms of transitional maps that we've seen so far in Trackadia, especially for a competition map like this one.
Definitely, it's definitely a track where there's a lot of jumping around. There's small little jumps, right? A little bit of airtime minimized, and we've got this checkpoint coming up right here, where we've seen many players crash into that checkpoint, trying to minimize as much airtime as possible. But you're dealing with that checkpoint right after it. You have to get through that arch, and more often than not, it's led to disaster.
It does lead to heartbreak indeed. As we're currently getting a little bit of an overview of Funny's map, but also the ending is very, very critical, because right after that reactor boost wall right part, you have a very, very tricky left-hander with a bit of a banking, and it's important to really judge the apex to get the best exit possible to set yourself up for that dirt corner, which can be troublesome. We've seen Coco fall victim to that. We've seen Feet fall victim to that. Shay fall victim to that. So it's very much a critical part. And then the corners after that to the ending, the trees might look good, but they hide a pretty nasty secret in the form of a clip that you can actually hit. We've seen some people actually hit that live in match, so you have to be extremely careful as you go about the corner, as you set yourself up for the full speed fin. I was going to say full save, but no, it's not full save, it's full speed.
It's all about speed.
It's all about speed here in Trackmania, as we're getting underway with the first of 4 rounds here, and already Astronaut being left behind.
Very, very unfortunate start for Astronaut at the start of all that. But yeah, as you mentioned, like that second sector, right, where the first half of the map, you're very much focused on these jumps, these transitions, which we can see Alcon, Barbos, and Lumar doing a great job of handling. It's the last half of the map where you just build speed. You've got this grass turn right here. You got to be extra sure that you hit that inside line. You get right down into it because it's so easy to slide out, and we have seen that happen as well. And from this point on, you get the drift and you get that inside line, and now you go fast. Barbos, unfortunately, a bit of an overdrift, gets hit into the wall and leaving Alcon way ahead. Lumar, though, solidly in second position, could get 6 points with that as long as he doesn't hit anything here. And there's not a lot to hit, and he doesn't do either. Alcon 10 points once again, firmly solidifying his lead once again. Barbos does pick up the 4th because of that mistake. Astronaut able to recover despite the fact of that rocky start.
Yeah, despite that rocky start, he's able to recover. 56.9, not a bad time to start things off. 4/10 away from the current world record, courtesy of mine from the last time we checked, which was yesterday. Yep. 56.568. That was the first record to have actually been broken on site here at Arcadia and the tournament itself, as we're getting started with round number 2. Alcon with a slower start this time, a little bit on the back foot, finding himself in P4 before the critical part with the checkpoint jump. Everybody negotiated safely and cleanly, nobody hitting the checkpoint whatsoever. Barbos, having taken a bit of a lead at the end of Sector 1, gets reeled in by Alcon. Also a little bit of a dip into the water there with a little bit of a wonky exit that he had to manage, Barbos. So that allows Alcon to move up into the lead. Lumar in 3rd place. Astronaut a little bit distant adjudicator to this battle, currently sitting in 4th place, some 4/10 down on the current leader. Lumar currently sitting in 3rd place again. Oh, he had a really aggressive inside line. He lost a lot of time there. I think we should switch up to Barbos, who's currently sitting in 2nd place, trying to reel in Alcon, but there's not really any use to against the Czech player's pace. He's looking very, very good out there as we're heading towards the finish line now. Alcon will clock in a .798. Barbos 2nd with a 57.036. Lumar and Astronaut 3rd and 4th. Alcon turning up the wick a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, as we are moving through the match, right, Alcon on 92 points, we're on map 3, 92 points. That is amazing results right there. But it's starting to turn into a situation where, in terms of consistency, it does seem like Lumar, who was performing quite well yesterday, isn't at that level that we saw him play at. Astronaut, I did talk to him earlier. For him, it's more of a pace thing, right? He's looking for that pace, and you know, he's just happy, right, to make that Sunday, getting into it. But you know, he knows he's the underdog, and I know, you know, he's fighting hard. So I hope he does pull through and hopefully have fun along the way, win or lose. But you can see Alcon and Barbos really dictating the pace right here. And right now, Lumar, fortunately, having some more consistency, able to keep up with his fellow competitors to, you know, try and get some more points, try and get out of that 3rd place and challenge Barbos for 2nd, who 18 points away right now. I mean, if he holds on to the 2nd place, Lumar, that would be very beneficial, but it does look like the way this is going, and if the players pick up the pace, or do not pick up the pace, I should say, we see things like this. Alcon taking the lead decisively, point after point after point. And you know, they might just give away that finalist to Alcon.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's pretty much going to be heading that way pretty shortly. I think out of the 110 points that are possible, that are up for grabs in the space of like 11 to 12 rounds, already 102 for Alcon in the space of like 11 rounds. Of course, that was a quick mess, a little bit broken there. But at the end of this map, if he wins it, he's on 112 out of the potential 120, which is definitely not a bad track record to begin with. And yeah, Barbos not really having any sort of retaliation to go off against Alcon. Lumar having a pretty solid round for himself as well. But imagine you're doing a 57.1 and you end up 4/10 behind the leader. Alcon again with that risky approach, going so far on the inside of the CP line before the grass part, trying to pull a gap on everyone else. And currently, it seems to be paying off for the Czech driver from Team into the breach as Barbos in second place doesn't really have any answer. 3/10 down as we saw the Dutchman getting a little bit wary there for Astronaut and Lumar. Barbos catching up a little bit and big time actually into the dirt turn. It's going to be down to the line. Not quite. Elcon still holds it, but only just 0.878 versus a 0.9. Still, 2 players dipping into the 56s range on the same round is pretty astonishing.
Definitely. I like that attack from Barbos right there, getting into the end. I mean, as we mentioned, that end is all about building up speed as much as possible. And Barbos was able to gain that speed, that acceleration a bit earlier, but unfortunately too little, too late. There was just too much distance between him and Elcon, and unable to really take advantage of that speed boost that he gained. I'm going to have to settle for second place, and right now Elcon on 112 points going into map 4.
Yeah,
that's got to feel good.
Yeah, that's got to be like a good way to start your day indeed. No matter if you're Elcon or not, having that amount of points that early in the game just takes you up pretty confidently for probably the next set of matches. But given that this is cup mode, reaching the threshold is one thing. Including in finalists is quite another feat altogether, as we're already moving on to our next map, which is going to be Oxygen by Kisla. This map, you might have played it if you're a Trackmania season, if you're a seasoned Trackmania player in Track of the Day, because this was a little bit of a teaser map for the Trackadia mixed map pack. And yeah, pretty interesting map overall with one risky land that we started to see towards the end of day 2 with a few people going for that outside line in the dirt corner. That's going to come up in a little bit. Mime and Masa trying to pull that off. I think Deska also tried to pull it off. We saw Shanemy giving a bit of a teaser in the radar, and there it is right now. You can see Barbos executing it pretty much picture perfect. That is very much a tricky line to get. And then the corner afterward is also a little bit tricky because you do have to get a little bit into the inscribe the car into the corner first and then try to initiate your drift, and that's very it's a very tight window to get your inputs right. Otherwise you just end up no drifting and you just understeer.
I mean, definitely. I mean, Oxygen in that sense definitely is a track where those drifts really do matter, and being sure to hug those inside lines. There's several spots where you can conserve so much speed, but if you're not aware of how you exit out of the grass sections into the road, you will lose so much speed. Instead of getting out of those turns in 260, 270 speed, if you're not sure how to handle those, you end up on 210. Yeah, that's massive, right? But these players, seasoned as they are, will definitely be able to use these drifts to their full potential. I'd be surprised, no slides at this point. It's going to be a big thing. Very curious to see any outsiders. Elcon and Barbos both going for that outside line. It isn't a big time save, but it is a time save if executed correctly. And right now we do see both Elcon and Barbos in the lead. Barbos playing from behind. Elcon once again in the lead. He just needs to get 10 points right here if he's able to hold on to this. Finalist mode is his, and Barbos unfortunately steers a bit too early into the dirt section. Bad respawn along with that as well, leaving Elcon in the front. Lumar and Astronaut actually quite close, but we are only one turn away from the finish. Will Elcon nail it down, not hit the pillar? He does not. He shoots into the finish. Lumar in second, Astronaut in third, and Barbos, I'm sure, will be in just a little bit. There you go. Coming on in.
Here comes Barbos to the finish line. Collects the 3 points regardless. It's better to finish last and collect 3 points than to not have any finish at all, because if you don't finish, you don't score anything. That is the thing. Also, I want to quickly mention the times. 102.318. That is a very, very good time on this map, courtesy of Elcon. The world record, which had been beaten yesterday, courtesy of Mime, is a 102.091 indeed. And not a .097 like I said erroneously yesterday. Moving on to round 2 then. We are moving on to this second round with Astronauts, giving us a good overview of what's currently going on at the start. And you can see the gap starting to form between those that do have the start on and those that may be not feeling too confident and take a little bit too much penalty on the way in. Barbos and Elcon going for the outside line, but you can see, yeah, that was a bit of a wonky one, and Elcon got away with it, but he lost a lot of time in the process. There is the Czech driver from Team Into the Breach moving down the 4th position. Barbos managed to execute it well and got away with it, but Lumar, by sticking to the safer inside line, he still managed to pick up the spoils and move up to second place for himself, which he does kind of need, I guess, because currently sitting on 56 points, some 16 points behind Barbos in the battle for second. Even though the delta right now in this round is not really looking up for him, it's still valuable points nonetheless, because once we reach the finalist status, the important thing is to deny rounds. In the meantime, Barbos takes the win with another 0.337. Lumar second place. Elcon does get denied for the first time in this match, and Astronaut finishes in P4 with a 104.033.
I mean, Elcon has a lot of time right now to solidify that finalist mode, and if he decides to go for that outside line, I'm sure that's the one he's been practicing and just goes for it, regardless of what is going on, what is happening. I mean, how many shots? I mean, we need 4 denies from Barbos to put him in a danger spot. That is a tall order to ask of anyone. And it's really just a matter of, like, will Alcon make mistakes? Because when it comes to pace, it's been pretty clear throughout the entire match that Alcon seems to be the fastest of these 4 players. Barbos with a mistake, so will not be challenging Alcon for that deny. We are left with Lumar and Astronaut to perhaps stop Alcon for moving on to the next round in first place. But they have quite a distance on the Czech player, with Lumar behind by about 0.3 of a second. And it's going to be quite a tall order to catch up to him. We're already into the second half of Oxygen. We'll see how the drift turns out. This drift right here is quite tight, but I wouldn't be surprised if none of these players mess it up. You can see exiting out in 4th gear, maintaining their speed beautifully, and shooting into the final section. Alcon just needs to get this final jump to make sure he moves on to the next round, and he does so indeed, clocking in with a 102.131.
Okay.
What was that world record again?
0.091.
Yeah.
And former world record before we had that time from mine was a 0.121. So, yeah. Oh, that is very well deserved from Alcon. I think you can give a round of applause in the chat. He absolutely showed a display of grace and dominance and skill here on this particular matchup. He has really sailed through like nobody's business, and now we're left with 3 people and 2 people in a bit of a spot of bother, and Lumar, as I was about to talk about him, unfortunately gets no slide and does end up sitting in 3rd place. Astronaut finding himself in last place overall with 56 points, and he's going to have a tough one because Barbos is the outside guy right now, the only outside guy remaining, but he's going to be able to take advantage of that into that last round, trying to build up a little bit of a gap, 0.4 of a second as we head into the jump into the 3rd and final sector, starting with the grass part. Make sure to not go too low and clip the apron, otherwise you're going to end up shooting back up towards the outside and messing up your line for the subsequent sequence of corners. As Barbos moves through pretty much swimmingly, everything is going pretty smooth right now in this round for Barbos. Nice inside apex, widens the exit nicely. A little bit of a nosedive to try and land a bit more smoothly on the downhill. Through the dirt turn, doesn't get a surprise bump. And that's going to be it for Barbos, clocking in at 0.431 to get the 10 points for himself and move up onto 95 points. Astronaut 2nd and Lumar in P3.
I mean, Barbos, I'm sure he knew that he had quite some distance on his fellow competitors and able to, not drive too hard, not really go as risky as you possibly could have gone. Nice conservative play. I did like how Astronaut was starting to get some tight drifts in just to try and catch up. I mean, at this point, there is really nothing to lose for Lumar or Astronaut. They just have to risk it.
They just have to push. It's kind of like those last resort drifts that you kind of tend to do whenever you're maybe a little bit more casual and trying to catch up with someone that's a little bit faster than you. You don't really get anything. Lost out of that. And also, we briefly saw the player area, and you can see on the far right, Alcon with a look of content, with a little bit of a, not exactly a smirk, but a tiny smile.
It's nice to see, though. It's nice to see these players, because throughout the entire tournament, right, these players have been, playing through qualifiers. We've got the round 64, 32 happening and whatnot. And, the atmosphere in general was like, serious. Everybody is focused, but nobody really popping off, right? They're just moving on, moving through the, motions, if you will. But things are getting bigger. Stakes are getting higher. And before you know it,
we got the emotions rising up.
Yeah,
we've been pretty low on emotions. That's a bit of a bold way to say it.
The visible emotions.
Visible emotions. Yeah, the emotions are there, but they're pretty well contained. That's what we're getting at. Everybody has the emotions, but they're like, we got to get on with this.
Yeah.
Right now, as we are heading further and further through the day, we're going to see a bit more fist bumps, maybe a bit more yelling in the crowd. So that's what we're going to be looking at as we're getting started right here, right now with Interdiction by Uze. So with the big scarecrow out of the way, as I like to call it, with Alcon, Barbos sitting on 95, 72 for Lumar, 62 for Astronaut. Barbos in a pretty good position to potentially close it out on this particular match. He does need basically 2 wins and 1 second place, mathematically speaking, to reach finalists. And then after that, he needs to win 1 more round to secure that position onto the next round of the lower bracket.
And I think it's definitely possible from the pace that he has been showing throughout the match. Lumar and Astronaut, we have seen Lumar in the previous matches definitely show amazing pace. Qualifier was a good example of that, but also the few matches that we have shown on stream of him just really challenging, players that you wouldn't expect him to challenge at all. And right now, it's it's hard to fight against someone as Barbos, who has had several records on these tracks right here, and it's looking like he is fully in his element right now in the zone and really channeling that pace that he has put down in his offline and online practice, and showing that off right now, not only at a LAT event in a different environment, also on stage, knowing that all eyes are on you, and with that just holds on to that first place. Lumar and Astronaut, no changes in the positions throughout that entire round, with a 103.262 from Barbos. That's 10 points, and the first step for him towards finalist mode.
Indeed, and actually there was a pretty good race that when we were actually talking through that. Just 2/10 at the second at the end between first and third. That just shows you how dialed in these players are at this stage of the race and how stacked the level is. Even though Astronaut might be finding the matchup a little bit harder for him, he's showing what he's truly capable of, and that is actually very exciting to see from one of the two Dutchmen that are entered in this matchup. In the meantime, at the end of the first sector, Barbos moving up into the lead with a 1/10 advantage. Here, it's very important to be able to keep the car in the same rave range in order to not get the downshift that would lose you a ton of time as you lose speed, and as a consequence, Lumar with a very aggressive outside line compared to that of Astronaut. Astronaut with a bit less speed does concede that second place to Lumar, who has a smooth landing. Oh, that's unfortunate for Astronaut right there. And actually, Lumar, Barbos has been a bit of a hairy moment in that particular section as well. So Lumar inherits the lead and is going to run off with it with 6/10 of a buffer to play with. He has to just bring the car home to get a 10-pointer that is very valuable to him, currently sitting at 78 points overall in the standings. He will jump to the finish line and take the 10-pointer for himself with a 103.478. Barbos in second place. Will Astronaut reach the finish line? Yes, he will, with a 108.947. Still 4 points in the bag.
Definitely. You saw as well, I mean, Lumar definitely was aware of the distance that he had between him and Barbos. Usually that third line at the end, you want to go as wide as possible. And you can see, like, yeah, you know, I could wide, but, you know, 7/10 of a second, I don't need to go that hard. Make sure, take it easy. It's very important to keep that in mind, that you're not just driving fast for the sake of driving fast. You're driving fast because you need to. And if you don't need to, no need to risk. Make sure you get those points in, because right now you're challenging somebody who is one first place away from getting into finalist mode. 111 points for Barbos right now, who is in the lead right now, keeping Astronaut and Lumar away, but they are ever so close and hoping and hunting for any slight mistake, any slight error from Barbos to retake that first place. But at the moment, everybody driving clean until I say that, and Astronaut clips the wall. Fortunately, it is a slower section right there, so he is still relatively close to his competitors, but it's still a hard-fought race for him, starting to lose more and more space and more speed on his Barbos and Lumar. Barbos and Lumar still in first and second. Lumar about 2/10 of a second away, and it's going to come down to this final dirt turn. I expect both players to now turn up on this dirt section, really going a lot more outside. Barbos does not go as inside as possible, but he crashes into the finish. He does get over the finish line, but because he hits that, you know, the arch. Yeah, arch doesn't finish. Okay,
yeah,
you need to actually go over the line.
I think the body language that you see from Barbos speaks for itself. He's like, I shouldn't have done that. That was not necessary. And crucially, he shot himself in the foot. He shot himself in the foot. He could have gone for finalist status right there, but unfortunately, he's on 117, so he has to wait until the next map. And that's a bit of a saving grace for Lumar, actually, that happened with the 10. He not only grabs a 10-pointer, but keeps the dream alive. Maybe for the next rotation, he will be a little bit better off.
Definitely. I do like just something to know, like the way we were talking about Barbos in terms of points, when I'm very much like a darts thing, right? Where, you know, you need triple 20, you need a double 18 and into a double 6, right? Fortunately, Barbos wasn't able to nail that last third dart right there.
Exactly.
So he's going to have to use round 4 for that one. Fortunately, we have 4 rounds instead of 3 darts in this situation. So Barbos just needs to get over the finish line right now because of him ending up in second place in the previous round. But he's looking like he's going for 10 points, and that's definitely needed as well, knowing that your competitor is getting closer and closer. Right now, Lumar on 98 points. If he was able to get these 10 points, unfortunately, at the moment in third place, that would have been quite a trickier situation for Barbos, knowing that his competitors are ever so close to getting into finalist mode and potentially stopping him from finishing in second place. Also now with more speed out of the dirt, but just a bit too far behind. But a great time, nevertheless, from Astronaut with a 103.4, though Barbos 103.3.
Yeah, just
faster.
Just 1 or 2 more blocks, and Astronaut would have got him at the line. But yeah, Barbos moving on to finalists. He wishes he could have actually ended the match earlier that way. But yeah, that's just how the way it goes. And sometimes a bit of a miscalculation can change the course of a match and everything. So Barbos still has the chance to close it out. Don't worry about this. We are moving back to banners, actually, for our first map. And this isn't really good news for Lumar, because Lumar wasn't exactly feeling too confident about that first map. And Barbos, well, now that Elcon has gone away, is going to be very it's going to be a very tough proposition for others to beat.
Definitely. I mean, we saw it happen as well throughout the rounds where it was very clearly Elcon and Barbos in first and second, Lumar and Astronaut playing from behind pretty much every round. I hope for Lumar and Astronaut, if they are aiming to stay in the tournament, that they've warmed up sufficiently throughout these 5 maps that we've had to challenge Barbos' pace and speed, but it's going to be an extremely tall order. Knowing Barbos is in finalist mode, Lumar would be the first one to challenge him in terms of that situation, but you have to get 2 first places right away. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait for 3 rounds, and then you can do it in round 4.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one. You have to do the entire map and constantly outpace Barbos.
This is a tough one. Plus, we are back, as I said, Banners. It's a map that we said yesterday is very unkind. If you ever so mess up ever so slightly the lineup on one of the critical parts, that's pretty much your race done for, as we're getting started in a couple of seconds. Quick recap of the scores. Elcon, having already won, is already secured into the next round. Barbos is sitting on finalist status. Lumar is on 102, so with a little bit of luck, he can still pull that off. I really feel like Lumar has got something on his hands. He just needs to get a little bit more pace through and maybe have luck on his side and think his lucky stars. Why do I say these things? And it looks as though it will all be on the hands of Astronaut. Astronaut could be Lumar's best friend at this point. Barbos getting a pretty good start so far, a tenth and a half ahead of Astronaut as we move on to the booster part on the drop down, then the ice block. Here comes the iceberg, and that's pretty good in terms of a bobsleigh drag for Barbos and for Astronaut. Astronaut can't really exactly reel in Barbos at this point unless there is a catastrophic failure at the end of the map. It should be good enough for the German player from Team Schweine Aim Racing to secure his place further on into the lower bracket. Just one more corner to go, and then the plastic part, the finish. He needs to clear it. Can he clear it? Yes, he can. That is going to be done for. GG to Barbos, who joins Elcon further on in the lower bracket, but it gives also a round of applause to Lumar and Astronaut because they gave it all they could, and even though Astronaut was maybe a little bit out, it was a big case of what might have been for Lumar.
Definitely. He's been, I mean, one of the dark horses in this tournament, coming in as a name that not many players know, many viewers know. His first LAN, as well as many players, I would say, that have been coming here have been the first LAN, but he came in strong. He definitely made a name for himself in this tournament. I think top 16, getting into that Sunday bracket, right, Sunday matches, is no small feat to achieve when you know these players, as it moves forward, they're coming to compete. They're coming to win. And I mean, I personally, obviously, as a fellow Dutchman, I would have loved to see Astronaut and Lumar move on to the next round. But alas, it is what it is, and I'm very proud, and I'm sure everybody in the Dutch community is as well.
We were talking about this before the broadcast, that you were hoping for both Dutch
to go through. I mean,
it's a little bit of wishful thinking when you see the lineup, all things considered. But yeah, GG to Elcon. Elcon, of course, showing up in a big way for his very first LAN event, and yeah, looking forward to see what he's able to come up with in the subsequent rounds. So that's going to be the end of the first match, but definitely only the start of the day. Wait until you see the next matches. Those are going to be exciting. We'll be back in a little bit, right after the words from our sponsor. We have a quick break. We'll be back soon. Stay with us.
Feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And welcome back to Arcadia here at the Trackadia event here in the studio. And we are here at top 12. We just watched an amazing last match. Watching Elcon definitely show a great performance. Had no issue at all getting that first place. But Deutsche Bruder, Barbos ist noch eine Runde weiter. Hey, yeah, so Barbos has made it as well as he made second place. So they are going to make it to the top 12. But we have a lot more matches to come, and there's some exciting matches coming up. We have the next match that is going to be really exciting, and I think you're going to enjoy it. And with us casting today, we are going to have Turbo and Boney, and they are going to take it on from here. Have fun, guys.
It's getting heated up, guys. Top 12, as also Import has mentioned. And we have a great match that is coming up. And I'm stoked to not also cast with you, but also to see like the remaining of the competition.
Oh yeah, I mean it's ever so slightly dwindling away. We just saw 4 players leave the tournament. We're left with 12 at the moment, and as you say, heating up, pressure's building. We already saw some glimpse, of happiness, right? Of like some popping off, and I can imagine as we move forward and forward right now in the loser semifinal, to see more of that happening. Maybe those sighs of relief, knowing that yes, we're moving forward. Yes, I'm making it through this losers bracket, because it is not an easy feat to know that you only have one shot at making it to the grand finals. You don't have that buffer of, if I lose it, it's going to be... No. We have to go right now and make sure that you get the best result possible. And if it's ever so close to getting knocked out, risk it all. And that's what I would love to see. Just players going for it despite all odds.
Yeah, I mean, it's top 12 right now, and it's the loser bracket semifinal. So, if you lose your match, you will be eliminated, so you don't have another chance after that. After this match, there will be the winner bracket final and also the loser bracket final played at the same time. We still have to discuss which match we're going to cast, but probably the winner bracket final.
Probably, yeah.
And so we still have a lot of matches. Then there will be the consolidation final, and then, of course, the grand final. In the consolidation final, everyone has kind of secured themselves some money because the top 6 is getting a good chunk of prize money.
Totally.
I mean, at least 50 euro. I mean, that's still something to play
yeah.
for, right?
I ain't complaining.
And I mean, of course, now, do you think that people or players have that in mind right now?
I think at the moment not so much. I think right now it's mainly just a focus of making it as far as possible into Sunday. I mean, if you hit that top 16 and you know that you're one of those final 16 players, you're bringing your A game today. I think you're just focusing on getting as far as possible and not worry too much about that potential money prize pool. At the end of the day, it's not what fuels Trackmania players, right? It's going fast and beating the competition, right? That friendly rivalry going on, right? But still popping off though when they get those nice times and being friendly to one another. But a little bit of memeing here and there. Astronaut previous match, like, oh, I wrote a PV, and still didn't make it. Elcon going like, do better.
But I mean that's the spirit about the Trackmania community. I've also seen like the shots when the players were actually playing. They have fun.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a rivalry. Of course, you're happy if you win a round, but hey, yeah, I won that round. Maybe if you win that last one, it was a very tense match. But I think we're going to have a tense match here between those players. I mean, it is Feet who has joined the server. Then also we have Barbos, Deska, and Coco as well, if I assume correctly.
Yeah, no, you are extremely correct this time. Astronaut unfortunately out of it. I wish it would have, but it is what it is. But we just saw the Barbos in the previous match coming in second place. But right now, Deska, Feed, and Coco definitely not easy players. I mean, that makes sense. The players' numbers are dwindling down, and I'm very curious to see if Barbos is able to keep up that streak through losers, as he did go down to losers quite early on.
Yeah, like Astronaut as well, but he also had a very, very good rundown. But in this match, I cannot really get my head around who's going to make it and who not, because this will be a close match. Barbos has shown that he's dominant, but of course he didn't win his match as well. It was Elcon winning that previous match, and of course both of them were dominating. Yeah. And I really hope that Barbos can excel himself, and I hope, like also for the Germans that he will make it into the next round, into the loser bracket final.
Exactly. You got to cheer on for. I mean, unfortunately for me personally, knowing that the Dutch players are out, I'm gonna have to accept that. Still happy about those top
Sad.
16, but happy to see that for the German crowd. We still have Barbos, and Barbos. It's just a matter of, I think, just getting more into it. His pace is definitely there, right? But previous match, just Alcon just outpacing him in, every corner. We'll see, though, if that'll be the case with Deska. Deska was fourth in his winner semifinal due to that, ending up in this loser semifinal as well. So curious to see if he's able to recuperate from his last match yesterday, where maybe not the performance he was looking for, but it's all about how do you feel today. These players will know their lines. These players will have great PBs. In terms of pace, they're relatively equal to one another, but it's really just, okay, but do I have my lines down? Am I not a bit fidgety? Might I, notice line, for example, they're practicing on oxygen at the moment, but that outside line, we've seen Barbos go for it, for example. Will more players do it now, knowing that Barbos is pulling that out of, out of his trick box? Who knows? Who knows? And it's just things you need to take into account and need to make sure that, you are bringing your A game right now, and
you have to bring it.
Just make sure you stay in.
Yeah,
only two will move on.
I mean, in this match, I cannot really get my head around who's gonna actually make it.
True.
And I think we're gonna see a very exciting match. Maybe even with a triple or quadruple final situation, and of course it's getting spiced up. That's the spirit of the loser bracket. You cannot. If you lose, you lose. But then, of course, as you said, you're just going to risk the hell out of it. If you know, okay, I'm 10 points behind, just let me win that round, and then we'll also be in the finalist mode.
Exactly. Players are still sorting some stuff out from what I can tell. Server, players are in practicing, but perhaps some things, being set up for, as you move on to stage, you got to, readjust to the PC and whatnot. Barbos was already there, so relatively easy for him. But we have Feed, Deska, and Coco come in on stage. Right now we can see him sitting down, getting ready.
Yeah, so we're going to start in 2 minutes. I'm going from left to right. On the very left, there's sitting Coco. Then next to him, we have Barbos. Then next to Barbos, we have Deska. And then on the right, there's Feed, looking very focused. He's sitting very close in front of his
gamer mode
screen. You usually see that in Counter-Strike as well, where they're going very close to their monitor. But what is your prediction, actually? Do you have any player in particular that you want to highlight here in this match? I just think that Coco's going to win it. And Barbos hopefully will be in second, but I cannot count out Deska and also Feed. They are so strong.
Exactly.
It's so hard, really.
It is really, really hard. I would agree with you in seeing Coco coming out on top of these four players, but I do have a bit of a soft spot for Deska and do hope that he is able to make it. Doesn't mean we should discount Feed at all. A great player in his own right as well, but it's hard when these matches get stacked as they are to really come out ahead. So, while we might have these favorites, it could as easily just go the other way. I think yesterday's winner semifinal as well was another one where, wasn't quite sure where it was going to go, who was going to come out on top. And it's really those situations where, it's really spur of the moment. And are you active? Are you ready? Are you good on stage to bring that performance?
In this particular round, or where maybe you're going to make a mistake. I agree with that, and also Deska is such a likable person.
Oh yeah,
it's like you can just not hate.
I need to hang out more with him.
I love those good vibes. Really, it's like you cannot get enough of him. He's a great guy. So shout outs to Deska. Really, really cool. And right now I think we will start on interdiction. There will be one more warm-up round, and then we're gonna reset, and then there will be regular warm-up and live. So it takes like a couple of minutes, but we could definitely see how the players are doing the warm-up already.
Yeah, just taking a look. Feed and Barbos right now, just warming up. A bit of a crash in the warm-up. That's, A-okay. You don't want to go too fast in warm-up, otherwise you'll lose all that speed during live rounds. Feed, learning from that, hear my voice. Like, oh yeah, good point. Let me crash. Good idea.
Yeah, but right now, so you don't see that we have the map preview here of interdiction, the first map that will come into play. The point limit is 120, not 140. It's only for the finals, so the loser bracket final and winner bracket final will probably be played in 140-point scheme. And so that's the last match where we have like a shorter version of it.
Exactly, and we do see 120 points can come quite fast if one of the players ends up, dominating the way Alcon was in his match. third map through, and he was on the cusp of finalist, which is an amazing result. But it's really all about how much the players stack up to one another. If the points get distributed evenly, perhaps some maps feeling better today than they do yesterday. I think it's going to come down to all of that right now. Players warming up. There is a wait from Chris. Curious to see if that will slow down the match.
Coco's still missing on the server.
Yeah.
I mean, you have seen him sitting there, but maybe he has still some issues or some things to install, or like, I don't know, to set up. And yeah, we're just gonna wait a little bit more, so there will be a little bit more of delay, but we should start very soon.
Exactly. Very curious to see about the interdiction. I mean, interdiction has been a track, I'd say, throughout the tournament that has been relatively stable. I'd say one of the most stable maps where if there is a crash, usually it is the drift that we saw just now past the pillar in the middle. That's usually where a crash happens. But other than that, players have been managing this quite well, especially that end third turn. Yeah, a crash will happen just because players are risking it hard, but usually things go pretty well.
I mean, we have also seen different lines that you can take it more conservative if you just go more on the inside, but then, of course, you miss the ending speed.
Yeah.
And I thought that players would actually fail this transition, like, because there are 2 bumps, like, it turns in, and I thought that players gonna make a mistake there, but this hardly happened.
Exactly.
And, yeah, Coco will join the server now. Interdiction, as I want to pick up a thing that you have mentioned, momentum based, or like just maybe feeling a track. And of course now I think the map order, which is randomized again, is also super important, because we could see interdiction, a close match, we could see this track again.
Yeah, and I think this, whereas in the previous match we had banners, which is a harder track in terms of how much the mistakes will punish you. This very much would be a 6th map that I think the players would be okay with if they end up in that situation where they'd have to duke it out for, at that point, probably 2nd finalist. Usually, first finalist should be true after the first 5 maps, but I mean, never say never, right? We could get quad finalist, and all bets are off.
I hope so. I hope that we have that close of a match. But I think also interdiction is a good map to have as the first, or then maybe even last map that will be played, because, guys, we have 5 maps in the map pool. And if players are not done in 20 rounds playing cup mode, we will go to the first map again, because you can just not get a 6th map out of nowhere. You know, that's not possible.
Maybe mappers, any mappers, just come in.
Any mappers, who knows? But
talking about a straight line and just add a ice section at the end. It's gonna be amazing mapping. Oh yeah, I can already see it. Leave a cactus at the end, and then.
But yeah,
chef's kiss.
We have the warm-up now. Let's not talk about our amazing mapping skills. Let's talk about interdiction, which, in my opinion, is a sheer pace map, with the ending being quite hard, because if you push, you can lose time, but you can also win so much time.
Oh yeah. It's I mean, we haven't seen a lot of dirt in these maps, but the dirt that is there is very much all about those outside lines and taking advantage of the space that is available to you. And interdiction is no exception to that. You've got that uphill right there. You will drop down into 3rd gear, about 160, 170 speed. Ideally, you exit out of that section, but also at the end, you've got, again, an outside 3rd line where you could pick up so much speed. Make sure you stay in 4th gear and shoot forward on 270 speed towards the finish. And it's all about going as wide as possible, but you always then have that risk of the infamous wall, and wall slow you down. Look at that Coco.
That was great. That was a really good line. So I hope Coco can repeat that in the live round, because, guys, we are live now with the first round of the loser bracket semifinal 1, I assume, and there's also another match that is played at the same time. But let's focus on this match. We have Coco, Deska, Feed, and Barbos playing it out. And right now it is Barbos and Coco falling behind. Deska and Feed are leading the race, but Barbos with a good line as well as Coco, but touches the wall. So the first mistake has happened here to the Frenchman. And Deska is leading. A little bit of an oversteer, so Barbos and Feed will come closer. It's still such a close round. Feed going so wide, accumulating a bit more speed. Good uphill section from Feed as well. And he is still leading the race. Let's go ahead and check out what Deska is doing, as he's also having such a good line. behind there. It's such a great fight for that first 10 points. Players really want that momentum to get going or to just start going in this match. As Barbaros comes back, it's a back and forth between all those three players. Who's going to win this round? It will be all decided in the ending. Coco, of course, is out on this one. Feed goes super inside, doesn't have the best amount of speed. Barbaros is also behind. Deska with a great line, but bounces a little bit. Barbaros with a mistake, and Feed will win this round. But man, this match will be so exciting. Also, 103.13 here to start things off. World record is a 102.86. My God, good round.
Good round indeed. I mean, usually, you know, the gloves are off right after a couple rounds. No, we just came for blood instantly. No time to waste. Round 1 has started. This warm has been too long. I am coming in to take down all these nerds. And, I mean, right there was an amazing round 2. Just kick things off. I mean, it looks like, you know, Feed, Deska, Barbos, 10-6-4, but that could have easily been the other way around, the way these players have been driving. And I think if Coco did not make that mistake early on, we could have seen a 4-way tie, as we are seeing happening right now. All players very close together, keeping tight lines, keeping those fourth gears over the plastic section. We do see Feed and Deska starting to fall behind just a little bit, but all still so close to each other, so close to call. Deska falling behind a little bit, but you can see just the pace between these players, right? 1/10 of a second could already do it. Coco with a bit of a harder drift starts to fall behind a little bit. Barbos and Feed taking advantage of that situation. Deska still playing from behind, trying to find, you know, that moment to shine, a way to attack. Feed currently overtaking Barbos, but it's oh so close. It's going to come down to this third line once again. Feed got it last time around. 2 crashes. Barbos and Deska shoot into first and second place and picking up 10 and 6 points of their own. 103.2 from both players.
I had to think about that. Round where Barbos was jumping against the finish, where he could have been finalist. And I mean, Barbos now in the lead, 14 points, getting first and third. So good to see the German man in this match on that first position. But look at that, Feed and Deska only 1 and 2 points behind. And then Coco didn't really get a good start into the match. 7 points, so third and fourth place for him. But he's not out on this one, but it's surely Deska who has made a mistake. He has clipped on the inside. Feed, however, is leading Coco again with the same mistake that he has done in round number 1.
It's a tough drift.
That is a tough drift, but also you can't predict that he will crash the wall, but maybe Coco knows that he has to push. But right now, I mean, for me, Coco was one of the clear favorites, and now he's already down after 3 rounds. But of course, nothing that he cannot catch up from, as Feed leads the round by 0.25 of a second, and Barbos is just lurking behind, and maybe just gonna take those 6 points, and Feed will take 10, as we have one more plastic part where you have to hold that fourth gear, and then get yourself a good line over that uphill tarmac section. And then, of course, the tricky part on this map, Feed with a great approach here, goes super wide. Barbos with that inside line, losing a lot of speed. You can see it in the checkpoints. He lost 0.1 of a second, but Feed also with a great time of 103.028. It looked so effortless. Also, Barbos with a 0.4, but guys, the world record, of course, is a 0.86 by Barbos, actually.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think he just took it easy right there. He probably felt like probably not going to be able to take Feed. I know Deska and Coco are far enough behind that I don't need to risk it. I don't need to put myself in a situation where I throw away these pretty much secured 6 points and risk going into 4 or even 3 points. You know, it means he has to relegate his first spot to Feed right now in the overall rankings, but still in a good spot. 20 points at the end of interdiction last round happening right here. I think that was a good strategic play on his part. Right now, though, in the lead, potentially getting 10 points, but it's a lead that is ever so small. Feed overtaking right there on the uphill dirt. Great attack happening. Deska and Coco playing a little bit from behind, and Coco just really having to struggle and keep up with what is going on. It's not been the most clean game for him just yet. Unfortunately, Deska with a crash right there. So we're left with 3 players, Feed, Barbos, and Coco. And we'll see if he's able to actually overtake. Feed has been getting away from Barbos over this last part of interdiction. It's going to come down to this dirt turn once again. Barbos once again deciding to go for an inside line, and it cost him a crash as well. Coco shoots forward, constantly lurking, waiting for a mistake, and it paid off.
And it was a very important victory here for Coco, doubling up his points, 10 points beforehand, getting fourth, and third. So that was a dreadful start for Coco.
Warm up those hands.
But it's really important. Also, he overtakes Deska with that, who falls behind. He's at 19 points, but it's still a very close match. 4 rounds in, and players are 8 points apart. Now we're going to go to the next match. As you see, Feed is getting ready for it, and we have we have banners. Oh, that will be a spicy map from Rioter and Berserk. So a map where you have like 3 very difficult parts on, and yeah, who's gonna be the best on this map? I mean, it's Feed right now leading, but only by 1 point ahead of Barros.
You'll find it. No, just this is more, again, these are the things you don't see, you don't notice when you're watching, you know, just playing from online, from home. You don't see how the players are acting, and especially with these weekend tournaments, I've seen it before where hands get cold.
Yeah.
You're playing for so much, for so long, really focusing. It's been practice, it's been match, it's been practice, it's been match. Your hands start to get cold, you know, chilly and whatnot. Usually a good thing to have is heat packs and whatnot on you. But I can imagine that these players, not really used to going to these lands, necessarily having stuff on hand like that, and it's just one of those things that might trouble Feed despite being in the lead. Great grind from Coco there. Oof.
Yeah, as we don't see it right now. Right now the players are warming up. There you go. But yeah, you're talking about something very important, because Barboss actually played a match just beforehand.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the others might have done as well. So
Yeah.
some of them, you have to check like how does the loser bracket merge together,
Yes,
and all
yeah,
of those
yeah.
things. Sometimes it can be a bit difficult, but once you just look onto the sheet, you get your head around it. But let's go into the first round on banners. Let's follow Barboss and see how he does. Deska so close there to the wall. Of course, now important to go very far up to minimize your airtime. Every player does it quite well. Feed is on top of it right now. Deska with a little bit of an overseer, lose a bit of time. Coco, however, also not out in this round. Maybe he can take that momentum to make himself unstoppable again, because once Coco is getting that momentum rolling, he is one of the... Yeah, he's very hard to beat. Barboss so close. They're almost clipping the bobsleigh there, but it's Feed leading right now. Barboss on 3rd position. Deska a little bit further behind, 0.3 of a second, but it will be a great fight in the ending. Who's gonna win it though? Barboss gives us a very good overview over the pack. Coco with a very inside line. Feed, however, is not slowing down. Coco had to steal a little bit less, but it's Feed who made the mistake, and Coco will actually win it. Or is it Barboss? It's Barboss overtaking 200ths of a second. 51.19 from Barboss, and that was just the face up for Coco, saying, I am here and I'm gonna win it today.
Oh my! And Coco really, I'm sure he was hoping and waiting for those first 10 points. He's been having a tough match on interdiction. He must have been like, oh, I'm in first place, it's going great. But that attack from Barboss towards that checkpoint there, using the inside, great drift, and you saw him slowly but surely catching up, tackling that plastic section beautifully, and 10 points going his way. Oh, unfortunate crash happening right there from Coco. This time around, not gonna have to worry about Feed, worrying about losing 10 points by a snipe from Barboss. Instead, unfortunately, gonna have to play from behind. So we're left with 2 players at the moment.
Barboss
and Deska. Barboss going too high, and Deska a free shot at 10 points. All the players just way far behind. And I think this is a good time to talk about my new cookie recipe.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's. I'd be very surprised if Deska. I mean, the only thing that could happen is him messing up the.
Stop jinxing him.
Okay, I'll stop. I stop. See, he just, you know, it's fine. He made it. It's fine.
Yeah, but only by clipping. Now, you know, sometimes you can jinx those things.
True,
but also, very important 10 points for Deska here. 23 points. He used to have it. Now he has 33. So also going up the leaderboard here as Barboss gets that 3rd position, so it's 11 points between the players. Now Coco, however, is last position. I mean, it's a back and forth, and Coco, of course, with that last position in that previous round at 29 points, losing out on that first round where Barboss has sniped him away. But let's take a look. Will Coco now survive or make an early mistake again? Feed and Barboss right now leading. Deska seems to have fallen behind just a little bit. Yes, he's 1 second behind, and also Coco already 0.15 behind Feed and Barboss, who are in the lead right now. Coco, however, with a good setup here. Very wide approach to gather as much speed as possible. Barboss not making a mistake, but had to oversteer a little bit, so Feed got it a little bit better. Now the tight jump here, where you have to just do a little bit of a reduction of your airtime. But look at that. It's so close. Barboss, Feed in the lead. Coco with a nice, interesting drift, but doesn't have the best amount of speed for the ending. But who's going to take it? Feed or Barboss? It's a great fight. Barboss right now leading. Feed with a bit more speed, and he could overtake, but it's not enough. Again, 200ths of a second, 51.19, but a great round. Unlike the previous round, where we've seen a lot of mistakes.
Exactly. The way pace has been going so far through banners, if the mistakes don't happen, it does look like 51 1s, 51 2s, perhaps a tree if you're lucky, you know?
Yeah.
Is gonna be enough to win the round, or at least get in top 3. I do love the fact that when looking at the points at the moment, Barbos on 50, 42 to Feed, 36 to Deska, 33 to Coco. It's not, you know, all out and done. This isn't like any of the players is really getting ahead of anyone else right now. Barbos obviously has the upper hand, but it could easily swing the other way, depending on the map, depending on consistency from the players right now.
Oh,
Deska, that attack just a bit too hard, bit too wide, clipping his outside wheel. It just, it's a tough section, right? It's middle of it all. It's hard to respawn from there, so
You have to push it.
you have to really push it. Barbos playing from behind, Feed and Coco in a good position to make up some distance to the player in the lead right now. Coco looking to attack Feed, getting quite close to it, but does he have enough speed to overtake? No, not quite. And again, a 51.2 is going to do it to get first place. Feed with that, getting closer to Barbos, though Barbos still in the lead with 54 points, and Coco with that tied up with Deska in third.
I mean, Coco really losing on those individual fights at the end. He had 2 very good rounds on banners, and yeah, he just got second place in those, so that's unfortunate stuff for him. As we move on to the next map, which is the map
Telsky,
I'm just gonna call Whiskey, you know?
The Whiskey Freaks. Nah,
the Whiskey is better, I think.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
that's the next map that will be played. Of course, we have one warm-up again, and we have mentioned that map a lot of times, actually, saying that it's not the easiest one to cope, especially because of the ending.
That ending, it's an interesting one. It took me, a couple of tries to really click into it, but there is a lot that you have to take into account for that ending. You've got the third line initially where you got a little bit of a chicane going on. You want to make sure you line up correctly for the left-hander into the plastic section. And from that point on, you got to make sure you have enough speed to then tackle the plastic, jump over the left side of that bobsleigh section, preferably over the wall if possible, but there is obviously some risk happening right there if you do try that.
Very small gap that you have to nail.
And then finally that ending, right? That last part of the bobsleigh, stay as low as possible to make sure, minimize airtime,
the
and
wicked jump.
make that jump barely into the finish as well. And it should be relatively straight if you manage to get all the parts right, but it's easier said than done. But these players have a knack for making these things look easy. I don't know how. It's like they practiced.
Yeah, they have practiced a little bit, and maybe
it's 5 minutes.
Yeah,
warm-up,
maybe 5 minutes of warm-up, exactly. So as we go into round number 1 here, we have Barbos, Feed, and Coco leading. Deska a little bit behind, comes back with a good line. Coco going so wide, Deska, however, with a mistake. So Deska maybe falling more behind. Now, of course, Coco's shot here to get himself 10 points in this round, as he gets a great line. Also accumulates a lot of speed there over that drift by going outside. And right now, Feed, still leading, but Coco pushing so much. Barbos, however, also not on this one yet. He's 0.1 behind the leader. Good attack turn from him. Now the transition important to get yourself lined up for that next left turn. As Coco is pushing, though, he comes closer to Feed. Who's gonna win the round? Feed looking good. Coco with a great line, but Feed will take it here. 49.10, and then we have Barbos a little bit behind, but great times for both players. But Coco again, only second place.
Only second place, despite the pace that he's shown. It's definitely a fight for survival for these players, and none of them are dropping any punches all the time, all the risk. And I just love the fact that about these types of competitions and 4 players, when you are packed, neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder, you gotta push it. You gotta give it all you've got, and all those risky lines. You're like, I did them during practice. I don't know if I'm gonna do them during life. This is the point where you pull those off. Interesting as well, all the players right there decide to go for the inside drift on that pillar, but Coco consistently throughout the tournament is going for the outside, and it's been paying off for him. Initially, most of the top times have been going for that inside line, but Coco makes it happen. And as you can see right here, in fact, in the lead, a lead he's been looking for quite some time as well. He's able to secure himself some 10 points and shoot himself ever so closer to second place. It's gonna come down to the wire. Deska getting quite closer. Is it going to be enough? No.
But what a great round.
Great round, great times. Everybody's so close together. Not even 0.2 of a second separating all 4 players. That's great Trackmania right there.
I mean, it's a 0.2 here from the players from the player who won the round. I mean, world record is a 48.92, and I think it also hasn't been beaten. We're gonna check into the Trackmania after the match and just keep you updated. But Deska even though he had like a good round, didn't really get himself those points, as Feed is leading right now ahead of Barbos, and then Coco, after not getting those 10 points, he is on 3rd position, but also he's still in the race, as well as Deska, of course, even though he's a little bit further behind in this round, goes super wide there in order to gather up as much speed as possible, comes closer to Coco. Feed is leading, Barbos is behind, but again, we have a very close round in this one as well, and Feed right now looking to take it, but it's actually every player pushing it, Deska pushing a bit too much and making that mistake, and Feed will take it unless he fails the ending jump, but this will never happen. A .08 from Feed, what a great time. Also, the time from Barbos.
1,000th of a second between Barbos and Coco.
Ah, yeah, true. I haven't spotted that actually. How was that finish so close? Maybe they've crashed the ending.
That must have been it. It's that risky fin. You know, if you don't straighten out your car, you're bound to hit that, you know, the ring, and you know, to slow you down, not quite hit the finish line as soon as you possibly could. I mean, it's what cost Barbos a second place, first place even in his previous match. Fortunately, this time for him, he holds on to that. It was a very hypnotizing run as well from all the players. Everybody following those same lines. Right now, we do see Coco getting a nice lead at the moment. Barbos and Hot Pursuit, Deska and Feed playing from behind. Feed quite a ways behind. Not the pace he is looking for as we get ever so close to the finish of Yatelski. It's a quick map. It's our fastest track in the map pool. And as you see, just before you know it, blink and you'll miss it. We're at the bobsleigh section. Coco going for the jump, bit higher, but still far enough ahead to make sure he picks himself another 10 points. Barber with 2nd place on 6, Feed on 3rd, and Deska on 4th.
Again, a really good round, and now Coco finally getting himself those 10 points, elevating himself up to 69 points, so that's nice. That's really good. As we go to the next map, you see the players again. Feed, you talked about that. Those hands are getting cold, you know, and of course, he's also said shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
That's the case here, you know. You look to the left, you see an instant reaction. You look to the right, you also see an instant reaction from the players. And we go to Oxygen from Kisla. Track of the day, Mime has shown that outside line. He has gotten the world record yesterday. And let's see who does it here on this map. As I'm really looking forward to that, because we have a very close match in our hand. Of course, Deska is 30 points behind, but still he can catch up, or he can definitely make it.
I mean, in that sense, the gap has grown obviously throughout the match, but it's still not as close as could be, right? Am I saying that correct? 4 maps in at this point. I need to keep count. No one on triple digits.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to count,
yeah, they just fly by. I mean, it's the nature of the game, right? Things go fast, and before you know it,
boom, fast they go.
Yeah. But it's a great way to see how close this match is. Like, nobody on triple digits, no one even close to triple digits right now. Feed obviously on 82 points, but Barbos or Coco could easily get back into it if you know, the cards line up and all the drifts are as clean as they possibly would like. Ever so closer, finishing up our warm-up as we are taking a overview of the map itself. Look at that finish, jumping on in, and that's what the players need to do, right?
Yeah.
Finish and
just finish
the
and
first place
be
finish.
fast.
Yeah, be fast.
Yeah, it's
don't
easy,
crash.
isn't it? It's easy.
I don't know, like it's. How does nobody, like, everybody should have figured it out at this point.
Yeah, you just have to be fast and win.
Yeah.
It's not that easy, man. It's not that easy. But right now, Deska is showing that it might be easy in this round, as he is at 52 points. The only player who has fallen majorly behind, I would say. And Coco with a very good line. Now let's see who goes for the outside line. Any outsiders? Mod check. Barbos with the outside line. Great line. Look how much speed he accumulates here before that drift, coming a bit closer. But of course, this line is really hard to nail, as Deska still leads the round. Of course, this map was played as a Cup of the Day map, or Track of the Day was Track of the Day. So really good style for Deska, I would say, as we see the first mistake being done by Feed 40 seconds into the map. So a great round in our hands. Now it's very important to hold 4th gear and set yourself up nicely for that downhill, as Coco had to tinily adjust his line, and Barbos comes closer, so Deska might win this round. But of course, they're still getting jump to go for Barbos with a great approach, but will not overtake. Positions are set in stone. 102.47 from Deska, finally winning a round and going up to 62 points.
Exactly, very, very much needed. It's you know, the deficit looks big because, oh yeah, 30 points, but 30 points is 3 rounds, right? And obviously players will be accumulating points as we go, but there's still enough room to catch up before somebody hits finalist. The way this is looking, think, I mean, you'd have to check the math, I guess, but I don't think it's mathematically possible for Deska to be a finalist before
Barber's not
anyone
getting
else.
the grip there. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Aye. But it's definitely a good start for him to start to make his way forward right now, though, playing in third position. Feed in the lead, Coco right in between. And we know these players are no outsiders, so in they go. And making sure to use the speed. Oh my word, Feed! How did you not crash?
Yeah.
That ball was right there, and Feed's like, nah, you know.
He just follows your advice.
He
He just gets fast, and you know, that's
what you
all
do.
right.
This is what you do. I mean, I respect it. I think it's one of those, you know, primary rules when it comes to driving. Fortunate for Coco to fall out like that. Fortunate for Deska, who has been waiting for a mistake, playing from behind, and only has Feed in front of him. And as we get to this final third turn, it would mean a miracle for Deska to get first place, but I think he'll be just fine, settling for second as Feed clocks in a 102.4. Deska in second, Coco in third, and just waiting for Barbos to cross on over in fourth place. And with that, my math check, no, not quite. Coco does not quite overtake Barbos right now. Just a point.
Yeah, just the point. Copium, yeah? It's just the point. 79 to 80 points, but it's very close. Barbos falling a bit behind now. Feed created a little bit of a gap now. 15 points between second and first place, as Feed also was the biggest winner of this round. Also, of course, Deska caught up to second and third place. But yeah, we've already seen that first small mistake here from Feed, being 0.3 behind. Any outsiders, so Barbos in the mix, didn't make a mistake in this round as Coco is chasing him down. Let's see how much that actually pays off. It's 0.1 of a second between them. Barbos going outside there. What a crazy line. Like, that looks so hard. You have to predict it so well, but you see how much speed Barbos has with that as he is right now leading. Deska with a good approach here, but a bit wobbly over that part, so he lost a little bit of time towards Barbos and Coco, but they're both on great runs as we still haven't decided who's going to be in that first position. Deska is, however, not losing time towards them as well, as Coco and Barbos will approach that last turn here. Coco with a better landing, and Barbos can maybe push it in the ending, but it doesn't seem to be enough. He has a bit more speed, but Coco will take first place. A 0.3 and a 0.4. Those are great times and a good rundown here from both players. Deska and Feed come in third and fourth, though.
It's always lovely to see these like back and forths between first place, and it was beneficial for the players in general to have Feed in last right now, right? He was already building up this lead and whatnot, but you can see it happening right now in terms of points. Again, no one in triple digits. We're at the end of map number 4. 98 Feed, 89. 89 Coco, 86 Barbos, 72 Deska. It's still anyone's game to take, and while Feed at the moment is in the driver's seat, anyone's game right now to perhaps retake and deny any finalist from getting out into winner. Barbos with the inside line comes back into the pack, who all go for that inside one, as Coco has the lead. He's been looking for those points, and where initially he started off in fourth place, right? He's fought his way back into second.
Yeah.
He's looking to solidify that position, though Deska is not one to just let that happen. Not the best dirt line happening right there. Tried to overtake, but Coco keeping hold of that first place. Great drift, but it's going to pay off. It's going to come down to this dirt, and Coco, he's pretty good with dirt.
Deska.
Does Deska do it? Is that enough?
Oh, no, it's not. Good attack, though, from Deska, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Great round again, another 0.3, and only Barbos making that small mistake there, and with that finding himself 0.8 behind. So Feed now the first player crossing that 100-point barrier. He is leading the race, and now we're gonna go to the next map, maybe the last map for some of those players. We have one map left, you know, it's map number 5, and since this map was loading so long, I expect it to be switcheroo. Yeah, you know, switching is hard.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So for me, one of the, I wouldn't say most interesting maps in the map pool. It like has a lot of, as I say, unconventional transitions.
Yeah, there's definitely I believe this is one, if I remember. Yeah, so this is the one where we've seen players have this jump coming up right after this grass section and crashing to the checkpoint. It's happened so many times, and it's all about reducing as much airtime as possible, but that is not without risk at all. So I'm very curious to see if we'll see that happen. We've got this grass turn right here where it's all about the inside, though, as we go into the map overview, taking a look at switcheroo. It's gonna be a great map 5 before we head our way back into interdiction. Very curious to see if we're gonna see any finalist mode. Feed is in position on 102 points to make that happen, though. It could have easily be Coco as well, right? 3 points separating him and first place at the moment. Don't discount Barbos and Desco, who are on 89 and 78 points. I think that double, triple finalist might actually become reality the way this is going.
Barbos started so strong on this map, on this match, and maybe the first map will come into play for him again. But the problem is, Coco is overtaking him, so Barbos right now, if the match would continue like that, he would be eliminated. But let's go into the first round. Feed can get himself finalist mode after 2 rounds. If he wins 2 of them, right now it's Deska making that first mistake. Barbos and Feed are leading the race. Coco also a little bit further behind, but not out on this one yet. Now important to not grab into 5th gear. Feed with a great line. Now also very important to not bump as much as you would like to. Sometimes this line is really hard. Feed just doing it really well, and he's on a great time on this round here. He's 0.2 ahead of the other players. Barbos ever pushes the inside line. Coco also there, and Coco would love to get himself a 1st or 2nd position in this round, as now the apex is really important. Feed, however, with a mistake, throwing the first place away. The outside line will decide it. Will Coco take it? Coco with a great line. Barbos, however, still leading the race, but who's gonna nail that drift a bit better? It's Barbos winning the round, also controlling his car at the end, and that is also a good time at 56.9. Every time below 57 is winning material.
Definitely, and I mean, if this is the pace that we're kicking things off on Switcheroo, then that is a promise of good things to come towards the latter 3 rounds. Barbos definitely needed those 10 points to start catching up to Coco, who's in 2nd place, and Feed 106 points, still not in finalist position. Again, right, Coco just 1 point away. He could easily become first finalist as well, and potential actually, more realistically, they both hit finalists at the same time, just because there are so
Maybe
little
3
points.
players even.
Perhaps 3 players. It could definitely happen if Barbos is able to hold on to the first play that he is carrying right now. No mistake from this guy this time around, so he is able to be in the middle of the pack. No one really getting away from anyone right there, but Coco, great attack. Goes a bit wide right there, but still stays in that 4th spot. But 4th spot with the way these players are driving is negligible in terms of time, and it really goes to show how high the pace is right here, right now. Players starting to really realize, I think, that this is, you know, elimination bracket right here, and we are getting ever so closer to that situation. Deska, how did he do it? Feed, unfortunately, does hit the wall. Deska, bad exit, leaving Coco and Barbos to their own devices as Barbos holds on to first place. Another 10 points going his way. Coco picking up 6. Deska 4. Feed 3 points. That's gotta hurt. That's 109 points. Again, not in position to get finalist mode, but Coco is.
Yeah, but Barbos now with a great comeback, now climbing that ladder again, tied up the score with Feed, who was leading the race. It's a back and forth between those players. Coco now in the lead for the first time. Starting in fourth. He started off in 4th, but that's just the spirit from Coco here, as he can get a finalist now. Good round though beforehand. It was very close, but also good to see Barbos not giving himself up, you know, winning those rounds, getting those 10 points. And let's go to the round. We have another close fight between the players. Barbos right now is leading the race, going a bit wider. He accumulates a low speed and gets himself a good transition over that part. Feed, however, is not slowing down. Coco right now, good minimization of airtime there, not getting himself so much airtime. That's really good as he's leading the race. Deska, however, is also not out on this round yet. It's a very, very good round between those players. Guest, however, with a mistake, and he's out on this one. Coco, Barbos, and Feed are fighting it out. 500 of a second between them. Feed with a great line, accumulates a lot of speed, gets a good landing here as well. Barbos, however, still leading, and we have the outside dirt line that will decide it, because you have to set up very nicely for that drift. Coco's out. Feed will probably win this round, or will Barbos have a great ending? No, he has not a lot of speed, and Feed will take it. But, as you said, 119 points, the face slab. He's not gonna activate finest just yet, but he will overtake Barbos, who's also up to 100 and... Or wait, I mean, they were tied, so they both overtake, or tie in this case, Coco. It's like, it's so close between them. We might see a triple finest situation after this round.
No, somebody will. I mean, so because we have 10-6, 4-3. One of them might. It depends. It could be. You're right. No, it could be. It would have to be in 3rd place. Barbos and Coco 1st and 2nd, or either way, it doesn't really matter, would lead to triple finalists, but this is a risky situation for Coco. Again, he started off in 4th place on this match because of his performance on interdiction. We're going back to interdiction right after this round. This is going to be extremely tricky for him, considering the fact that, you know, just didn't have the right performance perhaps, but it's messing with him right now in the lead. But that lead isn't going to matter if you cannot make the finalist situation become a winner situation on interdiction. But that is something for later. Right now, we do see the players driving their heart out. Deska in second place definitely could use those 6 points right here. Perhaps even able to overtake Coco. Coco doesn't need these 10 points, right? You can take 6, but Coco doesn't care. He just keeps going. He keeps trucking on. Deska in second. Barbos in fourth.
Well.
And Feed in fourth place. A 56.8. Great stuff indeed.
Yeah, so the second player that grants himself the face slap. Also, it is Coco now. And Feed and finalist Barbos at 119 points. So what you've mentioned has just came true. And there again, you see how important every position is. Yeah? We go to the first map again. Yeah, it will be interdiction. For me, a sheer pace map. Barbos looked strong, but he went very inside on that last ending part and lost like 0.1, maybe 0.2 of a second. So definitely something to consider here, as of course only 2 players will move on. Coco and Feed are looking great. Desker at 94 points. If he gets second place in the next round, and maybe it is someone like Barbos win, we could also end up with a quadruple final situation, so that every player has to win 1 more round.
Exactly. It's the darts analogy, right? Desko needs to set up for those triple 20s over and over and over.
The math, exactly. You know, you have to count maps, you have to do the math. It's a hard job, you know?
Exactly. I mean, if it does come to that, where Deska finds himself in a position where he needs to, again, win rounds, 2 rounds at least, along with a second place, quadruple finalist would be the situation right there. We would have our first winner at the end of interdiction, ending up back on our 7th map, which will be banners, if we do get into that situation.
Could happen though, could happen. Like if Barbos wins now, and then Deska, then there will be 1 more round that would decide it.
Exactly. I am so excited.
I'm excited. We expected a close match. We have a close match. 2 finalists, Coco and Feed. Barbos not there yet, as Deska will. I mean, it could also be like 2 rounds, I think, on the last map, because if Deska then gets like wins 3 rounds in a row, you know, you get the point.
Yeah.
You know, you just have to do the math here. But it's Deska
finalist out.
not making a mistake. Deska's actually leading the race. First finalist out. It's Coco who has gotten himself a great comeback in on this match, and against Feed, who's finalist, who constantly performed very well in this match, and he could close it out. He could join the loser bracket final. Barbos, however, is leading, and he could have been finalist. I hope he doesn't feel too gutted if he wins the round here. I hope that he can take that momentum, but it's a great fight between them. Let's go ahead into the POV from Barbos and Feed. Feed has nothing to lose though. Will he take it? 1 more important part to go. Barbos right now has a bit more speed, and Feed is still leading the race, but Barbos can attack here on that outside line. Barbos with a great approach. Feed, however, is doing it so well, and Feed with a great ending, 103.068, but also Barbos non-finalist, so we still play for second place. It is Coco versus Barbos.
What a great time as well to clock in that finalist. You know, 1 shot was all Feed needed to make it and move into the losers final. Congrats to Feed for moving on. Right now, you know, it could be over in a flash. It's all up to Deska right now to deny Barbos and Coco from coming into first place. And Deska is going to have to do that 3 rounds in a row. He'd find himself a finalist. Again, banners would be the one we would be moving on to. Right now, though, Barbos in the lead. Coco, second place. Deska trying so hard to stay in it, trying to get ever closer to stopping Barbos and Coco. Either of them, it doesn't really matter to him at this point to make sure they do not finish first, but no one giving away an inch. All of them so close. Coco and Barbos driving inside of each other's ghosts. Great drifts happening. Coco with a bit of a better line right there, starts to get away from Barbos, but is it going to be enough? Barbos more inside line on the grass, then starts to fight back. Which way could it go? Is it left? Is it right? Unless middle, and middle being Deska. Deska, great low grass line. But with a crash, it's going to be decided. Is it Coco? Is it Barbos? Barbos with the inside line more of the time, and Coco, it's been great on the dirt, but unfortunately with that, the dream is over for Barbos and Deska, and it is Feed and Coco moving on to the losers final. What a match!
What a great match. Deska unfortunately falling a little bit behind, but the Frenchman coming out of this one successfully. He yeah, it's unfortunate to see that. I'm a bit gutted for Barbos because he looked so strong, but
Definitely.
then has fallen a little bit behind, also missing out on 1 point on that finalist mode. And then, yeah, Deska not really finding his way into the particular match. And yeah, that was great. That's what we can expect for today. It's getting heated up. Yeah, the match has ended, and we're not gonna play for, or do we play for third? It doesn't really matter too much. All right, so there you have it. That was a great match, and I am a bit sad that of course Barbos is out. We still have Granadi and also Massa still in as the German players that are playing, but also Barbos dropped so early into the loser bracket.
Yeah, but that's the nature of it all, right? There's some players that have to move on. Some players lose, some players win. And unfortunately, it's this time that it's Deska and Barbos being the ones to drop down. But an exciting match, a great match, and a promise for things to come. But with that, we conclude our loser semifinals. The next up most likely will be winners final. We'll get back to you on that one. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys are having a great time, whether you're here at the venue or looking at the matches online. Hope to see you for the next match. Take care for these next clips.
We have a clip, and then there will be an interview with Gecko. Actually.
Gecko? Ooh,
yeah. So stay tuned for that.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
All right, thank you, Turbo and Boney, for the wonderful cast. But honestly, you guys sounded so sad towards the end, having Barbos out of the round. I mean, it is heartbreaking, but Coco was able to overcome that hurdle, and he is going to go through to the next round. And I have with me a local Hamburg native, and that is Gecko. But Gecko, you're not in the mixed tournament.
I actually had to work, so I couldn't make it on Friday. But I appeared, I think, at 8 p.m. I came in and met all the nice people here. So I'm still really glad that I got my tickets. And yeah, I'm playing in the tech tournament.
Yeah, so we'll get to the tech tournament in a minute, but you are from Hamburg and everything. Yeah. Did you know about Arcadia beforehand, before this event?
So Arcadia, when it, I don't know when this thing started, but it was very big in the local press. Yeah, and I've heard about it, but I never really considered the Trackmania tournament ever taking place here. So it's really nice.
Right, and so with that being said, how have you enjoyed the event so far? I mean, you've gotten to meet a lot of people, a lot of faces you potentially recognize, and maybe met some new people too, right?
So yeah, I mean, obviously, I recognize mainly the Twitch community and people that show themselves more often. And then it was very fun to see, for example, Grenady play with his wheel.
Right, for
Barbos,
sure.
who just went out, is like the most lovely person. It feels very bad that he actually is out now, but I guess that's how it goes.
How it be sometimes.
Yeah. No, I'm really happy to see people that I actually didn't know how they look. I just recognize them by names, such as Alcon and others, many others.
And it makes that connection more real, right? Where you finally have the face to the name, and it makes it a whole lot different now. Now you feel like, and especially if they were your friends and you met people you've been talking to online for a while, and now you finally get to meet them. It's really fantastic to finally have that connection, a real connection, right?
Yeah. You have so much time to spend with the people in the bar area and the restaurant area, and you can watch the matches together, and it's very comfy. You have plays. There is, English is very needed if you want to speak with people from Europe, but there is plenty of Germans that I watch by heart on Twitch.
Yeah,
I was very happy to see them, especially those people that stream without a cam for some reason. But yeah,
And I want to let the people at home know we've been having a lot of interviews where we have been talking about Arcadia. I mean, yeah, because we're here and yeah, they are hosting the event. But the reactions that everybody has, and I think Gecko can agree with me, everybody has been so surprised how amazing this experience has been. And we're not trying to force feed it down people's throats. It's just been that insane to experience what we've been going through this entire weekend. And it's been so fun. But now we're going to switch to a different subject. Now we're going to go to the tech tournaments, which you've been playing in, and you still are in the upper bracket, if I'm correct. And
there is only one. It's single.
Oh, it's only
elimination,
single
so
bracket.
yeah.
Okay, excuse me. And how that's been going pretty well in your favor so far. How do you feel like the tournament has been so far?
Well, first of all, I was a little bit surprised that the tech tournament had like way less players than
Right.
a mixed event. I can understand it with the prestige and the prize pool and
Right.
stuff being just different, but it was a little bit disappointed. But I expected some people to appear to play that I saw practicing on the leaderboards, and they showed up, and they are still in.
Yeah.
So the final 8 is rather stacked. It will probably end up in really nice matches.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't get to see them on the stream or anything, and it is difficult to keep track in that regard. But in that regard, I do hope you do really well, and I hope you make it to the final. But yeah, I mean, in regards to that, I think it's that the tech tournament and everything was a additional add-on at the last minute, and I think for this event, obviously the mixed tournament is obviously the focus. But I assume and I would hope that in the future editions we get to highlight some other cool tournaments, such as a tech tournament or maybe an ice tournament for Scarzer if you're watching. I know you are. But yeah, so definitely thank you so much. And really quickly, before I let you go, thank you for the interview. Before I let you go, do you have anybody you want to shout out or your socials?
Yeah, actually, I want to shout out Lime. It's my girlfriend.
Oh.
And she's in Chile right now. She would
must really be
love
happy with you
to
right
be
now.
here. She would absolutely love it. And I am, I'm here to represent her as well. No, I hope that she gets the opportunity next year. 'Cause
Yeah, of course.
I guess this is a repeating event.
We're hoping.
We're hoping, and I hope that she will be here next year. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much, Gecko, for joining us on the stream today. So we are going to be back. We are going to take a 15 to 20-minute break before we go into the next match. We are going to be doing losers bracket again with the top 8, and we will get to that as soon as we are able to. So stick around. We will be right back, and you guys have fun. See ya. Vinka vinka. All right, and welcome back to Trackadia. I am here with a special guest, Natalie. She is the
Yeah, hi.
social media NPR representative here at Arcadia, and we have a little time to spend talk about social media, right?
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's been a very fun weekend.
Yes.
A lot of social media happening, and I'm very grateful for all of you DMing us on Twitter and also posting on Twitter with @ArcadiaOfficial and also using our hashtag Trackadia, which is used very, very good. We can just switch to the laptop and show you a little bit. So what we have here is
me.
Yeah. It's actually you guys, and this is so cool because we have a lot of pictures. I think especially from Boney from
Right,
behind
for sure.
the
Yeah,
scenes.
he's been posting a ton.
Yeah, he's
Been doing a
very
good job.
Yeah, and also I love that you guys also supporting our stream. It's been a pleasure to be
Subs,
working
you
with
guys
you.
got subs today from Evil, but
from
hey, they're still subs.
I was checking the stream, and we had a hype train, and I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
level
a
4 hype
Wait,
train.
what?
Yeah, it was nice.
What's going on? Is that the right stream? I was checking if I'm on the right channel. And also you can see here, we have very nice pictures from the hall. We know that it's still a little bit of, a little bit rough
Under
working with
construction
under
still, yeah.
construction, but we love to have the opportunity and the ability to play in this hall, and we're very proud of it.
Yeah, it's
And
been a fantastic venue to have and everything,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it's great. And I'm very in 1 year maybe it's done, and then it will be perfect. Right now it's a little bit hard for us content creator to take very nice pictures because you can see the ceiling. It's not perfect, but yeah,
we have the pretty lights. It doesn't matter. We're fine.
we're working with what we have. And also what I wanted to show you guys especially is Marcel, because he's doing this Trackadia live ticker
Right. Yes.
for all of you guys to follow the event if you're not able to watch the stream, or if you on the way somewhere and just want to keep up. And he's doing this live ticker, and it's amazing. He's putting so much work and effort in this. You can see when I scroll down here, it's so much. This is just amazing. This is more than we could ever do on our social media because, as we are Arcadia, we are doing a lot of events and also with different kind of games and stuff. So we have a lot of followers who are not into Trackmania. We try to find the balance with posting and keeping you guys updated on our social media, but also not spamming too much.
Right. I'm sorry, I have an issue with that in our Discord. Everybody hates me in my Discord because I always spam at everyone's. So
Yes.
I ping all 5,000 people in our Discord, and they really do not like me.
Yeah.
So I definitely understand.
How
I'm learning
often a day are you doing this? How often?
How often do I
Yeah.
spam? Oh, it was. It was maybe twice a week.
Oh, that's fine actually.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying, but they were like, "It's too much, too many pings. I got too many notifications on my Discord. I can't take it anymore." And I'm like,
Yeah. I'm also always pinging at everyone. So yeah, I know that. I know that feeling exactly. Yeah, and he's just doing an amazing job. And also what I wanted to show you is this post from Gennady you may have seen on
the
the first
dreaded
day.
foot pedals.
Yeah. He forgot his pedals at home.
Yes.
So our IT and figured something out how to help him.
They were heroes for sure.
Yeah, they were heroes, and they took this beautiful Elgato Stream Deck panel to help him out. But I heard the story that he was saying, "Oh, it's fine. You can also just give me another keyboard." And I take my shoes off.
Oh, and play with
and
those
I press-
socks and stuff. And
Yeah,
his
and
toes?
I pressed the space bar with my big toe.
Right, because really
That
all
was
he
a sick.
uses it for is just the braking, if I'm understanding
Yeah.
correctly. So
Yeah, so and he doesn't need a pedal with where he has some space, because Trackmania can't do this anyways. So he just needs some input. So he said he could also press the space bar
That's
with the speak to
hilarious.
it. That's
The
would love to
funny
see
thing
that.
is, I've been teasing him about it the entire weekend. Like when we first heard about it on Friday, the very first day, they were like, "Yeah, he forgot his pedals, and now he's got new ones." And then he had the interview yesterday, and I made fun of him for it too. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, no. But what he said though is that he was super happy that Arcadia was like so
Yeah.
helpful. All the staff were so helpful in trying to get him his
Yeah,
pedals.
and that's a very big thing for us. We want to keep everyone happy.
Right.
So we're trying to fix every problem and every situation, and even if it's like some funny stuff like this, or if it's something else. Also, what I can tell you at this point is we had like someone in a wheelchair, and our ramp for the bar was too steep.
Right.
She couldn't get up. So what we did was we put her in an elevator in the first floor, through the house, in another elevator to the bar level.
Oh, right.
through the
Because
whole
it is
house
split
again,
level. Yeah.
and in the bar. So we're very trying.
Yeah.
We're trying everything.
Yeah, and I mean that's really cool by you guys. I mean, even from my perspective, like obviously we've been kind of talking about it. We're not going to highlight it too much, but
Yeah.
there have been a constant curveballs, especially on stream and in the
Yes.
tournament bracket and everything. But you guys have been so fantastic in helping us.
You
and-
too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we've been trying our best to work through everything, and we apologize to the viewers for sometimes not always being correct when we
Yeah.
do our transitions and everything, but we are trying. It is the first event. This is my first time hosting, actually.
Really?
At a LAN event. So
Oh,
for me,
that's crazy.
I'm like totally like bewildered by everything.
I think you're doing a great
well,
job.
thank you.
me as a host myself, usually at other events, I think you're doing a good job.
I appreciate it because usually I'm just like beating myself down, but you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
And I mean, casters too, they've been doing a fantastic
Yeah,
job.
I
as well.
highlighted them yesterday on social media because I was like coming through, and there were some problems, a little longer pause. Yeah, oh,
Right.
we need 2 minutes more. We need 2 minutes more. We need 2 minutes more. And I was standing there and like watching them cast and try and get anything. They talked about the game so specifically, and they didn't change the subject. But as we were talking when we were backstage, I told you that I sometimes myself try to fill gaps and talk about some crazy stuff like
Right.
fries and ketchup, but they were like talking on topic and 2 minutes more, 2 minutes more, 2 minutes more, new information, new information, and I was it was fantastic. It was
Yeah.
amazing. So yeah, I want to very thank you guys for your great job, and also our casters. They're amazing.
Yeah,
Been-
and and we don't have too much time left. We do got to hand it over to them because we
yeah.
are getting very close. I believe we are at the time where we need to start our next match. But definitely thank you guys to the tournament operations staff downstairs. They have been trying their hardest. Yesterday they had to deal with a bracket software issue. They had to completely redo the bracket manually. So that is why it took so much time at the beginning. But we finally got it all settled. We're all good now. Now it's really just up to the players. But we are going to head over to our casters. Thank you so much, Natalie.
Yeah,
for
thank you
up.
for having me. And also, guys, if you want us to see your posts, tag Arcadia Official or hashtag Trackadia, and you're good to go.
Yeah, thank you so much
Thank
again,
you.
Natalie, for showing up. And we are going to head over to our casters. I believe it is G Geek and Turbo, and they have an exciting match for you. It is going to be a all-out brawl. I couldn't even pronounce that word correctly. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Yeah, see, I still can't do
Yeah.
it. It's whatever. All right, we're going to head over to you guys so I can stop embarrassing myself. Have fun, guys.
Thank you so much for those kind words. We're really happy that you guys enjoy the cast. Also, Import, you're doing a great job of hosting that show. So thank you very, very much for that. Indeed, we're starting now with the loser bracket final, which will be played. The winner bracket final will be after that. And we have a great match on our hands. We have Coco, Shay, Feed, and Elcon who fight it out. Of course, we have seen Coco and Feed qualifying for the match that we have casted beforehand. And then there was another match that was also played simultaneously, where it was Shay and Elcon going through and eliminating Massa and Snow, Geek.
Yeah, that's a pretty big statement to be able to eliminate Massa and Snow, who were looking pretty good in the R1, but it just shows you how Elkon is performing in his first ever LAN, I think, in his very young career, only like 17, 18, 19 years
19. He just turned 19 a couple of days.
Oh, right. So yeah, he's showing up in a big way, despite feeling the pressure of his first ever offline event, because it's a totally different setting for him.
Yeah.
And it is very, very, very impressive what he's able to put on. Shay, being a little bit disappointed of how he performed on certain of the matches, determined to come back up as we are getting underway right here, right now.
Yeah, we already starting. We can take a look already into the game. Oxygen is the first map that we replayed. So let's go ahead and jump into the game. Yeah, there you go. We have Shay, Feed, Coco fighting it out. It is Feed who is also in the mix, as Elkon has made that first mistake, already 0.7 behind. Let's see how Coco deals with it. Also had a really, really good last match that he played. He started off a bit weak, but then was the first player, no, pardon me, the second player who has made it through. Feed has won the match, and then we had Shay and Elkon also in a stack match, knocking out Massa and Snowgeek.
Yeah, indeed. Knocking out Massa and Snow. And also Coco in with the shot, almost getting into a triple finalist with Barbos. It was all super close with Feed and Coco up there, showing up in a big way, especially Feed. We know how strong he is in those lower bracket runs, and so far so good for the man from Hominotsun, who is going toe-to-toe with Coco at the moment. Let's see who goes for the nosedive a little bit here. Tiny bit. I feel like we saw a bit of an air break maybe from Feed, who's a little bit ahead through the dirt turn. Coco with a slight potential at the end.
Wow!
4/5,000 of a second, 0.362, great race, and also Shaney not that far away, just 1/10 behind. Elkon, of course, with that touch at the beginning, very unfortunate, but if that's sets the tone already,
again,
we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we're in for a treat yet again. Of course, it's loser bracket final, so that means if you're in the bottom two positions, you will get eliminated. But great round of 0.3 from both players. Coco overtaking Feed there by a hair, 5,000 of a second. Now Coco makes that first mistake, cannot deliver or translate that momentum from the last round into this one here. So let's go ahead into a different point of view. Let's take a look how Shay's doing it. Elkon in the mix, who has gotten himself only 3 points in that previous round, now fighting out with Feet, who goes for the outside line. Oh, Elkon goes for it. Look at that, guys. Elkon with so much speed. That was such a great line here from the Czech. Yeah, I would say future of Trackmania, because he has improved so much. Also started streaming recently, and yeah, I think he will be. He's not stopping to improve. So Elkon right now leading, and he's on a great time. Good and clean lines, almost touches there on the outside, but Feed is still not out on this one yet. It's 0.05 of a second between them. Elkon, great approach here. Feed with a bit more speed, can come closer, and he will do so. Good nose there from Elkon though, and it's so close here between those players. Who's gonna make it? It's again such a crazy ending, and Elkon with more speed, clean ending, and a 0.118 from Elkon. That is such a good time. Guys, that is the loser bracket final. It could be a grand final, Geek.
Imagine that. You're driving a 0.4 in lower bracket, you end up in last position.
My God.
That is mind-blowing. Also, Elkon, the only one that goes for the slingshot around the outside. Everybody not feeling too confident enough, or maybe feeling like their pace is enough to actually warrant not taking that. But Elkon is like, you know what? I might as well go for the extra speed. And that slingshot works so well. But it can also be very punishing if you misalign your car ever so slightly, as we're currently following the perspective of Feed. A bit of a sluggish start for him, but he finds himself just a 10 to 10.5 behind, currently sitting in P4, having a little bit of a penalty surface, but not suffering too much from that. Here we go towards the dirt part. Coco forced to correct a little bit as we head towards the outside for Elkon. Once again, let's try to see the slingshot, and look at this. He surges past everyone else into the lead. Moving on to the third and final sector. Coco and Shay are neck and neck, and Feed comes back in from absolutely nowhere right now as he's trying to make some inroads. Elkon going a bit wide, and all the top three is regrouped with almost a singular ghost. Shay forced to correct a little bit, release a little bit to avoid hitting the outside wall, so he's now being reeled in by Feed, moving up to third position. Elkon and Coco are still going neck and neck as we head towards the final part of the lap and the final corners and the final jump. It's still Elkon, Coco. Coco with a tiny bit of a lead. It's going to be down the finish line. Coco
more speed!
Elkon, more speed!
Let's go!
No, a tie! And it's a Coco who will get the 10-pointer, 0.333, courtesy of that little bit of an advantage at the previous checkpoints.
Wow, a tie. We have seen that. We sometimes see that, but of course, the competition is just heating up. As you can see, this match is crazy already. We are already only in round 3. Shay with 10 points. That is, like, he's not playing particularly bad, but Coco and Elkon as well as Feed, they're just giving everything they have. It's do or die. And yeah, I mean, we had that discussion as well. How is a tie decided? Here it was that the name, like the beginning of the name is called usually C is like lower than E, and that's why it was Coco winning the round, and right now is leading with 24 points. But let's go ahead and see how Elcon does the slingshot here. Very clean line, goes so close there to the wall. It's such a crazy line to do as Feed is leading the race. Coco, however, is not out on this one just yet. Elcon with a good approach over that turn will accumulate a lot of speed, but goes quite wide. You should not gear up into 5th gear here. Very important, else you drift will be very weird, but Fiat right now leading the race, and that is another great time. That could be another 0.2 or 0.3 time here. Feed is pushing it though, because he has the Coco's just behind him. 0.05 of a second between those players, but look at that. Coco is in there, and he can maybe snipe the ending with a good last turn, but he had to oversee Elcon coming out of nowhere, but Feed will stay in there. And Elcon actually snipes Coco at 0.4 for 2 players, and man, what are those rounds, Geek?
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
incredible.
I know we've reached that stage a little bit earlier on, but yeah, we still very much are in that phase where even at the start, no one is giving themselves an inch. Nobody's giving any room for error, any margin for error, any maneuverability. So it is very much gotta get on real quick, real fast with it, and try to be on top and try to bring your A game directly to try and get your your match kicked off pretty well.
Yeah, and now also we have the next map. I'm just calling it Whiskey and Ski Freak map. So Whiskey map, you know, just combining those names. One of the 2 ice parts is in here with the risky ending. So I'm looking forward to that map as well, as the standing is as follows. Coco, 28 points, 2 points ahead of Feed. But look at that, Elcon is just 1 point short. It's such a great match.
25.
As Shay didn't really have a good start. 13 points out of 4 rounds, so he only got himself a 3rd position once, and the other rounds he was in last position, unfortunately. But as you have said it, he wasn't really that far behind. He could have driven 0.4, which is like only 3 tenths behind the world record.
3 tenths behind the world record, and it's very much a case of it's very much the case of the first map bad luck that he had, where he was just not feeling it, not getting the groove. He was like every time like there was a flash of potential with the pace, but unfortunately it seemed as though he's feeling a little bit of the pressure here at the start of this particular match with that particular lineup, and that can definitely affect your mood and your momentum, and can also affect the way you actually manage your inputs. So it's not surprising to see someone from the caliber of Shay potentially reach a bit of a stumbling block as he tries to get started against very, very good players such as Elcon and Feed, as well as Coco, as we get underway. And this is pretty much a case in point. Unfortunately, right from the get-go, Shaynimi clipping the inside edge at turn number 1, so he's going to leave everyone else to scamper away in front. Feed, Coco, and Elcon regrouped within 1/10 of each other, half a tenth of each other. Feed assuming the early lead. Elcon trying to make a move up into the first place. Coco going for the outer line, everybody else going for the inner approach. Feed currently going into the lead, but Coco with a bit more speed from that outer line takes 2nd place away from Elcon, albeit temporarily. But he completely misjudged the drift. That was a really big misjudgment. Tried to recorrect, but did not pay out. Feed continuing to hold the lead. Elcon safe in 2nd place with Coco now 1 second behind the leader. The final part, the plastic part, and the finish block can be extremely difficult to get if you're not that well versed onto the ice jump. Here we go, trying to keep the car flat. It's nice for Feed. 0.101 already. Like low 49s. It's the kind of the range we're expecting, and he's still very respectable.
Yeah, very respectable time there indeed. The world record is just below the 49 barrier, but it is Feed getting himself a 1st position, and with that overtaking Coco, and now Elcon is only 1 point away from him. Shay, unfortunately, making that mistake there at the beginning. He looked to like struggle a little bit. Maybe he hasn't really arrived in this match just yet, as I really want to emphasize Coco's line, because I think this one is pretty. I like the line, like this outside line. It seems just more comfortable for him. You gather up more speed, you know, you travel more distance, but look at that, he comes closer to the players here a lot actually, and not really losing too much time, as we see the first mistake being done by Elcon. Feed and Shay are running for their lives, though, and now Shay's in the mix. So Coco also with a mistake, not clearing the speed check, and that is a long respawn here. So he got himself only 3 points, but now Shay needs to get that 10 points. Good transition here. Feed is still in the lead, but Shay comes close, and now actually overtaking. Good line from Feed, though. Shay had to oversteer a little bit. Who's going to get it? Feed with more speed. What a clean transition here from Feed at the ending. Just not steering too much on that ice part, and he will get himself yet another 10 points.
Yeah, Shaynimi just oversteering that tiny bit at the exit of the plastic. That's what caused him to scrub up a bit too much speed than he would have liked, and allowing Feed to come back. And yeah, we were talking about the outside line from Coco. Everybody tends to go on the inside of the pole, and they go for a little bit of an early apex, but then they kind of have to manage the speed in order to not go to one and hit the wall. With Coco, the line is potentially safer, and if you execute it well, and with trials and tribulations of others, as there's Elcon, you go for a much later apex, and you get a much smoother line through the corner, allowing you to carry extra speed. And that's paid off for Coco right up until the moment where he had to actually go for the transfer jump. He actually went too wide, hit the outside wall, and that particular part, Shay, that was really nicely caught up there by Shay. And you can see Coco catching up the time that he loses by going a little bit further away with the extra speed that he actually gathers. Now through the jump, trying to get for the low line, it's good. Feed in Elcon, first and second, Coco and Shinimi third and fourth, both trying to reel in Elcon as we to the final side. No, too wide for Shay, he hits the wall, and that's game over for him. But Feed is also getting reeled in slowly but surely by Coco and Elcon before the plastic part. It could be very well down to the wire unless there is a really big mistake. It should be good for Coco. For Feed, I meant 49.138, and actually Elcon tried to go for the low line, but slightly messed up the ending. So Coco sniped him for 300ths of a second with a .312 versus a .349 for Elcon, Shay, and P4.
Feed looks really strong here, winning yet another round. What a great performance from him. Also winning, of course, that previous match against Coco. So that was a very nice performance, and he shows that he's ready to move on into the consolidation final. Of course, guys, we are in the top 8 situation right now, and the top 6 is getting money out of it. So if you win this match, you win the money. Yeah, the bubble will pop, as you say in poker, you know. You don't want to be the bubble man who's like getting 7th or 8th and not go home with anything. As we see 2 mistakes already in this round, only Feed and Coco are left alive. Shay's behind, and Elcon seems to struggle on this map just a little bit, making some sort of mistakes, and will Feed win yet another round. It's looking really good for him, but Coco is not slowing down. 0.1 of a second though between them. Feed with a good approach. Coco comes closer though. Who's gonna get the better ending? Coco had some very smooth transitions. Goes so close there to the wall. Has such a good apex. Also not of speed, but Feed with a very smooth turn there. Very controlled. And a 0.08 from Feed. Just improving his time. The 101 that he set in that first round has beaten that. So great time from Feed. And yet another good performance here. 10 points again. And he's just running away with it. And the others are already, almost 20 points behind him.
Almost 20 points behind him, yeah. And after Oxygen, which was a really close map, we ended up on like Ytelski, which is, as I like to say with Boneo, as we said yesterday, is one of those maps along with banners that can be very unkind. So for me, it's not that much of a surprise to see like the gaps starting to widen a little bit as we get into more tricky maps with much more trickier sections that you have to be very careful, and seeing mistakes crop up like the one from Shay on the final round, going a bit wide, hitting the outside wall, completely crushing his speed down. So I feel like as we're going to be heading into those maps, we're going to be seeing a bit of a yo-yo effect where the gaps can actually widen or shrink depending on how the players actually go, as we're going to be moving on to Switcheroo by Funny.
Yeah, Switcheroo's the next map. You were talking about that kind of yo-yo effect. I mean, that sounds like it's not the right terminology, but I just call it for the sake of it. But right now, I mean, Shay is at 29 points after, it's not too much for him as, you know, he's already 13 points behind Elcon, who also seemed to struggle, but Shay hasn't really found the flow in this match. You know, 8 rounds, 29 points. That is not too many average points if you just do the maths, you know?
Yeah, he hasn't gotten in the groove quite yet. It feels, it's like a little bit, he's been having like the kind of diesel engine start of the match where he takes a lot of time to get into that jive, to get into that groove, get into that rhythm.
Yeah.
So I feel like maybe it will be, he will be coming on maybe in a bit of the later rounds. We have to see how he's able to actually fare on Switcheroo. He has a 56.73, so pace is there. It's more like dealing with the pace of the other guys that are right next to him, and also dealing with the pressure and the consistency that is required at such a high level.
Yeah, exactly. The consistency is required, but maybe this will push you even more. Elcon going so wide, they're accumulating much more speed. Just important to hold that gear. You can also go a bit more inside as the other players have done it, but Elcon just has a good amount of speed in this one now. You want to minimize your airtime. Shay with a very good jump, but of course he also needs those 10 points in order to be in that match. If we take a look here, the point number is 140, so we in for a longer one. And right now it is Shay with a very inside approach, has to oversteer a lot. Feed goes into the lead. Elcon also overtaking Shay here. Let's go into Shay's perspective as he is approaching the wall right on that first position, but Elcon with a very good exit here. Feed also still in the mix. It will be all decided in this outside dirt turn. Oh, but Shay with a mistake there, and he will be falling behind. Also Elcon, so now it's a complete swap. Coco from 4th to 2nd in just a blink of a second, and Feed will win this round here, Geek.
Yeah, Feed is definitely not putting any foot wrong in any kind of scenario. Plus a low 57.001. This is a very good time. Coco not too far behind, 1/10 down. But yeah, Elcon and Shay again. It's like before the dirt part that has been the bane of the existence of so many players throughout the early stages. It's about the previous corner that set yourself up.
Yeah,
that bank
exactly.
left-hander trying to go for the late apex that is a little bit blind. So if you're going a little bit too early, you hit the wall. If you're going too late, you run wide and you could also hit the wall, or you have to release and mess up the entire
the
lineup.
drift is super hard.
The drift is really, really hard. In
Yeah.
the meantime, at the start of round 2, Coco having a bit of a hot time at the start. So before checkpoint 2, we'll fall down to P4. Shay has taken the lead with Elcon in P2 and Feed in P3 at the end of the leading group, 1/10 behind. Currently Shay and Elcon in the middle of a brawl. Elcon with a bit more speed through the reactor boost allows himself to overtake Shay in the lead, for the lead before the grass part onto the reactor boost. Wall ride, Feed more speed than Shay. The entry moves up into second position. They're still actually neck and neck, so let's see how this goes into the final part. Feed forced to overcorrect a tiny bit. Great line from Shay, allowing himself to take the lead. Now let's see how that fares. Oh, that's so close to the outside wall for both Elcon and especially for Shay. Elcon still in the lead, and it looks as though it will stay this way right up until the bitter end of this round. Let's see what the time is. 56.845 from Elcon, who takes it all in his stride. 57.002. Imagine you drive 57 flat. You're still coming home 2/10 away from the leader.
Yeah, the last winning time was a 57.001, so 1,000 behind that, and you would have been third position. Just consider that. It's like it's great the pace on this map, and yeah, Elcon eventually winning, tying up the score with Coco, who are both at 56 points, Feed at 80 points. But of course, guys, finals mode will be only acquired if you surpass the 140-point barrier. So we don't play up until 120 points, we play till 140 points. As we go into the next round, Shay has to make something happen. Really, he has the pace, but in this last couple of turns, he just doesn't really find himself, maybe doesn't have the confidence. But right now, he's still in the mix. He's 0.1 behind. Coco and Feed are running it for that first position. Not Elcon here in the mix. He's a little bit further behind, 0.3 of a second. Coco with a good approach, but goes too wide there. Shay coming back here on that second place, but Feed with a lot of speed and also a clean entry there. Almost touches the wall. Shay with a tight of a better line, but now, of course, the speed matters. Shay going so wide, and Feed will just win yet another round. Shay almost crashing there as well, but look at that, another 0.8. Even though Feed made a small mistake then this part, it could have definitely been a 0.7 from Feed. And yeah, he's up to 90 points, dominating this match here.
I feel like the reason for maybe the bit of a tentative approach to the dirt corner from Shay is the fact that he might still have a little bit of PTSD from yesterday.
Yeah.
But this corner really caught him off guard really often. So I don't think I'm too surprised to see Shay trying to safe it through there. But also, like, that line, he went a bit too wide and almost hit the pole on the outside. I almost kind of fell off on the ground as I realized that was mere pixels away from catastrophe. Oh, he gets away with the clip, drops down the fourth, but doesn't lose too much time in the process. He got really lucky with that one. Elcon, Feed, and Coco in the meantime are grouped together within almost a singular ghost. Just half a tenth between first and third at the moment. Coco leading. Elcon going for the aggressive line close to the CP, trying to make the move for the lead. This is so close again, close to clipping, super close. Wheel to wheel, Feed is forced to overcorrect, and that's going to be game over for the man from Homino soon. Shay promoted up to third. Now we're down to a 2-horse race between Coco and Elcon. They're still neck and neck. They're not giving themselves any margin, any room for error. Down to the dirt line. Who's going to crack first? Nobody's cracking. Coco trying to get a bit more speed through the dirt line. Who's going to be able to hold on? Elcon goes a bit too wide, and that's going to give the round to Coco. Let's see what the time is. Coco wins with another 0.876. My goodness, that is fast.
My goodness, that is fast indeed. So Elcon not going up to 69 points, just taking that second place. Coco with such a great slide there. I mean, he has made some mistakes in this corner in particular, but that was just a display of a perfect turn there from him. Just gathering up so much speed, setting himself up very nicely for that dirt section as well. And then the ending was also executed quite well, driving another 0.8. So the level is tense, and we now have the next map, which could also spice everything up a little bit more. Feed could reach the finals mode because we're going to play 5 rounds on every map, and he's at 93 points, and it is Banners that is going to be played.
Yeah, we are again with just like Itelski, another map that can be very unkind, and potentially another map where we've seen gaps close up on switcheroo, I feel like we're going to see gaps widen again on interdiction. Because as we said, a map with a few tricky sections that are very important, including those double speed checks at the start, where if you mess up your line or just a tiny bit slower, you run the risk of actually clipping the inside edge and completely wrecking your run. Also, the triangle line before the booster here, and this particular section, that entire sequence is so difficult. It's so easy to actually mess up the entry into the bobsleigh and run up a little bit too high, clip the right-hand side wheels, and be completely done with your day. And also the ending is very, very important here with the patch of road on the grass before the platform, and also the actual finish, the risky fin, where you need to pop it into 5th gear and absolutely get as much speed as you can. Minimum 320 kilometers an hour is the clearing speed for the risky fin, but if you don't have enough of that, or if you actually downshift and lose 20 k's of speed, then you're bound to have to go to the safe way, and this is how you lose plenty of positions.
Yeah, and also plenty of valuable points in this match. Of course, the angle also really matters. If you jump more from the right, from the left, we've seen a lot of players actually clipping with their back wheels, and let's go into the first round here. The leap of faith will come in here at the start, where you just have to trust your guts, not make a mistake, because it's a tremendous speed check. Elcon has release, and he might run into danger. No, he didn't clip there, so he has made it, and he's still in Coco with a quite awkward line there. I thought that this would actually work, but he has fallen a bit behind feet again with such a good performance. Already 0.15 ahead. We've seen the first mistake here by
Coco.
Coco. It was Coco here, but let's see who's gonna survive that bobsleigh feed. A bit awkward of a wobbly line there, so Elcon with a bit more speed coming closer, but it's still only a couple of thousand between those players. Shay and Coco are behind, so who's gonna take those first 10 points here on banners by Raichu and Berserk? It is Feed with a good line. Elcon going a bit wider, has a bit more speed to work with. Who will take it? It looks like Feed, and he will be on a great time here by the looks of it if he survives the ending jump, and yes, he will do so indeed. 51.049 here. World record is a 50.82. So again, such a great time. Elcon just 0.15 away, but from Feed it looks so effortless. It seems that he can even go faster and faster.
He makes it look so easy. That's the thing about Feed. And we've talked about this. I think we've talked about him a little bit earlier on, towards the end of the previous broadcast, where yes, Feed dropped down to lower, but we know how strong he is. Check back GA, dropped down to lower, came back, won the entire thing. F-Ray dropped to lower, came back, won the entire thing as well. So never discount Feed out. He's extremely strong in this kind of situation when he has to deliver under pressure. In the meantime, through the round, Elcon with a bit of a sluggish start. No big mistakes to actually report as we go into the ice block. This could change it. Both Elcon and Shay clipping the right-hand side wheels, so it's game over for them. We're down to a French one-on-one with Feed and Coco. Feed having a lead of a 10th.5 to Coco. I wonder if Coco is going to have any answer to that pace. Is he going to be able to retaliate? I don't think so, unless there's a mistake like that from Feed. And Coco gets handed the round win on the silver plate. He's got plenty of gap to manage. 330 at the jump. It's good enough to cross it. 51.136. It's still a really tremendous time, but I wonder if we could have gotten a 51.0 or even a 50.9 from Feed with that round.
Yeah, Feed was on pace for that. He was pushing and pushing. He wanted to go so close there to the inside to just maximize your speed, but it wasn't enough. But Feed still more than 20 points ahead, 26 to be exact. And then there's Coco on 2nd position, just 8 points ahead of Elcon. But now Coco with a very, very unforgiving mistake. You can see it here. You just have to respawn there.
Yeah.
That is very, very unfortunate.
I think that's the first time we've seen that even.
Yeah, it's the first time actually, true. It might have been the first time. Maybe it happened in a match that we didn't broadcast just yet. But yeah, Coco unfortunately throwing away some points, and now of course it's Elcon's chance to come dangerously closer. Right now leading the race, Shay making that mistake, so it's Feed versus Elcon. It's not a French 1v1, it's Czech Republic versus France here, as Feed didn't really get himself a good line, has to oversteer a lot, but still is in the race. It's 0.2 of a second. Elcon, however, can finally win this round. Feed are with a good line as well, but it seems like Elcon will survive unless he will fail that ending. But no, this looks clean, and Elcon will take a well-needed 10 points with a 0.18 as well. It's also a great time from the Czech player playing for Team ITV, winning that round.
So he definitely needed that. Shay going for the safe in. Where is Coco? Did Coco actually... No, actually Coco is not even going to be able to finish. So
Elcon
we get a swap of positions indeed. 85 to 83. And now the race is on again for a 2nd position as we're heading into our 4th. We are playing, in fact, not 5, but 4 rounds for Matt, actually. And yeah, we're already on our final map.
Super sorry.
Man, 115 points for Feed in the space of just 3 maps, I think. This is absolutely absurd what Feed is actually showing. And so far, so good for the start. Nobody getting caught up in any kind of trap. Everybody finding themselves within a tenth of each other. So Elcon at the tail end of that leading group, but not too far away. Through onto the booster we go. Then the ice bar. Oh, Coco with a really bad landing has been forced to retire, and nobody actually clipping. But Shay, that was a really bit of a wonky line, a bit of a wiggle through the ice section from Shay, and now we're down to Feed and Elcon once again. Feed with a tiny bit of a margin, but Elcon is giving it all he can to try and overtake the Frenchman. So far, so good for Elcon, but Feed with the outer line gets a bit more speed, overtakes him before the plastic part. I think it should be enough for Feed, or is it? Elcon trying to find the pace within him. It's not going to be enough, and it's a good point. 9.62. Insane time from Feed here live on Match. Imagine you drive a 51.01 and you only come away second.
Yeah, that was a great fight, but again, it was Feed versus Elcon, who just seemed to excel more and more into the match. Elcon now taking that second position, Feed up to 125 points, playing an insane match really, is in there, and also he's a dangerous opponent. The players that are playing the winner bracket after that, they will be probably scared, or like they will have respect from the performance here from Feed.
Yeah,
now we're gonna go to the next map, Interdiction, and we could see the first winner here, Feed leading, of course, with quite a large margin here.
125 points versus 91. Just to kind of finish off on that, those are like statement of intents. For those that I've dropped down to the lower bracket, they're like, yeah, we're still in this to win it.
Exactly.
Wait until we actually come up in the lower bracket, boys. So
because they're gonna meet again. Maybe they drop down in the winner bracket semi-final.
Exactly.
So they're gonna meet probably some of those players again.
Exactly. As we're heading on to Interdiction, a map that is probably the most balanced out of the whole map pack, I would say. We've been talking about it. Not exactly any parts that are particularly tricky, but it's really a track that is engaging. It requires everything that a player has, the entirety of his skill set to try and pull off a good time and pull it consistently across the board against very good players.
Yeah, you can just push it, and this map is then very rewarding. And then, of course, there's this hard ending to clear with where you have that dirt transition. We have to go then very far outside.
The entry is very tricky. The entry is very tricky, making the lineup very, very fiddly to kind of figure it out. It's not uncommon to see even very, very well-versed players, even the best players here in Arcadia, have faltered and have actually gone a little bit wide and hit the wall at some point in time. Case in point, in the warm-up, was we were showing the map preview there, Elcon touching a little bit too far on the right-hand side as he went a bit too wide, and now we are getting underway for the first of 4 rounds out here. 125 for Feed. He can conclude on this map.
Yeah, he can. I think he will conclude on this map, as he only needs 2 more rounds to secure himself finalist at best if he gets first and second place. Right now he's in the mix, didn't make a mistake. Elcon with a great line here. We've seen a lot of mistakes from Coco in this particular corner where he clipped the outside of it, maybe trying to push it even further, but right now he did it a bit more conservatively. Now important to hold that 4th gear, Shay leading, and then we have Feed and Elcon battling it out for that second place right now. And yeah, it's good to see Shay not giving himself up, even though he's quite further behind, running it down, and I hope that he will secure himself that round victory. It is actually Feed making that mistake, so this will not put him into finals contention in the next round, as Shay still leads. Let's see what Elcon does. Good line though, attacks, but Shay with a tiny tad more speed. Elcon with a good inside line though, and overtakes him. And Shay, yeah, not with a good line there. Again, losing it at the last meters of the map, and Elcon will just strike and take those 10 points.
Yeah, the exit from Shay was all over the shop. 0.997, by the way, for Elcon, dipping into the 102 range right away on the first round. But yeah, Shay, the plastic part, Elcon going for the really, really aggressive lane. And he was smart enough to kind of begin, like, as soon as he came back up on the uphill, trying to straighten the car a little bit, not go overboard with correction of the steering. This is what actually caused Shay's demise in the fight for first place and caused him to fall behind, because after that, the lineup for the chicane that's uphill has been completely messed up, and he was forced to overcorrect for that as well. Hence, in that story, he lost like easily 2 or 3 tenths because of those particular misalignments. In the meantime, on this round, the winner of the previous round has unfortunately fallen behind with a bit of a blunder at the start. 7 tenths behind for Elcon. In the meantime, it's going to be Feed and Shay. Neck and neck, Coco in hot pursuit as an independent adjudicator of this fight up front, up the dirt uphill. Shay, Feed still. Nothing can really actually take them apart. It's still very much fusion of ghosts, so to speak. They're so close together, almost within the same hundreds or even the same thousands at the checkpoint. Now Coco's creeping back in, making it a bit of a 3-way party. Hello, I also want to join in. Feed and Shay first and second. Coco trying to go for a little bit of the outer line. Sets himself up nicely with that tidier line through the chicane. Moves up past Shay in second position. Shay not giving up, still neck and neck. Feed currently sitting in first place, a bit less speed. Shay will retake second place. Another 0.9, and it's a 0.905. 1,000th away from the local Deddy. Wow. From the local record from Elcon. Shay second with another 0.9. Imagine you drive a 103 flat, you're third.
this is crazy pace because world record is a 102.865 and they're just giving everything they have. That was a good round indeed. Just a great fight there at the end. Positions were clear, and that's like kind of the story of the map. You know, positions are kind of decided, but then of course, if every player just nails that ending and no one makes a mistake, which is not that easy to do, then of course, you know, positions will not change eventually. You don't have like this ice ending, for example, on the Ski Freak and Whiskey map, which can be very decisive. We have seen like a lot of messes up there.
Yeah, where one single ending, or even the end of Oxygen, where even like a small bump on the dirt beforehand can tank your speed and completely change the course of the round altogether.
Exactly, and now we have a good fight here again on that second last round. Elcon with a very inside line will lose a little bit of speed, but he's still leading the race by 0.1 of a second. Coco has made a small mistake, maybe had to adjust or release, so he's 0.3 behind the rest of the pack. Shay, however, still in here to win it all, but Elcon had a really good line that went very inside and just got himself the less distance travel as Shay is pushing it, but pushing it a bit too much. Who's going to win this round? It will be again very clear that Elcon is going to take it, but another sub 103 time, this time at 0.92 from Elcon. Great time again, and just running away from Coco here, who only got third place in this round.
Yeah, and most importantly, finalist status for Feed. He just needed to finish the round, and there it is. He just needs to win one more round to secure himself further and further up into the lower bracket run. I think we're already up onto like cons prop.
And then also the prize money, of course.
The prize money, yeah, that's true. We haven't even mentioned that. If you manage to book one of those 2 spots in the consolidation final, that is guaranteed prize money at the end of the day for you. So Feed is definitely going to be pushing for that, and also most likely pushing for another spot potentially in another grand final from a lower bracket. Coco, unfortunately, being the first man to fall behind, having hit the CP pillar pretty much full on. Elcon promoted to second place. Coco down to third. Shay having had a bit of a sluggish turn down to fourth. Feed so close to the outside wall. We're only talking like margins, like a few pixels of margin, and that's it. That's all you get in Trackmania to try and get a better time. Feed with a bit of a wider exit, takes a bit more speed out of the corner. Elcon is still very much neck and neck, trying to force him to make a mistake, trying to make his move and try to bide his time, trying to find himself the best opportunity, like the best section that he can actually take away. Oh no, that is unfortunate. Right up until the very end, it was oh so close, but I think, ladies and gentlemen, you can give a GG to Feed, who is your first confirmed in consolidation final with a 103, but still 103.002 is insanely fast. Coco, Elcon, and Shay second, third, and fourth, and Elcon edging closer and closer to his first consolidation final in a live event as well. But you can see Feed pretty content with himself, already packing up, and Shay trying to find the body language kind of says a lot about the players. We've seen like Barbos, for instance, with his lower bracket, unfortunately messing up the finish at the final round. We saw him like on his face like this, like that was definitely not needed. And for Shay, he's that particular hand movement was like, okay, let's try to get this back in together and try to actually get it back in the groove, because 81 points, it's still a mountain to climb, but with a little bit of luck, it could still very much be on the cards to see Shay a little bit further up.
Yeah, it's a three-way match now. I mean, like a couple of 10 points already enough to come closer. You know, Feed is out on this one. Well-deserved, I would say. He played so well during the whole course of the match. So Feed is on a good day today, and he is probably not, I wouldn't even say underdog anymore. Of course, running from the lower bracket, but he's kind of known to just have a good run deep in any tournament, right?
Feed underdog?
Nah, I would never, like, just because it was
not about me, but I feel like this is the general sentiment. I have the sentiment that people tend to sleep on Feed way too much, where he is absolutely underrated. Whenever he's on, he can be absolutely unbeatable. He's an absolute bulldozer.
Bit like Coco, like if he just starts to get into the groove, but even faster than that, as you've seen it here. So I'm also looking forward if Coco can recover from that, because he was on that second position together with Elcon. Now Elcon is 14 points ahead, but we're gonna start on Oxygen here, a map by Kiesler. As you can see, this ending section here where you have to hold that gear, and then this tricky jump where you don't want to oversteer, as we have seen a lot of close fights there. So good luck to the players. The warm-up has ended, and now we're gonna go into the first live round, Geek.
First live round indeed, and yeah, we're back on Oxygen. We're on a second rotation of Oxygen, actually. This is the map where he actually started the match. And yeah, now it's all eyes on Coco and on Shay. On Coco to try and come back in the fight for second place. He's not that far away, but especially for Shay, he needs to get that back. He was like, okay, first pass through the map was the fluke, second pass should be it. I need to absolutely get it. And now we're focusing on Elcon, and I think we should stay on him for a little bit, because an outside shot,
line,
outside line, there we go, the slingshot. Oh, right up at the very end, right as he passed the second pole, the right rear clipped the outside edge, and now we're left with a French 1-2, a two-horse race between Coco and Shay. And so far so close, with Shay and Coco running within the same ghost at the end of the grass banking part. Shay managing to get the lineup pretty clean. He's always been struggling with the entry to that chicane, forced to overcorrect a little bit, but Coco with a much better line through the dirt will take over the lead by around half a tenth of a second. Shay with that aggressive inside line. Then onto the drop down. Both, not really nose, I feel like more in an air brake for both of them, but Coco holding the lead. Shay with a more aggressive inside line. It's not enough to actually curtail the advantage that Coco has. 0.292 at the end of the round for Coco, getting an easy 10-pointer, and most importantly, Elcon in third, allowing Coco to claw 6 points back from the 14-point deficit to make it an 8-point deficit.
Yeah, that was a huge round for Coco. Both players could activate the finest mode at the same time. But of course, we still have a long way to go up until this, give or take, because it will be draining for the players.
Yep.
You know, it's 2 more victories for Elcon, and then Coco needs a second place and then 2 victories as well. So he's a little bit behind, but definitely something he can catch up. I mean, look at that start from Coco. Coco is just on a mission right now. He seems to be unstoppable. Shay with a very aggressive inside line here as well, but Coco with so much speed. Shay with a mistake. So it will be between the second and third seeded player, if you include the feed, of course, in there as well. Elcon now surviving that line. Coco still leading the race by 0.05 of a second to make it 4 now as Elcon gathers up a little speed, goes very wide, don't want to gear up there. Good line here, and Elcon is pushing it here, coming close. It's a back and forth between the players, but Coco just is on another great time as he is just going so close there to the wall, and now sets himself up nicely for that part as well. Oh, but he had to, I think, release a bit Elcon with the nosedive, but it doesn't seem to be enough unless Elcon has a very good ending, and he does that, but Coco comes out with more speed, and that's also a good time at 0.20 here from Coco. What a great round. Elcon 700s away from him.
0.2s for the top 2 is very, very good. And yeah, we were talking about the last dirt corner. I feel like whenever there's like 1 to 1.5 car lengths, no matter the line, it's going to be over. You're not going to be able to claw that time back up because at the jump, you're still going to see the car that's ahead of you pull away. So if it is pretty much like within a car length, I feel like it could be very much a toss-up, but whenever you're 1 car length or above, it's over. Unfortunately for Shay, it's over before it was even started in this round, hitting the inside of the circle, and this leaves us again with Coco and Elcon battling for the big points. Elcon on 128, Coco on 124. If Coco wins ahead of Elcon, we are tied for points on this particular game. Again, the slingshot for Elcon did not pay out this time. This time it pays off beautifully as Coco wins a little bit too wide on the exit with the safer line, though with a bit more speed through the exit, tries to claw back the gap that he actually lost to Elcon. Elcon going a little bit wide compared to Coco. Now onto the chicane. Who's going to get it best? Elcon doing it beautifully as well, managing to do it in 1 single drift, not having to overcorrect, doing a little bit of a tap drift there, so still holding onto the lead by less than a tenth of a second. Going a bit wide though. Coco with the aggressive line inside, not enough to make the move quite yet. The nose dive from Elcon is actually nicely executed. Can Coco spring something in the dirt corner? I don't think so. It will be another win for Elcon, and it's a 0.122.
Dude. What a time from Elcon. That is so fast. I mean, the world record used to be from Dexter. It was a 1:21, so that was 1,000 of the former set world record. Mima set a new time yesterday in 0.91. Exactly.
That is
crazily fast. I mean, Elcon could have even pushed it in some corners even more, but also on top of that, it's now the direct fight between Elcon and Coco. Now Coco up to 130 points, so he needs a first place in order to get himself that finest mode. Elcon just has to finish, and Shay's at 95 points, so he needs a miracle run. He needs a really good next map as we go into the last round here on Oxygen. Let's see who will take it. Let's follow Elcon and see how his outside line will pay off. Oh, also Shay now going for that line. Also good amount of speed. Both players are surviving a great fight. Coco, of course, has to win the round in order to claim a finest mode to his name. Right now, it's looking really good as he is leading the race by 0.1 of a second. And Elcon is not slowing down, though, wants to deny that finest mode and wants to have at least 1 round for himself. Coco with a mistake there. Maybe the pressure has kicked in, and it is also Shay making a small mistake, so Coco will deny some points. But Elcon in another great time. What do we see now? Not hitting that nosedive, but still, it will be a great time. I would say a 0.25. Oh, okay, 0.32. All right. I was a bit close there, but yeah, Elcon now denying the finest mode to Coco, and most importantly, finalist himself.
Yeah, that little touch on the outside of the dirt for Coco was so unfortunate to happen. He was controlling the race from the front, from the beginning, and that has got to be a painful way to give up finalist status. We could have had a double finalist for like one last spot to actually continue the tournament. That is very, very heartbreaking for Coco. Even though it's not done yet, we're going back onto Yitelski, but he needs to show up big time. And here, once again, the 4th place player can be the best friend of the 2nd place or 3rd place player. He can play a little bit of troublemaker, Shay, if he's able to bring his A game or even take advantage of some mistakes from the front runners, including Elcon, currently sitting in finalist status then, and allow Coco to force the issue into the double first. But then if he wants to be a part of that group, it's going to be a tough ask.
It will be a tough task indeed. He has 99 points. I mean, it would be important for him to reach that next 10 column, you know, being at 100 points, getting yourself maybe 4 first places and then be finalist on that next map. But now we're gonna run it on the Ski Freak and Whiskey map again, where we had close fights as well. It was decided by the ending. We had some different ending lines there, but in particular we have Feed having the fastest time here, 49.088 from Feed. That is a great time, as the world record is a 48.92 from actually Feed.
Yeah, Feed, of course, getting pretty close to his own world record in the live round a little bit earlier on. Well, we're done with the warm-up, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head into the game as we're getting started right now for the first finalist round of Elcon here in this lower bracket final. Coco and Shanimi have got it all to do to prevent Elcon from advancing and keep the dream alive once again for another Frenchie. Coco is the first to actually surrender, and that's going to leave only Shay to try and pull something together. He's got a lot resting on his shoulders right now, the Frenchman, former B-Genius player, of course. Elcon and Shanimi both going for the inside line, very much hugging the apex for Elcon. Unfortunately for Shay, it's a little bit too much around the outside. He loses a bit of time, 3/10 down now as we head onto the jump towards the platform part. Going over to the right-hand side, minimizing air time. It's a clip from Shay. I feel like it's ended very quickly indeed. Shay having a bit of trouble coming into the CP. Ladies and gentlemen, unless there's a big catastrophe, it should be good for Elcon for his first ever LAN event. He is continuing and secures himself the top 6. Ladies and gentlemen, you can say GG to Elcon with a 49.402, who continues on to the Trackadia.
Yeah, what a great performance from Elcon there at the end. Coco coming a bit closer though, but eventually Elcon makes it into the money, so the Bubble Man is Coco in this case, making it on P7-8, tied up with Shay, so they will not make it to the money. So in the next round, the players have €50 guaranteed, and yeah, Feed and Elcon will play against the losers of the winner bracket that will be played after that.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the matches are very much getting excited. We're hitting into the nitty-gritty, boys. This is the meat and potatoes of it. If you're an Trackmania enthusiast, you've come in at the right time. But if you're new, you're in for a treat. This is about to get very spicy.
High-level Trackmania, 2,300 year of prize pool, and we will be back after a couple of clips.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And we are back here at the couch with Trilux. I mean, thank you guys so much for casting that match. That was an insane match towards the end there. It got really close, but Elcon was able to overcome Coco in the very end. And I mean, honestly, what a fantastic performance. I mean, you were just kind of talking about it really quickly here, how Elcon, you mentioned how he was quite unsure about coming here, right?
Yeah. Well, I've talked to some of the Trackmania guys, and obviously I've never seen Elcon before. I thought he might be in his mid-20s or anything. And they said he's just 17 years old. I've known him for a while, so he started pretty young. And from what I've heard, he didn't even show himself really before.
Right.
So with Barbos, I was talking. He just got beaten by Elcon. He said he was thinking that he might be nervous since there are cameras on the main stage, but he clearly wasn't, and he just made it again.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself, and I'm happy for him, definitely. But before we go any further, I mean, this is a special treat for everybody here who's watching the stream right now because they don't get to hear you often speak English, especially doing an English interview, per se. So, yeah, if you didn't notice already, I got Trilix with me. He is a major German presence in the Trackmania community and also a presence in the Counter-Strike community as well. And that's for the people really who don't know you already. But yeah, so I'm happy to have you. Thank you for coming.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been fantastic, right? Let's talk about that really quickly. Let's talk about Arcadia Hotel and everything. I mean, everybody has been saying that they've been having a fantastic experience, right? So how do you feel about that as well? Do you feel the same?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even hear about the location before. I think it's pretty new also.
Right. Yes.
But when I heard there's a German Trackmania event taking place in my, not hometown, but in my country.
Right.
And I've been in the scene for 15 years or so, and I've never met anyone. I've been casting Massa since Team GL started, and I've never met the guy before. And then we heard Grenadi's also coming, and so many people that I've known for many years in the scene. I said I had to go.
Yeah, and I mean, I felt the same way. I've been in Germany for 3 years now, and I was so excited to, an international event for Trackmania. I mean, we have the Grand League, we have the World Cup, we had Arctic Experience up in Norway, but those were events that were not necessarily always geared to a large international community, right? And now that we have Arcadia, now everybody gets to finally meet each other. I mean, we're post-pandemic finally at this point. I mean, we still got a little, thing in the winter maybe coming back. But, I mean, overall, it's been fun to finally be here and meet everybody.
Yeah, I think the great thing is when we first talked about Arcadia and Trackmania, we were thinking it's a event taking place in Germany. Most likely there are 80% of Germans attending, but when I heard that Binks is coming and Mime even coming, I did not expect it to become that big. So it's great that so many people from all across Europe came over to play.
Yeah, and I mean, just to go over the numbers, because we only mentioned it on Friday, but we had over 100, technically we sold over 150 tickets from my understanding for the event, and those were tickets just for the entry of the tournament. We had about over 110 actually show up, and then representing 16 countries. And even a couple players from the U.S., from where I was.
Really, yeah.
Which was pretty cool. So, I mean, it's been a big event, and I think if they're, assuming that there are continuing iterations, I think it will just be even bigger and even crazier.
I hope so, yeah.
And I hope so, because I think it's something definitely that our community definitely needs. And let's go kind of towards a different topic here. Let's talk about Barbos really quickly. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it through to the losers finals. Yes, the losers finals. Unfortunately, he missed out in a double finalist situation, but he is on your team. You guys just recently picked him up, so kind of tell me how that kind of happened and how you've appreciated his performance so far.
So there's a little backstory. About 1 or 2 years ago, actually, Grenadi asked me if he could join Schweine Aim to play just for us to cast him, and that's what happened to Barbos also. He was playing Trackmania Grand League Challenger, and he was wondering if we were fine to cast him, and that's how everything grew. And then I became a sponsor that was also willing to go into Trackmania, and I said, yeah, let's try it. And Barbos is a great guy. He's fun to hang around with. And yeah, he just lost, but he had his best race in the losers final just now. So he was a bit bummed out, but
I mean,
overall he was fine with his performance.
Right. Still, he has to be very proud with his performance thus far. I mean, everybody has been noticing Barbos's upward trend regarding his recent competitive play and the fact that he's in TMGL Challenger. And I believe that he has the ability to make it potentially to TMGL as well, and that's what we're hoping for. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, let's go into the next match here, which will be the winners finals. That's going to be Enner, Grenadi, Mime, and then finally is going to be Binks. Yep. And so, do you have any predictions regarding that match?
Talking to the German guys, Grenadier and Massa, everyone from the start said that Binks is going to be the main guy to look out for.
Right.
I did not expect Anna to be that good, but I don't see him making it to the grand final in this matchup. I think that probably Mime and Binks are going to make it because Grenadier has to have a really good day. He lost his foot pedals, or he forgot to bring them, and so he has to play a bit of a different setup now, but he did do fine until now. So
yeah.
But I think Binks is definitely going to be the first one finishing this race, and probably Mime after that.
Yeah, I apologize. There was a fly attacking he's flying around here and attacking my face as we're talking here. But yeah, no, it's funny because we kind of we've been teasing Grenadier over the last couple of days regarding his foot pedal situation. But he said he's adjusted to it now. He feels confident and comfortable with the setup now. And I mean, at this point, he is Germany's last hope. So hopefully he makes it to the grand final, and hopefully he wins it all. But we also have a couple people in the losers bracket. I mean, we just saw Elcon and Feed. There we go. It was Feed also as well. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, and I think we just talked about it in the beginning, but we'll just go over it just once more time.
Yep.
But Feed has been doing a fantastic job. Like, it is, and I think he's surpassed everybody's expectations thus far for his performance. And have you felt the same way regarding that?
To be honest, I don't think I ever heard about Feed before this event.
Right.
And
same.
I asked Massa.
I believe he was Pac Jr. beforehand. So if
Pac
that
Jr.,
name
I'm not sure
rings
if
a bell
that
either.
Rings a bell now. But I've talked about him also with Massa because I didn't have his name up in my head.
Right.
And they said he doesn't participate in the Cup of the Day that often, and that's where I got to know most of the people that are good right now.
Right. Same.
And they said he only practices for offline events. So
gotcha. Okay.
But
so
I was
so a secret assassin essentially. Yeah. So I mean that is kind of all the topics I wanted to talk about. But did you have anybody that you wanted to shout out, or did you have anything else to say before we head over?
Well, I guess since I have the chance, I greet my people from Schweinem Racing, and yeah, I think Barbos is watching also. So we are all very proud of you. You did very great, and it was just so short of making it, but.
Yeah. You were really close, but we were rooting on for you. And I mean, I told him in an interview that we had with him that I always will recognize him as a shift guy.
Yep.
And Evo and Shift has always had this special bond because of our full speed history together.
Yep.
And so we even though he's not a full speed guy, we still root for him because he was a part of Shift and everything. But yeah, I mean, still, regardless, super happy for his performance, and we are looking forward to the coming performances soon. Thank you so much, Trilix, for joining us today. And we are going to go on a break, and then we will come back for winners finals, and it's going to be an action-packed match. We'll see you then. And we are back here at Trackadia yet again, and we are about to get into the winners finals. But before we do that, we definitely want to take a short time to thank our sponsors. They've been fantastic in helping us with this tournament and the prize pool of $2,300, with the winner getting first place. We'll get $1,000 and also a cool trophy from my understanding, and we'll be handing that out at the end of the tournament. Also, thank you, Viberacoustic, excuse me. I've corrected myself. multiple times, but it is Vibroacoustic. They are the noise, vibrations, and harshness auto solutions company. They are also looking for people to join their crew, so definitely check them out and give them a ring or an email or whatever you choose. Also, thank you to 28 Black, the official energy drink sponsor for Arcadia. OPL for the bracket software that they provided for us at the beginning of the tournament. And then also, finally, Arcadia, the largest gaming house in Europe. It's going to be a fantastic match. We're about to get into the match setup right now. I believe they are going to be warming up here pretty quickly, so I don't want to waste any time. I'm excited. I hope you are. We've been going so hard this weekend. We've been going full throttle, and I hope you are ready for this matchup. Turbo, G-Geek, not Turbo. Oh, I'm so sorry. Boney, G-Geek, we're taking it over to you now. Get me off this place. I'm out of here.
Don't worry about it, Import. We got you covered. Welcome back to the Trackadia, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Thomas Bengals, a.k.a. G-Geek, back with Ryan Boneygot once again. And yeah, we're heading towards the winner bracket final, and the lineup is pretty spicy. It's going to get updated in a little bit on the lower third. Don't worry about it. Ener, Mime, Granadi, and Banks are going to go head-to-head for 2 direct spots in the grand final. The 2 losers, third and fourth, still have a chance to come back, but then they're going to have to face off a really, really hungry Feed and a very impressive Elcon on his first LAN.
Definitely. It's 6 players remaining. This is your first ticket into that top 4 spot, and these players have been fantastic throughout the tournament. This is the first match as well for the players in the winners final of today, right? Losers bracket, there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more matches to be taken care of.
That's right.
They're all warmed up, right? They're already good to go. They might have a little break right now until for Feed and Elcon in this specific instance, but none of the other players right now we're seeing right now, first game, all they had to do was practice. In the meantime,
yeah,
we'll see if they're warm.
It's a very different kind of thing to get geared up and ready for a winner bracket match when you have that long to wait, especially when we have actually the lower bracket where, given all the stuff that happened during yesterday, had a lot of time to catch up, and now we're finally back up to date, and we are getting soon started on Ytelski by Ski Freak. That will be our first match. Man, I thought we were done actually starting with unkind maps. Think again. We're starting on the hardest one of the map pack.
That's the beauty of it all, right? Random map order. It's dealer's choice. In this case, the dealer is the computer giving us the maps that we have in the map pool. And I mean, Ytelski, knowing that this is the first map and with a 140-point limit right now to get into finalist mode, we're pretty much guaranteed to see this map again. And I think this will give us a good impression of how players are feeling at the moment, who's driving the best pace on Ytelski in particular, so that they, have that insurance in their head, like, hey, I was doing good. Perhaps if, like my 4th, 5th map doesn't go the way I would like it, I know I can recover back when we go around to Ytelski again. But that's stuff for later. Right now, these players still need to set up some points. And I mean, with players like Mime, Ener, Binks, and obviously Granadi, the wheelmaster himself on the stage right now.
Exactly. And
beautiful.
It's worth noting that he is the sole representative Germany left in the last stages of this competition. Everybody has been dropping out left, right, and center. And we've seen a little bit earlier on today, of course, Barbos going so close to keep the dream alive. It only took like one last round. He was just 1 point away from finalist. It could have been a double. It could have been so exciting, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Surrendering the last round, falling behind Coco at that point, and unfortunately giving up the point to that particular end and ending his run completely. But yeah, Granadi has a lot to live up for in the sense of like representing the German nation and also representing a very unorthodox input method. As we're getting underway, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to cheer for your favorite players, it is your time right now for the winner bracket final. We are underway. We're going to spectate, of course, with Granadi for a little bit, and currently everybody negotiating the jump. We're switching from the perspective of Mime from Into the Breach. Currently, nobody having made any significant mistakes at the end of sector number 1. Ener assuming the lead just ahead of his fellow countryman Binks. Mime in P3. Granadi going a little bit further behind, trying to go for a wider line. And then we see Ener going for the outer line, the same as Coco. And he reaps the benefits of the exit speed that he actually carries with that later apex and moves back up straight into the lead at the end of the first half or even second sector of the map. Ener and Binks first and second. Granadi and Mime toe-to-toe for third place as we're heading into the final sector. This is very close to the CP. Oh, no way. Binks having being... and another casualty in the form of Mime. 2 key players out of the race already. And it's going to be Ener and Granadi. Granadi not really having impact on this round for NR, so it's going to be an easy win for NR. 49.135. We're starting off on the right foot in terms of pace, but for both Binks and Mime, those are two key players in this Trackadia tournament that have hit trouble already.
Yeah, this is definitely not the start they're looking for. Both Binks and Mime, right? We've seen them quite a few times at this point on stream, and every single time they never fail to impress. If I was talking to Granati for a little bit, and he feels like he's one of the underdogs, considering how stacked the lineup is at the moment. I don't blame him, right? Enner, Binks, Mime, that's what you're up against. Players with amazing pace, amazing consistency. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if any of the other players might have that same impression right now, though. Granati in second place, right behind Binks. Enner with more exit speed going into the dirt section at the moment. Mime, unfortunately, 0.3 of a second behind on the rest of the pack. Granati just having to follow behind, perhaps hoping for another mistake from Binks. Let's see if he this time gets the drift. No problem whatsoever. Gets away from Enner quite a bit there as well. Is he able to maintain this distance and speed as we head into this plastic turn into the bobsleigh? Jumps all the way up. There you go, easy peasy lemon squeezy. 49.0. Yeah, you know, we're just driving rounds, right? Right? It's fine.
Yeah, 49.0. Like 1/10 away from the world record. No biggie.
No biggie. Yeah, it's just
of course, this is
a day at work.
Yeah, this is the perfect round for Binks after that fluke from first round, where he unfortunately fell victim of the final sector with that little off-camber right-hander with the double apex. Unfortunately, hitting the second apex when he didn't need to do that. So yeah, Binks now coming back into the groove. Mime having a bit of the rough start. 2 consecutive rounds where he's been finishing in 4th and last position. So it'll be up to him to actually fire himself back up in this match again. And now going for the outer line, I would presuming here we would be seeing him coming back up the screen. Not quite. It's not paid off that much. We see the ghost actually creep in at the bottom of the screen. It's following the perspective of Granati. We give us a good overview of the field, going so close in terms of margin towards the wall, close to the CP here for Granati. Mime assuming the lead just a little bit ahead of Binks, but goes a bit too wide, pulls the Binks, unfortunately for him. And as we talk about him, Binks inherits the lead ahead of Granati and Enner, but it's a really, really close race for second position, and even the lead potentially. Binks should be able to hold the race until the line. Granati will get ahead of Enner, 59.052. Okay, again, just a casual run, just a casual local one.
Get some zeros, some ones, 1/10 of a second between first, second, and third place. And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't for his bonk into the corner right there, if he would be up there as well. But it's a rough start for Mime right now. We've had 4th place 3 times. We're around number 4. This is what I was talking about earlier on, right? We know we're going to go back to Utelski because of the 140-point limit. So this might cause some confidence issues for Mime in this map and how he's feeling today. We see Granati make a bit of a bonk in this no slide as Mime at the moment in the lead. He could potentially get his first 10 points if he's able to hold on to this. Enner also falling out, and we're left with a 1v1. Mime versus Binks. Binks behind by about 2/10 of a second, right? Ever so slightly in position to attack Mime if he sees him falter for just a little bit. But so far, Mime holds firm, holds strong, no crashes in the corner. And with that, Binks is out of the running. Mime left to get it, but he clips.
No way!
He doesn't make the risky. And Enner, taking advantage of all these mistakes, clocks in with a 50.0. We were just looking at 49.0s, and Utelski is such a hard track to just finish.
This last round on Utelski is a reminder that no one is absolutely safe on this map. Absolutely no one is safe. Even if you feel like they got the map down to the last checkpoint, down to the last turn, down to the last pixel line before the finish line, then you just end up having a little bit of a blunder at one of the ends, and that's it. Your run is completely over, as we're going to be moving on to our next map. It will be Switcheroo by Funny, and I think we should take a look at the leaderboard. 30 points for NR, 28 for Binks, 42 for Granati. So far, the top 3 pretty close. Mime, again, having a little bit of trouble getting his map.
Last round really killed it.
Yeah, that last round killed it, but his whole map, he feels like not too confident. I feel like we're going to see Mime come into his zone in the subsequent maps, starting with this one.
Definitely, a rough start is something that could happen to anyone, and we clearly saw that Mime, we know he's a fast player, and he clearly had the potential for that first place. Unfortunately, clipping the wall right at the end on that last bump on that bobsleigh, killing that first 10 points. So, starting off with a deficit, but Switcheroo, new map, new chances, and another potential opportunity for Mime to start making a comeback. Very close, though, first and second place, right? Enner and Binks very much duking it out right now. Granati, the German hope, on 22 points, still in position to make something happen. I'm very curious to see how all these players will perform on Switcheroo, and they will be able, because I think that will be the determining factor. this the dirt turn happening at the end, getting all that speed.
Yeah, and the turn conditioning behind it. Now keep in mind, this is only map number one that has only gone. Even though we have 30-point advantage, tides can turn super quickly in cup mode. Even with the 140 point, actually, especially with the 140 point and the short amount of rounds that we have on each map, making a bit more of that dynamicism during the match, that it can really turn everything on its head very, very quickly. As we're getting underway for the first round right here, let's take a look at what so Mime is able to offer us here on this start. Currently sitting in the middle of the group, not too shabby. Currently only 1/10 between first and last, less than a tenth actually, 700 as a matter of fact. Moving on to the first risky section, nobody has been claimed by the checkpoint. So far so good. Binks and Mime first and second, and Granadi battling tooth and nail for third place. Onto the reactor boost part, Mime trying to pull a bit of a gap. The gap's starting to spread out a little bit, except for the battle for third place with Granadi and Binks. Actually, Granadi with much more speed at the exit of the grass. Moving back up to third place onto the reactor boost part, and tries to make short work of Enner for second place. They're toe-to-toe, going into that left-hander that sets up the line for the dirt part. Mime currently in the lead, but for how long? I feel like Granadi is going to be able to pull a fast one. Yeah, look at the dirt line. It's so much smoother to even compare Mime, but I feel like Mime's got this under lock and key from the get-go. What's the time going to be? I'm pretty interested to see. 56.768, already 0.7s right away.
There you go. The benchmark has been set for Switcheroo. You need 0.7s to get first place if nobody else is around you. Because all of them could do 0.7s. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a round with multiple 0.7s, or perhaps a very close 0.8 if it does turn out to be that way. But a great round to kick things off on Switcheroo. Unfortunately, Binks, as we were headed towards that last dirt turn, did clip the wall and was falling behind because of it. But, you know, new round, new chances. Mime probably happy, you know, just getting more points on the board, not getting in fourth place. Got to be a nice confidence boost, and, you know, I'm sure he's hoping that he can carry this momentum into more point gains right now in first place as well. And a bit of an awkward landing, but manages to keep his car straight out. Granadi and Binks in hot pursuit at the moment, but Mime, look at that, holding strong onto that first place, taking that checkpoint nice and tight. Great drift as well. Gets Enner away. Enner, unfortunately, not the best line right there. Granadi and Binks taking advantage of that immediately. So close. How did Mime not hit the wall right there? I could have sworn he did. In the meantime, Binks overtakes Granadi for second place, but Mime, look at that time, a 56.7. Again, you need 0.7s if you want that first place, and Mime delivers.
Yeah. Fun fact, he equaled his local third time just on that round. Exactly down to the thousandth of a second, 0.755. And you can see the gaps are closing up.
Points,
the points. Yeah, Mime able to come to his own. Granadi able to also pick up some pretty big points with second and third places. And now we're back to just 5 points between first and last. And two graphs that are tied perfectly. Binks and Enner battling for first, and Mime and Granadi battling for third. 37 and 32 points respectively, as we're already done with the first sector here on Switcheroo. Granadi currently leading, but look at the speed that Mime carries all the way downhill through the dirt onto the platform. Although the transition from the zigzag,
that was
blink and you'll miss it. Yeah, that was a quick death from Enner, if I've ever seen one. Sorry for the term, but there's not really any other way to say it at this point. Binks and Granadi really tooth and nail for the lead. Mime currently biding his time, trying to find an opportunity to spring a surprise. It's going to be to the corner right up until that point. Went a bit too on and hit the wall full on. So we're down to Granadi and Binks battling tooth and nail for that very same leader place. Granadi with a bit of a smoother turn through the dirt will take over the lead, and it should be good enough unless there's a catastrophe at the end. Not quite. Granadi will take the round win with a 0.7 for himself, 0.761.
Yeah.
Fourth local record on the server, and yeah, that's pretty close to, well, that's 2/10 away from the actual world record, courtesy of Mime, a 0.568.
I'm happy my prediction came true in round number 3. I said it, right? 0.7s are enough for the first place, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 2 of them. And right there, we had those 56.2s coming in, photo finishes all around. I mean, this is what you should expect. This is what I expect from a winner's final. These players duking it out. And, you know, this could easily, potentially become a grand finals because of the way they've been performing throughout this tournament. Even if you end up in 3rd and 4th place, there's still the consolidation finals to fight your way back into grand. So while you could say, you know, like there is some room for error, these players do not take no for an answer. They all want to get first place at the moment, though. Mime playing from behind, both in the race and also in points. He had a good start on Switcheroo, but right now just failing to really keep the momentum up. We see Binks and Granadi side by side making their way through this drift, and Let's see if they're able to maintain the speed into the dirt section. Going nice wide, thinks too wide. Oh, yeah. Granati in a good spot to finish it, but mine with a great drift. Is he having
Ender as well. Ender to the line, watch out. Ender trying to snipe. And it's good enough for Granati for just 157.0's really tough battle here up front.
Not the pace that we've seen throughout, like this time 57s, but regardless, a close round, hard-fought victory right there for Granati. 1/100th of a second, and a great way for him to close off Switcheroo.
Yeah, that is a very good prospect for Granati, coming back up slowly but surely in the pecking order. Finally, trying to get some points together as we're going to be switching maps onto Interdiction by Oze. And as a matter of fact, we got a new leader. We got Granati taking over the lead, 52 points. And again, still, like, only 2 maps in. And we are still finding ourselves with a very close pack. Just 12 points between first and last. 52 for Granati, 46 equal for both Enner and Banks, and 40 points for Mime in P4, as we are already getting going with the warm-up on Interdiction by Oze. As we were talking about with Turbo, a very balanced map, all things considered. So it's very much down to the pure skill set and the pure mechanical skill of the player to actually pull a really good time and actually pull a good time against we talked about some very good players before. Those are practically monsters now.
Definitely. Interdiction, right, is a map where gears are essential, and everybody is doing a fantastic job maintaining their gears throughout pretty much every section. Sections that we initially thought, like, oh, this is going to be potentially an issue. No problem whatsoever for these players. They manage no problem, all just flying through. In fact, the one spot that was for me a bit of a shock, like that was the risk spot, is in the middle half of the map. You do have the drift going upwards with the inside line past the pillar, and many players hit that pillar while they risk that line. It's definitely one to look out for if you're looking for any mistakes as a player and potentially strike, but at the same time, if you want to risk it, that is also the best place to do so, as we are live on Interdiction. Granati currently in the lead, but the points as they are right now, it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game. It's a very tough one to call at this stage of the match anyway. So far in the round, it's also a tough one to call because nobody has been falling into any pitfall right now. As we go through the plastic, it's very important to keep it in that sort of speed range above 200 kilometers an hour to avoid dropping down a gear. So far, so good from Granati, who finds himself at the tail end of the leading group, but just within 2/10. He's within touching distance of the current leaders. Currently, Mime trying to pull a fast one on everyone else. Make a run for freedom up ahead. Enter and Bings first, second and third, and actually Enner falling into the clutches of Granati. It's going to be very close up right up until the bitter end. Plastic part coming up, then make sure to get the lineup correctly for the chicane. You can go a little bit too wide and be forced to overcorrect it. Mime so far so good for him, for the Polish driver from Team Into the Breach, and it looks as they will stay that way right up until the finish line. What's the time going to be? 0.825. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we got a new world record. The previous world record was a 0.865. We've improved by 0.04 of a second.
I love competition precisely because of this. Everybody is pushing it to the limit, knowing that every one of their competitors is doing the exact same thing, and it just leads to improvement, to more speed, to more optimization, and eventually, you know, like seeing these records being broken live in rounds. I mean, if you hit that spot, that ceiling of skill, you know, you're looking to be one of potentially a champ, right, of Trackadia. We'll see if it turns out that
is
way.
champion material, that's for sure. As you know what, I'm just going to let you come over and take over this round, as I need to catch my breath after that insane display of skill from Mime.
I do not blame you at all. At the moment, Mime, unfortunately, in second place, so not quite as far ahead as he was. Enner taking the lead. Ooh, interesting drift lines right there. Mime having to recover it a little bit, allowing Granati to get a little bit closer to the Polish player. Enner still relatively comfortable in first place. I say comfortable, but ever so slightly are his competitors lurking. Granati just hoping, looking, waiting for a mistake. And we've seen this dirt line look phenomenally from all the players. They do it once again, except Mime, unfortunately, going a little bit too wide. This time, no world records being broken, but Enner with a 103 flat picks up the 10 points. And, you know, he was first at some point in the match. He now is in fourth, and with that, shoots himself back into competitive positions. And I mean, look at the point differential between all these players.
Just 7 points. I mean, it's very much back and forth and nip and tuck between every one of these drivers. And I was kind of like seeing the Mime line. I feel like that was definitely not intentionally. He was like, oh, crap, I actually got to recorrect that. He was very close to actually touching the apex there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's also, I would say, definitely a sign of skill, right? Knowing that, oh, the line isn't quite paying off. but I can recover. I can make sure that I still stay in, and perhaps you might drop down a spot or two, but it's much better than totally bonking out because your line just didn't line up the way you would have liked. Right now, all the players side by side, and definitely looking for those 10 points. Anyone could use those to shoot into first place. Mime in fourth, but 54 points versus 61 from Granadi. It's every round that matters, every round that counts. We see at the moment Granadi in last place, Binks taking the lead, Mime right in between and Enner, but if this keeps up, this is going to be a photo finish, and
yeah, indeed.
1/10 of a second perhaps separating these zones.
1/10 of a second. Unfortunately, we lost Binks in the midway there as we're heading towards the dirt part. Mime and Granadi. Actually, Granadi coming up big time on Mime. He's going to try to pull a snipe at the finish. He's got a bit more speed. It's down to the line. Can Granadi pull it? No, he stopped Binks in the finish. And that's going to be Mime hanging on by a thread with a .08 versus a .14. But I feel like we could have seen one of the godly snipes from Granadi right there. He still holds on to the lead, but Mime inches ever so closer. And actually, Enner and Mime tied on points, 64, as we head into the final round on interdiction.
Yeah, I don't think right now the players are starting to get into their groove, right? Mime had a bit of a rough start, but now finds himself in second place, able to pick up some 10-pointers here and there to really move up into the rankings. And 140 points. There's still a lot of racing to be done, and I'm very curious to see who is able to have that stamina. I've already heard from some players like, I'm a bit exhausted, getting a bit tired as well. It's a long tournament. This is quite extensive. There's not a lot of breaks per se, especially if you're in the losers. In this case, though, winners not quite warmed up. So, perhaps not as tired, but at the same time, you might benefit from playing all the time. It differs per player. And right now, Enner a bit behind Granadi, taking the lead at the moment, perhaps wanting to solidify his first place, but Mime is there to try and stop it along with Binks. Binks at the moment in last place, who's been doing phenomenally throughout the tournament, but you can see these players have all found their match, and it's going to down to this last third turn. We see a crash, unfortunately, coming in from Binks, and it's Mime and Granadi coming in first and second with .9.
Imagine you drive a 103 flat, you're down to third place, and that was such a great race right up until the end. Binks was the first man to crack under pressure, but he cracked under pressure only a mere few blocks from the end. That's just how tightly packed those rounds are, as we're about to switch map to Oxygen, the map from Kisla, map from Track of the Day. Of course, if you're a seasoned Trackmania player, you might have already played this match before, but yeah, it's, again, we're a bit back on an equalizer map. We're on two maps that are currently not that difficult to actually get a grasp on, and we're on the most even map. This one is the second most even, I'd say.
Yeah. I think where things perhaps could go wrong is you have a couple of drifts entering from grass onto road, which could cause you to go a little bit too wide or lose a bit of too much speed, allowing other players to overtake.
Some transitions can be very tricky indeed. Yeah,
exactly. And it's there's one section in particular that I enjoyed. Do we have any outsiders? That third line, will players go for the outside? We have seen Mime do it in the past.
Yeah, we've seen Elcon a little bit earlier on today. I'm thinking we're gonna see some more in the actual live match. Let's see if there's anything in the warm-up. You can't exactly see it. There are some people actually going for the outside line with Mime and Granadi from what we've seen. Here's a little bit of an overview of Oxygen, and of course with those this beautiful map that was a prime showcase and a really big teaser of what was to expect from Trackadia here in the Arcadia Gaming House in Hamburg. And you can see we had a bit of a glimpse of parts of the map that are somewhat important, but again, not really much. Maybe parts of there's the dirt line that we were talking about here. Here it was the safer approach below the pillars that most people tend to go for. But as we get closer and closer in the final matches, it's definitely going to be important to master that outside line to try and pull something back from the brink.
It's ever so slightly that time gain, but I mean, with the pace these players are driving, and knowing, we have Mime at the moment currently holding that world record, having taken it away from Dexter during the tournament itself as well.
Indeed, 102.091 as a reminder of the world record currently held by Mime.
So I'm curious to see if he's able to recreate that success right now. Does play from behind. We see an unfortunate clip right there from Binks falling behind because of it. He's been having an unfortunate round, map 3 and 4. Falling behind because of it. Granadi going for the outside line, does hit the wall, but Mime steers a bit too tight. That's one of those mistakes you really never see happen. But Enner is right there, able to take advantage of the confusion, we've seen mistakes from 3 players, and I mean, at this point, Enner is free to take charge, which is a great moment for me to tell you about my next step in making cookies. You want to make sure that the butter is at room temperature before you start adding in the sugar. Otherwise, it's going to be a hell of a job to really get the sugar integrated in that. And in the meantime, we do see Enner coming in first place with a 102.6.
Man, that's the first time I've seen that. Like, okay, that.
I was biding my time. All right.
Yeah, you picked your time. You know what? I'm sold. And you got any like vegan cookie recipes?
Ooh, we have to look into it. It's hard to make cookies without eggs. I will tell you what. That's the biggest challenge.
I heard there's a Canadian rapper that actually has a great one of those, and he named that to the busiest music node on the internet.
Oh, really? Well, there you go.
Anyway, if anyone got that reference, you're a real one. Anyway, back onto the track then with round number 2 out of 4 on Oxygen. So far, pretty nicely grouped start. Towards the end of Sector 1 we go, past the checkpoint 20 seconds in. It's Bing taking the lead ahead of Mime and Granadi. Enner, he's going neck and neck with Granadi. We saw plenty of damage, and damage even earlier than expected. And a murderous CP. That's not even an arch CP. It's a gate CP that has been completely taken full on. And actually, Granadi managing to make the outside line work, but not paying off so far. And Enner, with so much speed into the jump, is now right back in the fight for the lead. Granadi taking advantage of a wide line from Binks to move over into the lead. Enner in second place, but has to recorrect that entry into the chicane. He's forced to lose a little bit of speed, scrub a little bit of time off there, and that's going to allow Binks to move back up into contention for second position. In the meantime, Granadi is going to try to pull a little bit of a gap on everyone else. He goes for a little bit of a nosedive there, manages to manage it pretty well. Binks trying to go for an attack, but it's no use. Once you're 2 tenths down, it's pretty much over. 102.487. Granadi takes the 10-pointer for himself, continues to come for his advantage over Enner, Mime, and Binks. Binks, Enner, and Mime, the second, third, and fourth.
Binks definitely needed that second place right there. Obviously, first, is the way to go. That's the big points right there. But he's been dropping down ever so slightly throughout the leaderboard. Still in last place right now with 72 points. Granadi leading with 89 points. But it's very important to minimize the point differential between you and your opponents so that once we do get ever so closer to that finalist position, you are in a position to actually challenge without having to worry about having to deny 3-4 rounds in a row. I mean, that's the worst thing that situation that you could be in. Fortunately, Enner this time around falling out of the pack. We're left with Granadi, Mime, and Binks. Granadi and Mime both going for the outside line. Binks going for inside. Granadi seems to be the only one to really take advantage of that outside line, but Mime is still in the running, still in the mix to perhaps throw a wrench in the plans of the other 2 players. Granadi taking a nice lead. Let's see if he's able to convert this into a solidified first place. We just have a couple more drifts remaining, and I would be surprised if Binks and Mime could overtake without a mistake from Granadi. He could probably even take it a little bit easy, but that's not going to stop Binks or Mime from trying to get a full-on attack in. We see Binks getting quite close with that third turn, but Granadi holds firm, holds fast. He built up enough space between him and his opponents to do some less risky lines and still pick up 10 points.
0.295 at the end of the round. And one thing that I've actually noticed from Mime and Granadi going for the slingshot is that whilst they do take advantage of the exit speed, it feels like they actually have a bit of an awkward placement for the downhill right-hander that's afterwards.
Yes, yeah.
Binks manages to get a really, really fast inner line / safe line, and subsequently to that, he's able to actually place his car a lot better and get a much better turn on the right-hand side, enabling him to actually catch back up to Granadi and be able to mount a challenge right up until the very end. So I feel like it's very different philosophies and also very different execution levels that we're currently witnessing here on Oxygen, as we're already on to round 4 out of 4, and a mistake, and actually a full stop pick on Binks, and this time we see all outsiders in the top 3. Granadi and Enner are neck and neck. Mime having a sluggish start is 3 tenths down. He's going to have to do a lot to recover. Enner and Granadi very much fighting wheel to wheel for those 10 points. Enner does kind of like need those points, even though he's currently ahead of Mime. He would like to have a bigger delta of points scored compared to Mime in this round, but so far Granadi is not budging. He's not giving any kind of leeway to Enner to actually get a little bit more speed through that, even though that corner has been pretty nicely negotiated from Enner. Is it going to be enough? I think we should switch this perspective for the jump. Is it going to be enough for him? Not quite. Granadi holds about a car length is enough, as we kind of like figured out in terms of like the ending here on Oxygen. 102.505 for Granadi, who wins ahead of Enner, Mime, and Binks. And yeah, that's the end of this map, and everybody's continuing to kind of like maintain their composure. I mean, that's pretty much just a given here. And also we've had a little bit of a rubbing hands situation a little bit earlier on in the previous match because apparently it's a little bit cool in there.
Yeah, I did hear that some players, because of the position of where the stage is, I know there's a door nearby as well.
Yeah.
Perhaps because of that, it's a bit colder. I mean, it's, you know, a cool 13, 14 degrees right now in Hamburg here at Arcadia. I mean, not here. Why are you not here?
To be fair, we could use that little bit of coolness.
That's true.
Me
That's
particularly.
True. So not as cool right here in the studio. But yeah, because of that, we do see the players having, you know, some colder hands. And I mean, adding the, you know, the coolness alongside with playing a lot, you know, could lead to, you know, maybe a slight little cramp or just the line not really going the way because you're not as comfortable.
Not really cramp, but like kind of like a claw hand where you have a little bit of. You find that you're having a hard time pushing some of the buttons, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely with the pace that these players are showing and the risk that they're taking. It's a split-second decision and split-second reaction that could make or break a line. So I do wonder if that's going to play parts on these players. I mean, who can tell? Only the players themselves.
Only the players themselves.
So next time if you're here, you know, or at any line, I would say, bring some heat pads. Make sure your hands are nice and warm.
Yeah, get yourself a hand warmer in there. Or like some really nice mittens. Although playing with mittens is not exactly the greatest experience in the world, but you know what? You do you. Exactly. We're on to banners by Riot and Berser. We had an unkind map at the start. We're on to another unkind map. I feel like is it map 4, map 5?
Always be closing.
I kind of like...
This is the closer, yeah.
Is this a closer already?
Yeah, we're going back to the Delsk after this.
Back-to-back unkind map. This is going to be very interesting. Mime definitely needs to bring his A game for this map and the next one. Remember, Yitelski, he was having a lot of trouble to actually get the rounds going for himself and try to score those vital few first rounds to get yourself in that momentum and get yourself in that sort of headspace that you need to be in order to perform at your best. But so far so good actually from Mime. As we watch from the perspective of his closest pursuer, Granati, Binks and Enner just up ahead in first and second place. Here comes the bobsleigh part. Are there going to be any clippers? No clippers so far, though a little bit of a wiggle for Granati, and actually quite a bit of a wiggle. He loses a lot of time through there. Oh, Mime unfortunately hitting the top of the checkpoint there, allowing Enner to move up into second and Granati into third place. Binks in the meantime completely undisturbed in the lead of this race. He's going to be heading into the final plastic part. Make sure to get enough speed for the jump around 325 to 330 should do it, and it should do it for Binks. 50.9 in there, no way! No!
This risky fin, oh my. We've seen it many times where players barely get over the finish line, but they make it, they get in. But not often do they miss it, right? Especially at this level, and going from a relatively safe second place to dropping down to fourth just like that, that's gotta sting.
That's gotta sting. And I think Mime should be thanking his lucky star at this point because he is the main beneficiary of that. He doesn't lose. Well, he actually gains a little bit of points on Enner, so he still retains in the fight. And actually, I completely forgot about the points. 115, you can see it on the right-hand side. 115 for Granati, 93, 92, 91. So yeah, top two is still very much a toss-up.
Definitely, and it was a very, very good round for Binks there as well, coming into the round with 81 points. You really needed that first place right there to catch up, and as I'm talking about Binks, unfortunately, he crashes right before the bobsleigh section, so he is going to be out of the running for first place right now. Mime in the moment in the lead, looking to recover some points and perhaps overtake Enner if he does solidify this Granati. Pretty close in second place, but does look like to have a bit more speed, but not enough room for him to actually overtake Mime as he clocks in a 51 flat Granati on a 51-1 and Enner 51-2. Let's see where, there you go, Binks.
Binks managed to reach the finish line. We saw that when you see the time pop up, it's pretty much good to go.
Exactly.
For context, 51.0s are just 2 tenths away from the current world record, I think, courtesy of Massa, still 4.823. I think that one hasn't budged since the start of the tournament here in Hamburg as we're heading into round 3 out of 4. We're already seeing Mime, well, only now just seeing Mime pass into the triple-digit territory with 102 points. Enner and Binks are very, very close at 97 to 94, but Granati really had a leg up on pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, this to me is like hypnotizing, right? We have all these players so close together, following the same lines. Ooh, but that bobsleigh, some wiggle, waggle, woggle action going on.
Big time, though. Yeah. He had a really, really good exit from the bobsleigh. Managed to straighten his car pretty early. Allows himself to move up into third place ahead of Binks, and actually battling versus Mime and Enner for even the proverbial lead of the round. It's now a 3-way fight right up until the finish line. It's all down to the risky fin. Actually, Granati getting a bit more exit speed. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. For a 51.208, that was actually a full-on stop at the finish line that could have been oh so costly. Enner manages to edge ahead of Mime for just 0.06 of a second. Mime third, Binks in P4, so Mime is still not safe. There's no rest for the wicked here in this match.
Not at all, and with that, Granadi has put himself in a potential finalist position. He needs to clock in a first place to secure that 131 points. He's been really getting away from his competition, where throughout maps 1, 2, and 3, we had some pretty close score lines, even being in shared third place along with Mime at some point. Right now, he's really ran away with it and taken advantage of the tracks, not really quite going the way of his opponents, and converting that into nice points. Along with this bobsleigh, right? The bobsleigh section has been quite tricky for him in the sense of, like, you see him wibble wobble quite a bit compared to Binks, who tends to be quite more straight on those. But regardless, getting great points, and I'm curious to see how he gets to drift this time. Not as inside as he did in the previous round. Mime still in the lead, but goes a bit wide. Binks instantly strikes, takes advantage of that, and into first place he goes with a 51 flat alongside Granadi, but a bit of a slower 51 flat. So not quite finalist just yet as we go back to Ytelski.
We go back to Ytelski, and Granadi also took advantage of that little bit of misalignment from Mime, because he tried to overcorrect it, so that ended up jerking him over to the right-hand side of the track. So he was a little bit all over the shot, and by that point he was grabbing too much speed from the tires, and that's what allowed Granadi to move up into second place within just a few hundredths of a second at the finish line. As we're moving back to Ytelski, and we're getting close to call time, ladies and gentlemen. No finalists quite yet. No finalists have been reached on the run-up to this map, but still, 137 for Granadi, 110 for Mime, 107 for Binks, 106 for Enner. Like, I feel like we are very close to see, like, well, Granadi is the closest one to conclude, Mime is pretty close as well, but Binks and Enner still have a shot of actually making it to finalist status at the end of this map.
Definitely. It's interesting to see that fight for second place happening. As mentioned, right, Granadi was able to really get away from his competitors, but Ytelski has been quite a messy map for all players, actually.
Yeah, everyone has been... as we saw in the final round, absolutely no one is safe from any of the kind of shenanigans that happens on Ytelski. Like, the last round, pretty much everyone except for Enner managed to actually play his cards right and keep it safe, keep it neat and tidy, and just bring the car home. He was able to get the 10-pointer for himself.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see if Mime and Binks having some issues with that drift at the end of the track, right before the dirt and plastic lines. I'm curious to see if they are now feeling a bit better about those drifts and are able to avoid any unfortunate crashes. I mean, Mime was fourth place 4 times in a row in this one. He was close to a 10-pointer, unfortunately, clipping the wall right at the end.
Just a few teething issues right before that crucial final sector that we were talking about here. As we are getting underway right here, right now, the match, well, is currently continuing. We're back onto the first round of competition out of 4 here on Ytelski. Granadi currently still leading the match overall, and Enner having taken the lead in the round as we speak, as we're going to get back into the game in a second. Unfortunately, Mime, the first man to fall by the wayside, having touched the pole on the inside. Nobody going for the outside pole trajectory. It's more everyone on the inside. Enner going really close to the outer wall. That was a really ballsy outer exit for Enner, trying to carry as much speed as he could. Both clipping a little bit of the landing. Granadi actually much more speed than Binks, allows himself to move back up into contention for second place. Binks going a bit wide, close to the outside wall again. Enner still managing this race pretty solidly from the front. Binks surrendering second position to Granadi with that little bit of a tighter entry into there. And Enner will be able to win the round. 49.174. Still pretty good times. We're still dropping into like the 49.1, 49.2 range. Granadi second into finalist status. Binks in third. Mime in P4. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support the Wheelman, now is your time. He is his first attempt for finalist status. One more win and he's locked into the grand final.
Exactly, and he is poised and ready to do so. His competitors are... Fortunately, that clip right there, I mean, it's the start, right? The start and the end of Ytelski is where things can go wrong. And, I mean, Granadi has some room, right? He has some space. Enner, Mime, and Binks, all of them will need 3 first place finishers to get into finalist mode and contest the finalist position from Granadi. But right now, we'll see which of the 3 is able to secure those 10 points. And if that person will then be able to do that over and over and over. Because otherwise, Granadi is going to have quite some time to close it out and perhaps even do it on map number 7. But we'll see if that will be the case, as Enner and Binks right now still first and second place. Mime falling behind just a bit, ever slightly more. So it does look like third position is going to be his thing. But Binks and Enner and Binks,
Point zeros.
Yeah, I think Enner crashed into the finish a little bit. He was a lot closer than the time suggests.
It was not a full-on crash. It was just a tiny bit of a deviation, but still enough for him to cross the finish line. But yeah, Binks dropping in a 0.0. I think that's the first 0.0 we've seen on this map, on this match. Or maybe there was one on the first rotation. I can't exactly remember. I feel like
once, yeah.
Maybe once, but we've been always hanging around in more like the 0.1 to 0.3 range for like really close, for like really good rounds here on this winner bracket final. As we're underway still, Granadi got denied the first time. Will he get denied a second time, or will he be able to close it out at his second attempt? That's what we're going to attempt to see here. Ener going for the outer line, going for the later Apex Mime, the first one to touch the outside wall, and that's going to be game over for him. Meanwhile, Ener, with the speed that he accumulated, takes over the lead from Binks. They're going neck and neck as we exit the dirt onto the platform part. That is a really nice negotiated jump from the top three right now. Ener, Binks, Granadi now forming a little bit of a train. Granadi going so close to the outside. Look at the speed that he actually accumulated from that outer line. Is he going to be able to try and make a move right up until the very end? It's super close. It's going to be to the line. Granadi might as well make it. And that is definitely not going to happen for 2000s. 0.095 versus 0.097. Back from the brink. Binks keeps the dream alive.
Keeping the dream alive. I mean, you know, denying a player in finalist position with the point differential as big as it is, usually you'd say like, you know, it's in the pocket, no problem whatsoever. But Granadi doesn't, you know, have to do this to players who might be lesser, if you will. No, it's Binks, it's Ener, it's Mime. These are all players that easily could take first place if, you know, if the cards align, if everything is right. It's not a matter of, you know, who is more skilled and who is less skilled. It's more about who is the best today, because that's all that matters. It doesn't really matter what record you had in the past, how you performed in any other tournament. It's all about what you do right here, right now. Granadi at the moment in last place, really wanting to secure that finalist spot. But we can see Mime, Binks, and Ener just side by side, trying to keep away Granadi, building up this wall like, no, not quite. All right, you take it easy. We're just going to do one more map, and you stay in, all right? You can't take a break just yet. Do see a crash right there from Ener, but who's going to be Binks or Mime? Binks could get into finalist if he does get first place, and he does!
Because he got again!
He got the last checkpoint.
Another round decided on a tie. Oh my God, 0.1 away, 0.1 away, and he needed that big time. And we thought Granadi was coming in and had the leg up on everyone else. Now, that advantage is just vanished. It's just gone. Exactly. And now we're on to a double finalist for the first of two spots in the grand final, man.
Oh, I am so excited. I also have cold hands all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on.
No, it's more like we're eager to see what's going to happen. This is going to be spicy.
So spicy. I mean, Ener and Mime at the moment do need 2 more rounds to get into maybe triple finalist. And I mean, both players definitely have the potential to do so. And Switcheroo is a good map to do that on.
Quadruple dream. I believe.
Imagine.
I believe.
I believe as well.
I believe.
You believed and I believe. Hands up, you know, and please believe.
Rage. Send your energy to both Ener and Mime if you want the quadruple finalist to happen. As we're getting back onto Switcheroo for another round on this map by Funny. Very unconventional transitions. And again, that final sector with the left-hander leading up to the dirt part that is so important to nail down to the T. But with a blind approach, that can be a little bit tricky to actually navigate.
Exactly. We did see Granadi do a great job on the previous run through Switcheroo, and we'll see if he's able to convert that. Some mistakes were happening from Mine, if I remember correctly, though he was able to pick up a 10-pointer here or there to really get in. So potentially he could convert that into. I think the main thing that could be an issue for Granadi in this instance is towards the end he tends to be a bit wide with that drift, causing him to lose a little bit of speed on his competitors, and that might be the killing blow for another player right now. Though Granadi, Binks, double finalist as we go live into round number 1 of Switcheroo, the 7th map in, and it's been an exciting winners final. It'd be amazing to see this as a grand finals, but that is not the case if it's up to Feed and Elcon. But we'll see what happens right here, right now. Granadi in the lead, Mime and Ener looking to deny Granadi and Binks right now, as Binks is behind by about 1/10 of a second, which in this situation can mean the world. Ener, the one falling out, Mime, the one left standing to stop Granadi from claiming winner position and first place moving into the grand finals. We'll see if he's able to solidify that, as he does overtake Granadi right there. And we'll see if he's able to hold on. Binks also starting to get close. He has an amazing dirt line right here, but this is going to be enough in this situation to overtake Mime. No, Mime stays on, stays firm. All great lines towards the finish, and I don't think Mime is going to give this one away. There we go. 10 points with a 56.7. 4.7 is what you need.
Man, the guy never disappoints. He delivers when he is under pressure.
Disappoints, yeah.
He never disappoints, and he gets himself a valuable 10-pointer here, moving back up to 136.
What? 132 Enner, 136 Mime. First place Enner, second, third Mime.
Yeah, third place minimum for Mime, and that's it.
Ooh.
As I said, I believe in the quadruple dream.
I do hope we do get it right now, though. Binks and Granati, they are taking the lead. They are in charge. You know, the two finalists duking it out, trying to just get out of this match. I mean, Granati has been in finalists for what, 5 rounds now?
He's been there for freaking ever. He has never even been able to conclude it. He's like, oh God, please let this be the end. Let's be the one I won here.
I don't think, you know, right now Mime is on a warpath. He's like, just, you know, hold my beer. I am done and ready. You know, I need finalists as well. He's currently taking the lead. Binks with a tight drift. Is it enough to overtake? Granati falling behind. Enner getting into third place. He needs first place to secure that finalist spot. But right now, it is Binks and Mime. Binks and Mime. Binks with a better line.
Oh my goodness, Binks takes it away, and that's a GG. 0.666, the most devilish time of them all to conclude it on. Binks, well deserved, and he exhales a sigh of relief here. This is not a new world record. It is a 0.568 from Mime here. 0.666 from Binks, just a mere 10th away.
So close.
But like the sigh of relief that you actually see from Binks' point of view there, as we are already getting underway with the next few rounds, because there is still one more map to decide. I think we should head back into the game because we're still on a double situation. We are still in the double with Mime and Granati. This time Granati, it could be at risk of actually dropping down to lower and having to face Feed and Elcon, some pretty strong competitors. Same thing for Enner. He absolutely needs to deny both of them. He cannot afford to have any slip up in this particular round right here. Goes a little bit more inside for Mime there, but still Enner and Granati neck and neck, battling for the lead, heading into the reactive boost wall right here. It's still too close to call. Granati with a tiny bit of an advantage, but who's gonna get the left-hander perfectly? Mime with an aggressive inside line, moving back up into contention for the lead onto the dirt. Who's gonna get the best exit? Mime catches up pretty much everyone else. He tries to go for a wider line. It's not paying off. Enner continues to lead. Can Granati do something? It's not enough. 4-8-1-1. We head into one final round on Switcheroo to decide it all. Who is going to join Binks in the grand final? Now's the time.
I mean, Granati has got to, like, just, he can't be happy right now. Like, such a big lead going into Yatelski. You know, looking almost unstoppable, like, oh yeah, no, he's going to get first place, but this is why you never give up, never surrender, always go for the win, and you can see Mime and Enner have been doing exactly that, and we'll see if Enner is able to repeat that win once again and perhaps deny Mime and Granati that finally spot, or if Granati does finally cash in and move on. I'm sure the German crowd would be very happy if that were to be the case, but at the same time, I'm sure there's plenty of Mime fans out there as well who would love to see their champion in the grand finals, but it's all going to come down to this final round right here. We see Enner has been falling behind, and it's once again a 1v1 between Mime and Granati. I mean, last time around, Enner was able to overtake both players right at the end. Granati with a crash. It's going to come down to the final turn. Is Mime able to keep the speed and also get the drift the way he wants it? This time around, does go a bit wide, but not as wide as the previous one, and it will be Mime. Moving on to the grand finals, Enner and Granati will face off against Feed and Elcon.
You gotta feel for Granati, though. It's happened to many people in the past, but just the feeling of being the first one to reach finalists and not being able to conclude, as we said, like, getting to the threshold is one thing, but then concluding the match, that's a whole different ballgame.
Definitely. It's all about closing, right? It's A-okay if you can get lots of points without the pressure on, but that finalist pressure along with being on stage.
Sorry, I'm sure you caught that on camera, but we had a little bit of a moment with Binks almost tripping over and falling flat on his face. Thankfully, he got the recovery, so we don't have any medical staff there. But yeah, it's always a very close call for these matches, especially at such a high level. And you gotta feel, as I said, you gotta feel for Granati being for so long up there and not really being able to conclude there.
No, exactly. And I mean, congrats to Mime. And man, I am just slipping. This is how my mind works.
Yeah.
Binks
and Mime. But yeah, everybody would have deserved it. It was such a close call.
It could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. Of course, we still have 2 matches to go, and the next match is going to be a doozy. It's going to be Mime, Elcon. Is it going to be Mime? No, what did I say?
No.
Elcon in there and Granati.
Yes,
then we do have that lined up, and we do have an interview lined up for you in just a little bit. But first, a message from our sponsor.
it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
All right, what a fantastic match that we had there. That was insane, all the way to everybody getting finalists. I mean, it was close from the very get-go. Everybody was trading places. There was no way to predict how that was going to end out. But luckily for Binks and also Mime, yes, for Binks and Mime, they definitely were able to finally make it and get it through and everything. Unfortunately for Gennady and Enner, they are going to have to play another round, from my understanding, in the consolidation final. And yeah, it'll be so interesting to watch. And I'll be casting that, so that'll be pretty interesting too. Maybe me and Turbo can actually talk about those cookie recipes that Boney was talking about. Boney, make sure you give that to me later, okay? Because I want to talk about it more. All right, so let's talk about Coco, who I was mispronouncing your name the entire day on Friday.
No problem.
So I apologize for that, Cacao.
Everyone,
And but yeah, so unfortunately you're no longer in the tournament, but your performance was insane, and we got to see a lot of you on the stream. How have you enjoyed the tournament so far? How has your entire experience been at Arcadia so far?
The tournament is really good. My performance is kind of meh. I had the up and downs. The only okay-ish thing is that it's really cold in the gaming area, so we have to wear a shirt or pullovers, or otherwise you cannot drive.
Yeah.
Your hands are so cold. But that is part of the game.
Yeah.
You have to adapt, and that's the thing. I'm out of the tournament now. I went pretty early into the loser brackets, so that benefits me the way that I could get the confidence back and training a little bit more. But yeah, at the end I'm very tired of playing very long matches and a lot of matches.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think I'm top 7 now.
I believe you made top 8. So yeah, top 7, top 8. I don't remember the exact ranking, but you finished 3rd, I believe. So that would put you at 7th place, if my memory serves correctly.
I mean,
I'll
take it. I'll take it.
I mean, but don't undersell yourself. I mean, you said that you felt like you didn't perform that well, but honestly, a lot of people were taken surprised by your performance. They felt that you did extremely well, and it was fantastic to be able to watch you during those matches. And I mean, you have fellow Frenchmen in the final.
Yeah,
you got Binks, who also got
My
Feed as
teammate
well.
Yeah.
And me and Trilix were talking about Feed earlier, and Feed, like out of nowhere, kind of like a silent assassin type of player. He only does offline events, according to what I have been told. And I mean, what a crazy run by him, right? I don't think anybody expected that name to be so high up in the rankings.
We actually do, because Feed at LAN events is always good. Online, I don't think he's playing like really serious.
Right.
But as long as he's traveling to a LAN party or etc., he's a freaking freak. And as long as he's under the loser bracket run,
right,
he always does a fantastic loser bracket run. So I wouldn't be surprised if he reaches the grand final. So yeah, I'm gonna put Feed on the grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who prevails in the consolidation final before we get to that grand final. And I mean, honestly, let's talk about Arcadia really quickly, because I mean, I think we're gonna have to wait for the rest of the results and everything to talk more about Trackmania as far as Trackadia and how the event has been going. But I mean, for you personally, how has the event been for you? How has your experience been? I mean, I kind of asked it at the very beginning, but I just kind of more in depth, like everybody has been saying that they've been amazed by the experience, how they've been able to finally put names to faces, and how they've been able to meet their friends. Has that been the similar experience for you?
I'm really used to play tournaments, so I've met quite everyone. Actually, not German ones, so there's a lot of German players here, so that's really sick to actually put a face on these names. And it's always like that. Like, you play online with friends and you finally get the chance to meet them. That's basically the point of doing LANs, etc. And well, Arcadia now, the place is insane.
Yeah,
like the hotel is really good, and the party is really good as well. I was dancing all over the night.
Oh yeah, everybody was up till like 4 in the morning last night, I think.
We barely slept for this morning. But yeah, the place is insane. The party is insane.
Yeah.
Hamburg is pretty good as well. The center of it is really
a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm hoping to be here for the second edition.
Yeah. And then second to final question. do you have a prediction on who is going to win it all today? Binks?
Yep.
Binks, that is the prediction. Sure. He's like, without hesitation, Binks.
Without a doubt, Binks is going to win it all.
All right. Well, we'll see if that happens. And final question is going to be, do you have anybody to shout out? Do you want to say hi to anybody, your fans, anything like that?
Well, I'm going to shout out to Snow because he didn't do it when you asked him. But yeah, to everyone else, to the Tot, the Discord friends,
to
my family, to my brother, and yeah, thanks to all of you guys.
Hey man, it was okay for Snow because he had no idea what I was saying, so it's okay.
Shout out to Snow.
It happens. It happens that way. Not everybody is wanting to learn the international language. It's okay. I get it. Yeah, sometimes English sucks, and I can't even speak it properly either, so it's fine.
It's not a big deal.
But thank you so much.
Thank you,
Coco, for coming for this interview. I appreciate it so much. But you know what? I'm tired of hosting. I want to get to casting. So when we get back, it's going to be me and it's going to be Turbo, and we're going to be casting the Consolidation Final. I hope you stick around. It's going to be a blast, and we will be back as soon as we can. So enjoy the break, get a drink, grab some popcorn, do whatever you need to do, and we will see you back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Cheers.
And we are back. Hey, guy, we don't have time for this. We got to get back to the cup.
Yeah, that's why we're immediately here, right?
That's why we're
here.
We
have 2 more matches.
I don't have time for Boney anymore.
Yeah,
it's my time.
It's my time now, and my time is now.
Yes,
know?
yes,
exactly.
Your time as well.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm hyped. top 6 in this consolidation final now. So now the losers and winner bracket will meet. We have seen, of course, a very nice match beforehand where Granadi and Enner didn't make it. We have Binks and Mime in the final who have already 200 euro guaranteed. So great performance, good times there as well. But you know what? I'm looking forward to see Feed. I'm not sure what he has actually eaten for breakfast this morning, but my guy is ready. I checked the Trackadia.io page, right?
Right, yes.
Dude, my guy just drove 3 new world records and 1 second place. He is cracked, and I think he goes into this match not even as an underdog. I mean, Geek also said it. My guy is not an underdog anymore. He performs, and he can definitely spring a surprise and beat players that have dropped down from the winner bracket final that we've seen beforehand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, man, what a performance by everybody. But honestly, yeah, Feed, insane. It's and how many people have talked about Feed? I mean, the fact that he is a kind of the French. I mean, when I talked to Coco, he was like, "Yeah, well, we know how he was going to do."
Yeah.
But this is an international tournament. This isn't a French tournament. This isn't a French land. So the rest of the international community is like, "Oh, who's this guy?" So I mean, welcome to Trackmania, I guess, Feed in this regard, because like it has been fantastic though to see him. I don't mean that as an insult whatsoever.
Yeah, but like more people get to know
right.
who Feed really is. I mean, he comes from a tech background. He has played very well. Just speak about his run in the Gamers Assembly, where he also went for a miracle run in the loser bracket, then eventually dominated the grand final. So I think if Feed gets it to the final, which I think he will, together with Granadi in this match. Yeah, I think that Feed Granadi will play against Binks and Mime after that. But Enner and Elcon can certainly make something happen. Elcon playing his first LAN event and is of course already in the money, and then also Enner playing super well.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, unfortunately, I do kind of have to somewhat kind of steer our conversation because I do want to make some announcements really quickly. Make sure that you are following all the Arcadia socials, Arcadia Live. That's where we're at on Twitch right now. Make sure you follow Arcadia Official on Twitter as we are getting into this consolidation final. Also, for everybody that is currently at Trackadia, we will be having an award ceremony at the main stage area. So if you want to be a part of that and make some big noise while we hand out the awards and everything, that would be fantastic for you to come. Let everybody know on the stream finally that there is an audience. I mean, me and you were hanging out in the
there were so many people at the cinema and also sitting beforehand. So shout out to everyone who's here. It's very cool that everyone is watching together, having fun, and also like just looking forward to the match and being like, oh, who's going to win this round? Because the level is insane.
Yeah.
The level is crazy.
I mean, let's...
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we are going to start here really quickly, live after warm-up. So we got 1 minute left, but yeah, I mean, last match, man.
Oh, that
quadruple finalist, essentially.
Yeah,
and
you sum it up. Yeah, everyone could have taken it, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, now we have Interdiction as the first map, which we're probably going to see again because the point limit is still 140 points. We have 1 warm-up that is right now ongoing, and then after that we have 4 live rounds. So there you have the map. We have, of course, seen that a lot of times. We have talked about that map being maybe one of the easier maps, so maybe seeing that one twice again really, you know, maybe shifts towards the fastest player and also the player that can handle the pressure the best.
Correct. And I mean, I think we saw, although he's not in this match, I believe it was Mime who set a world record in the middle of the match on Interdiction. That last match, which was an insane performance by him. Maybe we
82, right?
Yeah, it was correct.
Yeah.
So it was a 102.825. It's right here on the local record board right
that's
here.
where we chilled also down there.
Correct.
So beforehand, actually, it was Shay and Feed. Yeah, Feed on a roll. He has improved. He has done a .86, and Shay has actually set the new or former world record of .85. But guys, we're starting with the first round here. Let's take a look. Who's gonna take it? And I'm just gonna follow Anne here because for me, he can make something happen. But the clear favorites for me are Granadi and Feed. Also, Granadi being so close of actually making it. He has choked that finals mode away. Unfortunately, he was leading almost throughout the entirety of the match, but then eventually didn't make it, and it was not him making it to the grand final just yet. And yeah, not with the best start, and we have Feed and Granadi in the lead.
Yeah, and definitely Granadi trying to make a statement this time. This is his comeback for this moment. Also, Elcon's as well. I mean, we have Feed and Enner, as we mentioned before, but Granadi and Elcon, very big names in Trackmania, and they definitely have something to prove. There is a pride at stake for this event for them, and they are showing that right now in this first round as they are neck and neck up the plastic uphill They have to see. We're going to see who gets the better line. That is going to be Elcon at the moment, but Granati has some decent speed behind him into the caliber section. Granati, unfortunately, did bonk on the right side. Will he be able to make it? Of course he will be, but he is only going to get second. Elcon with 10 points in the first round.
I mean, what means only? Feed also has made a mistake behind him, so Granati can be happy that even though he made a mistake, he gets himself 6 points, and Elcon gets the first 10 points with a 103.02. Great time, but 0.2 away from his teammate from Mime, who has set the world record beforehand.
But we clearly know that the first couple rounds, while important, are not as important as how they perform consistently throughout the rest of the match. We will definitely see how that turns out, but Feed is going to try to make a statement this round, and hopefully it works out for him.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's go ahead and watch Feed. I mean, you're in for the long run. It's a marathon and not a sprint. Of course, 10 points are important temporarily, but you need to get this momentum going, and right now it's looking good for all the players. What a great fight. Only a couple of hundreds between them.
Together.
0.1. Granati's leading, though. Again, battling out with Elcon, and then we have Ener also in the mix. Elcon with a great line. Ener overtakes Granati here. Let's follow Granati's POV for the ending as Elcon is pushing it. He had a really clean and good ending line by going very far to the inside and also accumulating a lot of speed over that. Granati not with the best entry into that part. Of course, has a lot of speed, but look at that. They're just neck and neck here for that first position. Elcon with such a great line.
Yep.
Oh, good no jump there as well.
It.
And Elcon is going to get it. Same time, give or take. And another good round here. Elcon takes the second victory.
Still, even though visually they were a little bit further behind Ener and Elcon, I mean, still crazy. Within 0.1 difference of each other. I mean, that just tells you how close this match is going to be as we get into round 3 of 4 on this map here. Remember that it is a 140-point limit if you didn't catch that already, and there's so much at stake for this event. As we see the 4, they're going to play a little conga line right now, sticking to each other, proliferating each other's vehicles as ghosts as we get into the couple tech turns here. This is an important part. Can be tricky if you get too much grass. Feed got the grass, unfortunately, so that means he's going to slow down. Plastic side is going to be important as well. The line uphill, even more important. That is tricky if you do not have the correct approach, but it seems everybody is able to do okay. We get into the next couple tech sections here. Elcon pulling ahead. Everybody hits into the pole, but Granati, he is still sticking ahead. Ener is following right behind him. Feed is just close right behind as well. We get to the important uphill plastic section. It does create a lot of slowdown if you don't get that right line, but everybody seems relatively unfazed. Getting to the final part here of the dirt outside, it is important to get that exit speed. Ener does seem to have a little blunder there, but it is okay. He does not suffer for that. Granati in first, though.
Granati eventually in first. I mean, Elcon had a really good start, being already 11 points ahead of the second place, but of course now Granati comes dangerously closer towards him. Elcon only with 3 points, so it's quite close, but Feed with the best start, 12 points, getting third in every round. So let's see, can he make it in this round? I mean, we already see the first fatality here as one player has made a mistake, and that's the former winner, or the winner of the previous round. It is Granati who has made that first mistake.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be falling behind, but you know, anything can happen. Well, second part,
I don't... Granati, that's when you make a mistake after a mistake, so... You know,
so this round, it's a fluke. It's okay. Plenty of time to go left. We have still Ener, Elcon, and Feed up ahead. Uphill turn right now. Is everybody okay? Of course they are. They are pros at this. They've done this so far up to this point in the tourney. They have no problems with it. This pole was tricky last time. It almost got Elcon last time. He barely misses it this time, but he is able to stay up in front. Who's going to get the better grass exit section? Seems that everybody doesn't really change in the standings. Plastic uphill. Seems fine as well, but Ener is closing up to Feed, and Ener at the same portion of their race. Elcon still ahead. Feed makes a critical mistake. Ener also as well, but it's going to be okay for Ener. Feed and Granati rounding up the second, third, and fourth. Wow, that was actually
super close.
Crazy.
I mean, positions were set in stone there, but it was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second. Granati unfortunately getting last there. Feed just short, but you could have seen him zooming through the finish, having a bit more speed. And yeah, that's map number 1. And now we're gonna go to map number 2 as you see the reactions here from the players. And yeah, let's take a look. The map is loading quite long, so it is banners here from Berserk and also from Rioter.
Honestly, My favorite map, especially because of that end. It is so tricky. Any mistake.
I also really like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that end is very pivotal. Some people might not like it because of that end being so critical, but honestly, I feel like it is a perfect summarization of Trackmania where everything matters, but what matters most is making that finish.
Yeah, and also the bobsleigh, of course, you should not neglect that part. Very important to set yourself up nicely with that drift, and then also get a very distinct line over the ice, to not wiggle that much, to not clip out of it and lose all of your speed, because you need to have that speed to make that speed check after that. So very important, and I hope to see a closer match. And Feet, I mean, we were talking about him. Right now, last position, 16 points only for him. Right now, I mean, he also didn't have the best start in the previous match.
For sure.
Now he's even further behind.
I mean, first place is still about 110 points away from even reaching finalists. There's so many rounds that we're going to have to go through until we get to that point. So Feed definitely has to put his best foot forward and start getting some momentum going for himself. But we believe he can definitely do it as we get to the live round here.
Round number 1 on banners. Let's see the leap of faith here from the players. And with a very inside line. Oh, almost touches the actually very good start from the Frenchman. And we have Granadi, Feed, and Elcon behind. Granadi, no, with a good line, he had to readjust, and he falls behind. So he is, give or take, already out of this round. Half a second is hard to catch up. Of course it can happen. We have seen a lot of mistakes, especially in this part. Maybe 1 or 2 players will make a mistake. But Enner's making it, and we see some players slowing down at this Feed. And Elcon, look at the speed that he has accumulated there.
Yeah, Elcon definitely getting some good sections with the ice bob, I'll call it for right now, and the jump into it. He did not clip that CP, which was also an issue for Enner in the warm-up. But so far, Enner is still pulling ahead, but Elcon's lines are insane. It is up to this final jump. Elcon has a perfect line. He is going to snipe Enner at the end. That's going to give Elcon those pivotal 10 points and increase that lead even further.
I mean, Feet here with a 4th place, falling even more behind, but it was a good round. Great comeback from Elcon. And Feet has set also a new world record on this map, has beaten Massa's time by 0.02 of a second, so 0.821 is now the world record on that map. But right now, Feet is not really displaying that. I mean, he is struggling a little bit. I hope that he can pull something out in this round.
It could be a little bit of nerves. It could be caster cursing. We have been talking about him a lot for the last couple minutes, hours.
So we should just stop talking
so
about
maybe
him, right?
we should just stop talking about him. But I mean, I'm not even going to mention what he's doing right now. We see Enner pulling up in front along with another individual, as we will not say his name. Elcon and Granadi fighting each other for 3rd and 4th at the moment, but Granadi seemed to have a little bit of speed on the extra.
First time I spectated.
He who shall not be named makes a pivotal mistake at the CP and clips it. Enner is going to lead this round. Granadi is shortly behind. He has been catching up a lot of speed and a lot of space up to Enner. Can Enner make the final jump? I'm sure he can. It seems perfect. Oh, it's going to be close. But he makes it anyways. And Enner, he's going to get himself those pivotal 10 points.
Yeah, and the guy that we shouldn't mention here.
He who shall not be named.
3 points. And yeah, 22 points for him. Unfortunately, but this ending looks so sketchy. Sometimes you then think that the players will not make that jump, but of course the finish already triggers a bit earlier, so that's why players are not losing time like that.
And I mean, even if you clip the finish, that can also make you lose that spot too, right? If you're neck and neck, it's important to get that jump very cleanly at the end, because if you clip it, that's a pivotal 0.2, 0.1 loss of time that could give somebody else the opportunity to steal those extra points. But we are getting into round 3 of 4 here on banners. Looking at Enner, he is lead again, so maybe he has another trick up his sleeve to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, Enner right now looking great, but look at that line here from Granadi coming close. A very good round that we have in our hands. Elcon right now behind, but only by a car length. Coming closer now, very aggressive line. Granadi goes so far up, has a lot of speed to work with here, but it's not decided yet who's going to win this round. Granadi with the best approach for the section, Feed with more speed. Who's going to get it? It's so close. Granadi will stay ahead. Elcon snipes Feed, and Enner is in last.
Everybody.
Oh man, 0.05 of a second between first and last position, and a 0.03 to win it. What a great round that was.
Oh man, and you see the points standing right now. Feed is a little bit behind, but however, everybody else from first through 3rd, they're only within about 10 to 13 points of each other. I mean, it's still really close, and it's still anybody's game.
Definitely. And Elcon already at 53 points. Maybe not going into the match as the favorite, you know, coming from the loser bracket, now playing against the losers from the winner bracket final. But he has shown a great performance here. 53 points already for him, the player who has joined ITB.
The young guy from Czechia.
Yeah.
Everybody was shocked to learn that he's 17 years old. So
He's
young.
19 actually.
19.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're being corrected. That's fine though. But still, that's still young. That to me,
That's very
he's,
young,
he's
yeah.
very much a baby to me at this point. I'm an old
Wow.
guy. But you know what? I mean, still though, young blood. He's doing really great. I mean,
Yeah.
he's been in Trackmania for a while, but his performance is critical here, and he was nervous. He wasn't sure if he wanted to come because he didn't know
Yeah.
how he was going to perform in the LAN event. But as we see here.
Yeah, he just drives a .01 and clocks in another first position. Great performance here from Elcon that you can see. You know, from the far right, we have Feet, then there will be Elcon, then there's Granadi playing with a wheel, and to the left we have Enner. So those are the players, and we go to the next map. So 63 points for Elcon, Feet at 30 points after 8 rounds. That is a disastrous start after the first 2 maps.
He who shall not be named needs to get his act together just a little bit. Okay, I'll call his name from here on out. But yeah, no, I mean, 15 points as a gap isn't too terrible. It's nothing you can't overcome, but he really needs to get a couple first places under his belt. Maybe one of these coming up maps. Iteltsky, I believe, was one of those maps that he had a world record on as well.
Yes.
So maybe at this map, I mean, this map has been a pivotal map for everyone. It has a lot of tricky spots. It has been one of the most difficult maps in the map pack, and maybe this will be Feet's moment to show what he's made of, because, I mean, right now, in order to get to where he needs to go, he needs to start showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Feet has on this map a .845. That is a great time. The previous world record was also from Feet, a .92. So great times that we're looking at here. And yeah, players are right now warming up, and we take a look what Enner is doing here right now as he approaches this very crucial section, the most difficult section on this map. You know, you can go very close there to the wall in order to get yourself a very good apex over that turn, because the less you steer on plastic, the better it is, and also the better of an approach you have for that ice section. Jump smooth into it, and then you just have to nail that wicked jump into the ending.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that ice section, while it may be just a simple straight bobsleigh piece, it is not anything to joke about. It can mess you up if you don't have that correct line, and can actually ruin you getting a decent place. But we are live here with Enner pulling out in front a little bit, but I mean, there's still much to go left in this track.
Yeah, there's a lot of track left. Indeed, the map has a length of approximately 49 seconds, and we're only 20 seconds in. So we see Enner going for that wide approach that also Coco used. I like that approach a bit more because you come out with a little bit more speed, and also, you know, it pays off. Enner is right now in first position.
Yeah, Enner pulling ahead. Elcon, unfortunately, makes a pivotal mistake. Granadi as well. But Enner, he is trying his best. I mean, he's in second place right now. He's got 46 points. This would be perfect for him to gain even more closer to Elcon. But Feed also needing pivotal points as well in second right now. Can he pull ahead into this ice section, into the finish? It is not going to be the case. Enner is going to get that first place. Perfect for him. Feed also getting some very pivotal points as well over Granadi and Elcon. I mean, this is the time to shine right now. And for the Frenchmen, I mean, if they want to meet Binks up in the final and make it a almost all French final, I mean, we got Mayim up in the final right now. I mean, but it would be fantastic for them. It would be a fantastic result and showing.
Exactly, that would be a great display of the French Trackmania scene. But right now the trend is the loser bracket players, Elcon and Enner, they seem to be warmed up. Granadi and Feed played one match today, they lost it. Now they're here. It's do or die for them. Just consider that they only played the winner bracket final. And whereas we have Elcon and Enner who went through the loser bracket, you know, and played those matches already before, and you think it will be an advantage to
right.
that?
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure quite exactly. Unfortunately, there's so much happening.
Yeah, also in this round. Look at this round.
I mean, Feed was ahead the entire time, and unfortunately, he bonks. Elcon is going to go to the plastic section, but Enner pulling ahead yet again, getting even more points. He's going to get a nice jump, and he's going to get those 10 points. An insane performance for him on Iteltsky right now.
Wait, why did I say Feed? Of course, I got something wrong there. So, you know, it was, of course, not Feed playing in the winner bracket final. It was not him. So
okay,
that was my bad.
I mean, it's okay. No worries.
Yeah. I got a little bit ahead of.
I mean, we can always talk about baking cookies too. I mean,
okay, we could also do that. Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, I can maybe really only bake peanut butter cookies. So I mean, I got a recipe. It's just flour and peanut butter.
All right, let's go to the next round here. Round number 3 on Iteltsky by Ski Freak and Whiskey, or you know, Whiskey as we have called that map. as Elcon leads the round. But of course, let's take a look onto this outside approach here from Enner. There he comes with a lot of speed. Into the lead he goes. Very close there in this section. Granadi, Enner, and Feed are fighting it out. Elcon falling a bit behind. Now minimizing the airtime by touching the snow there a little bit, but just accelerating a bit faster again, or a bit earlier again, as Feed and Enner are in for a very good run here. Feed is right now leading, but only by a hair. Good approach over that turn. It's 700ths of a second between the players. Feed with a good line, and I think it's going to be win it. Oh, Enner with a good lower ending, but that's so close. 03 and 06.
300s.
Great times from both players, and Feed eventually wins the round.
Yeah, that was really good by Feed, definitely. Again, like we've been saying, needing to get some important points right now. That means he's going to gain 6 points on Granadi, and Granadi is starting to fall behind. He does need to kind of pick himself back up as well. Last hope for Germany at this point for this event. He does need to be able to start using those pedals a little bit more efficiently as we are getting into round 4 of 4 here on Itelski, Enner, and Feed leading yet again.
Yeah, great start from both of them, but Granadi comes closer here. Great line from the real driver.
He hurt me.
Yeah, exactly. And he is excelling and still up to that same place with Feed on a great run, showing us that he's maybe one of the best players on this map. I mean, in 03, will we see the first sub of 49 on this map, on this match? Right now, it's looking really good. He's so far ahead. He's risking so much, though, and it looks so effortless. Great approach there as well. Granadi comes a bit closer, though, by the looks of it, but he actually lost 1,000 of a second, even though his start was great. What time will Feed do? It will be at 49.12. Okay, so not quite there yet, but still a first position, winning 2 rounds in a row, now up to 59 points and coming dangerously closer to Granadi, but it's still a longer way to overtake or come closer to Enner and Elcon.
Yeah, everybody within 20 points of each other, so we've kind of condensed our points finally. We're finally getting more of a competitive match. I mean, it has been competitive, not saying that it hasn't been, but it's definitely getting even crazier now as we're getting to the pivotal halfway point in terms of points. We are all halfway there to 140 as we get to our next map here. That is going to be Switcheroo by Funai.
So point limit is 140 points, then you activate Finest Mode, and in Finest Mode you have to win 1 more round. The top 2 players will make it into the grand final, and then we also play for 5th and 6th place, because 6th place will go home with €50 and 5th place with €100. So every player who has made it up until this point has already won something at least, but of course you want to make it to the grand final, especially when the matches are that close.
If I'm any of these guys, I want that $1,000. That's a nice
it's a lot.
That's a nice little present to have to take home with you. And on top of that, I mean, honestly, pride as well. I mean, I don't think anybody expected how intense this tournament was going to be. And we are seeing how intense it is in these final last matches of the tournament. And now everybody, I mean, we've had emotions. Binks, according to some individuals, shouted when he won his first place. I mean, everybody is getting passionate, and that's the amazing thing about this event.
It's really amazing. Also here, Feed with a 56.85. That's a great time on Switcheroo. I mean, the world record is a .64. No, wait, a .56 from Feed actually, and we have seen Binks qualifying to the grand final with a .66. That was also a great time. This round was crazy. I mean, Switcheroo, a map that is definitely not the easiest map, let's say like that. But let's go into round number 1 because the warm-up has ended.
Yeah, we got Feed and Granadi, Enner, and Elcon. They're all side by side at the moment. We are going to see a couple transitions before we really determine who is going to pull out ahead. Feed actually doing that as I say what is going on, but they are still neck and neck. Grass slide into the tarmac. Who's going to get the better exit into the up wall? It is going to be, I think, Elcon at the moment, but Feed is right beside him into the pivotal tech turn. Granadi, unfortunately, is going to bonk on the outside. Who is going to keep the very tight to that left border? That is going to be Elcon keeping his speed. Everybody having a good line from what I have seen, and Elcon is going to take this first place, followed by Feed.
A .63? Are you kidding me? What a great time from Elcon, beating that time that I've mentioned from Binks by 300s. What a great round that was. A .70 from Feed, only getting 2nd position. That is crazy how fast that time was. I mean, world record is a .56. That was 700s away from it. What a time. And Elcon with that up to 89 points.
Yeah, we don't know. somebody might be able to break that world record right here. Elcon seems like he's ready to take on that challenge as we get into round 2 of 4 here on Switcheroo. And honestly, it is interesting to see how tight everybody is. But once we get to the end, there does seem to be some tricky parts that people are struggling on. So maybe we will see that again, maybe we won't. This section is very pivotal as we get into the grass slide, into the reactor boost. I mean, look at the Enter. He is going ahead. He is pulling farther ahead. Grenati, though, has a decent line. This pivotal up wall, that part is so tricky. You can clip that corner if you're not careful. We get over to the left tech turn. Again, we saw Grenati fail. He does not fail this time, but he is stuck in third. Who's going to get the best speed? Grenati has a really good line. He might be able to get out of it. Feed also has a really tight line as well. Who is it going to be to the end? Grenati has an extra speed at the end. Is it going to be able to make it? He is not going to. He is 4 thousandths away from Feed, but Feed is able to get those pivotal 10 points, and he's going to pull ahead of Grenati after this round.
Ladies and gentlemen, Feed has arrived. Now also overtaking Grenati, who unfortunately was 4 thousandths behind and didn't get himself those 10 points. So Feed now coming closer, dangerously closer also to Enter. Grenati on last place. I mean, he was dominating up until some point the winner bracket final, and now he could not even make it to the grand final.
I think he's definitely feeling the nerves. Grenati seems like a very passionate guy, and maybe that is what's occurring right now. Hopefully he's able to stay in front like he is right now, but Enter is challenging him at the moment through the tunnel up to the reactor boost. Who is going to pull ahead? It seems like Grenati for the moment. We go to the grass slide here. It is important to minimize your drift as much as possible getting into this upper wall. Feed is ahead at the moment. And as we get to this tech turn, Grenati has almost messed up multiple times here. Is he going to mess up again? No, he doesn't. Feed did seem to slow down. He did seem to touch the border. Is Grenati going to get extra speed? No, he's not. Feed is still staying ahead, and I think Feed is going to get this first place here. But Enter, he is looking to challenge. I don't think he's going to be able to make it. It's going to be Feed getting first place, followed by Enter and Grenati. And unfortunately, Elcon has been nowhere to be seen for this map so far.
Also good times here, 0.71 and 74. Man, this level is insane. So Elcon with 3 points, Feed now only 4 points away from Enter. What a map that was for him. Coming closer, and now we're gonna go to the last round on Switcheroo, when we're gonna swap to the next map, and let's see who's going to win this one. Alright, we have Grenati with a good start. Elcon always opts for that more outside approach to gather up a bit more speed, but it didn't really work out too well for him as he's already 0.2 of a second behind. Grenati's leading the race with quite comfortable 0.1 of a second, but of course this part very important to not bump as too much, because if you bump a little bit and then, you know, don't get a smooth transition there, you will lose a lot of speed, but Grenati's looking really strong. Enter also with a good approach there, and Grenati is leading still by 0.17, and he's on a banger run, but Grenati also needs those 10 points to stay in the match, to not let the others run away from him, and it's looking great. Good drift there as well, accumulating a lot of speed. Also great approach into that dirt part, and Feed is overtaking Enna here in the meantime, but Grenati also setting new checkpoints. This could be a world record from Grenati if he survives the ending. Okay, not there just yet, but he took one checkpoint there actually, if I was recalling it correctly. You can see the checkpoints in the top, but yeah, well, it wasn't really too much there, but still a great time here from Grenati.
And now, as we see, in the points, everybody finished opposite of their current total points ranking. That means the scores are getting even closer as we get into the next map here. We are looking at, I did not see what we're going to.
The track of the day.
The track of the day, but Oxygen.
Oxygen, yeah.
By Kisla. And
great map.
Man, for me, I don't know about you, but I feel the tension right now. I hope everybody who's watching is feeling the tension right now. I'm so excited. This has been an exciting match so far. Look at this. 98, 93, 86. So close to one another. We have now gone within 10 points, essentially. I believe that's my correct math. I think maybe 12. But points, yeah, 12 points. All right. But, Feed finally waking up. Insane.
Exactly.
Now, interesting that I do want to note is that everybody has their own map, right?
Yeah, true that.
So we had Feed, he had a really good map. Enter had a really good map. Grenati has also had a really good map. I think that was the very first map that we played. And then Elcon, I mean, we also see maps that everybody's also not good at. I mean, Elcon, unfortunately, the previous map, Switcheroo, was not his forte. He seemed to be struggling a lot. He finished 4th, I think, for majority of the rounds, 4th or 3rd. But hopefully Elcon in this regard, I mean, he's still ahead by 5 points. He's still been consistently overall the better player for this match. And I think probably he's going to show everybody that there's a reason why he's still in first place.
Yeah, I mean, 98 points. He could activate the fight. No, not yet. He needs 2 more points because the point number is 140 also in this match. But also Granadi not too far behind, 12 points you have mentioned there. So I hope that the German man, the only German player who's still in, you know, will do a sort of comeback, because I think this line really favors Granadi. We had this outside dirt line that we have emphasized a lot of times, and I think most of the players here will go for that. We see the first mistake there from Feed. Granadi with a great line. Let's take a look here. All players are going for that. Feed is not going to do that, and Granadi is still in the lead. We have Elcon behind, and Enner also only 0.17 behind. Granadi with a great approach also onto this grass section, as he just extends his lead just a little bit, because Elcon went a bit further or a bit wider, has more speed though, but it seems to be enough for Granadi to stay in the lead, even though Elcon is pushing the hell out of it here. But there's only one more drift to go. Will Granadi survive?
Even a little bit wider on that.
A little bit wider, but not the best landing here for Granadi. Elcon comes closer, and it's such a great fight between them. Granadi with more speed, he can overtake him. Will Granadi snipe it? It's 6,000 of a second. Granadi has unfortunately thrown it at the end. He had a lead of 0.15 of a second.
That was unfortunate.
But Elcon coming out on top here.
It was unfortunate he ever so slightly rubbed one of the corners. Actually, no, he went wide in that final tech turn, and then at the end he had a bad landing, so unfortunate for him.
Tried to go for the nose dive,
Right, and so that gave Elcon the opportunity to snipe it in that round. Round 2 of 4 on Oxygen. It is pivotal. Everybody is in this game. Everybody is really close to one another. Granadi is going to try to pull out ahead again. This seems like to be a map that might be more comfortable for him. Feed, though, wants to say something otherwise. He is pulling out ahead at the moment. It is side by side. We aren't really going to know too much until we get to this dirt section. Who goes outside? Granadi makes a fatal mistake. Elcon, though, he does get a better dirt section, so therefore he is going to have more speed on the exit. But Feed says, no, you cannot have that position. It's mine. I'm going to stay in front, and I'm going to fight you tooth and nail to the finish. Feed is going to get a nice tech section here. Elcon goes a little bit wide, loses a little momentum towards Feed. Feed, however, still keeping ahead. As we get to the final solemn here, pivotal tech section right here, Feed goes a little bit wide. Elcon takes it a little bit tighter. Feed, though, however, is doing fine. Good bounces, good landings by everybody. As we get to the dirt section here into the final jump, Feed is going to get first place.
Yeah, great tech section there from Feed, extending his lead even further. Nice outside dirt line from Elcon.
Yeah,
point
that was
29
insane.
from Feed. Great time, I have to say. And with that, Feed overtakes Enner here, going up to second position. So Elcon and Feed right now leading, but Granadi also not so far behind, only 9 points behind Feed, and then Enner also crossing that 100-point barrier. And let's go into round number 3 on Oxygen, as we have Elcon, who we are right now following, not with the best start, but comes back quite nicely here, getting that grip on the inside, just next to the hole, where you just accelerate a bit faster than just on dirt. And right now it is Granadi and Feed leading. Elcon, however, with a very nice line, gathering up a lot of speed, and also sets himself up nicely for that turn. Good line, but he touches, and we see Granadi and Enner surviving, as of course one player didn't go for the jump, for the outside line, and Feed also with a mistake there. 2 mistakes already in this round, so we'll be between Granadi and Enner, but Elcon is not so far behind, even though he has made a mistake. But Granadi needs those 10 points to stay alive in this match. He's also on a great time. It could be another point too from the German player, the wheel player, playing for alternate attacks. There's one more ending part. This is a left turn where you have to jump into the ending. Enner is attacking though, but Granadi will stay ahead. What time will it be? It will be a .23. Good time and very important 10 points for Granadi.
That gets him the local third record here. Definitely a fast time, but Elcon, surprisingly, I mean, he's going for that outside dirt turn constantly past those 2 pillars. And I mean, you at this point in the match, you have to be able to risk it all. And we're at the stage in the event that everybody, in my opinion, should be taking that, because, I mean, it is such a benefit to have that outside line. And I think all these players are capable of doing so. Getting into round 4 of 4 here on Oxygen. Last round, Elcon, Enner, they get the early advantage at the moment. Feed and Granadi a little far behind, seems to make a small blunder, but Enner is going to pull ahead at this moment. getting into between the pillars onto this dirt section. Pivotal dirt section we've been talking about. It seems that Enner and Elcon do just fine. Feed is too scared. He said no multiple rounds, that he refuses to take that outside line. He wants to take it safer. Enner is still pulling ahead at the moment. We are going in to see who gets a better speed drift out of that grass, and it seems that Elcon is going to benefit after the second speed drift. We get to the uphill dirt section. Who is going to get a more solid line? Doesn't seem there does not seem to be much of a difference. Yeah. We get to the final tech section here, getting to the jump. Is anybody going to have a good landing? Enner has a bad landing. That is going to give an opportunity for Feed to get sniping in second. Elcon. But Feed has really good speed, and Elcon making a mistake. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Elcon. Elcon. Ooh, what a sigh of relief for him.
Saved.
Because that could have been scary. He could have even messed up the jump and not even made it altogether. But luckily for him, he was able to make a 0.05 difference between Elcon and Feed at the very end there.
Yeah, the gap was already large enough that he could have actually saved it at the end, even though his line was quite wonky. But we go to the next map now. We have one map left.
My hands are sweating.
Interdiction. Oh, wait, no, it's already the first map again.
Yeah, we're already through five maps already.
Yeah, so we are at Interdiction again. It's map number 6, so we have 5 maps in the map pool, and after we have played all those 5 maps, it will be map number 1 again until we've done the map number 2 and all of those.
Let's talk about Interdiction really quickly. From what I can remember correctly, I believe Grenady was excelling here on this first map because he was pulling slightly ahead at the beginning, as well as Elcon. So really, Grenady, he needs to gain some momentum back, as he is the one that's still been lagging behind after 3 maps. So it is important and pivotal for him to be able to get back to the section. But Feed has finally come alive, and he is now second.
Yeah, second place already. I mean, not already. He's 2 points ahead of Enner, who is also bringing in a raid fight. Only Elcon is really clear ahead here. Could activate finest mode in 2 rounds. Grenady also not on this one yet, 108 points. So we could be in for maybe a triple or even quadruple finest situation if Elcon is not able to clear the finest mode just straight away.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at a likely double finalist at minimum here, just because of how close everything is. And we're going to see right now as we get into round 1 of Interdiction by Ozai. And really, Grenady, this is your time. All of Germany is rooting for you. This is the moment to wake up and get it done. As we get into the first couple turn sections, pivotal tech section right here. It can be tricky. Too many drifts will make you slow down. Grenady seems to have struggled just a little bit. Who got less grass out of that tech turn? It seems that everybody did okay. Into the pivotal plastic portion, up to the dirt uphill. Elcon, Grenady unfortunately is going to bonk, so that means he's going to slow down. Going up to the players, Enner, we're looking at Enner and Feed. They are side by side. Elcon pulling ahead at the moment. Is anybody going to clear the pillar? Everybody seems to have cleared the pillar. We go up to the grass slide. Who's going to get a better exit speed out of the grass slide into the plastic uphill? Elcon,
so close.
Elcon is doing his best right now. He is putting it all on the line because he knows that this is going to get him to that grand final. We get to the final dirt section. Everybody seems to be okay. Elcon is going to finish first with Feed and Enner saying, "I hate you, Bush," at the very end.
Yeah, Feed and Enner getting second and third, even though doing a great time at 0.23 and 0.27 respectively. But Elcon, with that 138 points, he only has to finish the next round in order to activate finest mode. So huge victory for him, being almost 20 points out of Feed. And then also Enner, of course, who's 4 points behind. Grenady at 111 points. Let's focus on him. Let's see if he can get the job done in this round. So, all eyes on Grenady, and he has a really good start right now alongside all the players. Only Enner is a little bit behind, 0.4 of a second, and also good drift here from Grenady. Very nice, very clean driving. Also, they're going so close there to the wall by just maximizing the angle that you can deal with there. So, very, very good line from Grenady, and with that, he leads the race. However, Feed is not slowing down. Now dropping into that 3rd gear. Feed is coming closer. Also, good approach over this drop down
on the dirt, though.
And Grenady so close again. He's risking a lot. This just shows how knowledgeable he's as a player, and he still leads the race. 36,000th of a second. Feed is pushing it. Now, of course, the line really matters. Grenady going a bit further outside, has a bit more speed, but Feed with the more direct approach. Grenady now into the lead again. Who's going to risk it more? Feed will have more speed, and Feed could overtake Grenady. Who's going to take it? Feed will win the round by 14,000th of a second. 103.04 and a 103.058.
Yeah,
Grenady not getting those 10 10 points.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe just a slight misjudgment on that dirt section. He seemed to have decided not to opt for that outside dirt line, and unfortunately, it costed him that 10 points. But he needs the 10 points now. That just gets Feed a more secure spot into second, as we have Elcon in finalist mode here into round 3 of 4. Elcon, hey, it's time for you to get your first place and get into the grand final. So hopefully, we're going to be able to see you pull it out here. But right now, Feed, he's saying, this is my map. I got the world record here, and I want to show you from last map that I have improved, and I'm warmed up now. It's my time to show, as we see Feed and Enter fighting into the uphill dirt section. Feed getting a nice line. Enter gets very close to that barrier, but does not get punished for it by the game. Feed, Venom. Enter is going to get to through that pass. Everybody's going to do okay. Elcon, unfortunately, he has made a slight blunder, so he is falling behind. Feed and Enter and Grenadi neck and neck at the moment. Somewhat of a little train up the plastic hill. We get to the pivotal tech section where, well, not so much a tech section, but we get to the dirt section here. Who is going to get the better line? Feed immediately gets the better line. He is going to get first place here, but Grenadi snipes Enter at the end.
Yeah, good ending from all the players. Enter making a small mistake, and Grenadi on second place yet again, not really getting himself those valuable 10 points. And of course, you know, it was Feed having the world record on this map, but of course it was mine beating that time in that previous match with an 82-5. But of course, nonetheless, Feed is probably one of the strongest time attack players, or also the strongest time attack PBs. Maybe there's some PBs offline from some players, but let's go into the round because Elcon is still in finals mode, and we have a great start from all the players. Everybody pushing it to the absolute maximum. Grenadi going so close into the wall again, but had to release though for a tiny tad, so he lost a significant amount of speed. Elcon, however, is chasing them down here. Let's go with his POV. Feed and Enter in the lead, and of course Feed with 139 points, so he's not finalist just yet. Grenadi at 123 as well as Enter, and we have Feed leading. He can't deny some points towards the other players. Oh, Elcon up with the best try there. Had to release though. He tried to push, but it wasn't really it. As I also don't really think that Grenadi's end approach is really working out. He goes so outside here on this part. You can see it there, and has so much speed, but he just traveled so much distance. Of course, he's coming out of nowhere. Actually, this time it works out, but Enter is still leading. Enter with a great ending line. Feed versus Grenadi, and Grenadi has the upper hand, and the .06 again is the winning time. So great time from Enter, and we have also Feed now in finals. So there it is,
as predicted.
Double finals situation, and we're gonna go to the next map, to map number 2 again.
It's gonna be banners if I remember correctly. At the pivotal finish section, it should be really interesting how that happens, as well as the bobsleigh. I think everybody at this point has no issue with the bobsleigh section here. We saw a lot of people struggling at the early stage, not quite sure how to approach it, but now we have the point where everybody's accustomed to the map. They're very comfortable at this point.
They warmed up eventually,
But still, that finish has tripped up almost everybody. It doesn't matter what kind of skill level you were at. It is not an easy last moment, especially if you make a slight error in misjudgment.
Yeah, and you don't get the 5th gear, exactly.
Yeah, and we, like you said, we are in the double finalist section here. This is, regardless of who loses, they are still going to get some prize money to take home for them. So maybe they can get a couple drinks at the bar here at Arcadia as we are looking 30 seconds to warm up. But, I mean, do you have a prediction? Who do you think is going to pull out in this round?
I mean, it was very close on this map straight away, but Elcon and Feed, they looked really strong, so they will be hard nuts to crack. I think right now, also with that map order, it really favors them. You see them also in the local records. They've set the fastest times, but Grenadi only a couple of hundreds behind. You know, he can definitely do something. Elcon with a 50.86 in the warm-up. What is that? So I hope this will not favor against him. That is a really good time. So you guys
haven't seen that. That's an insane time. That's our fastest local record.
Yeah, it's an 82-1, but of course, if you do this time in a warm-up, the time will not count. You know, also you have that in couples a day. The usual, you know.
It doesn't matter about the practice, boys.
Yeah, you know, it's like that. You know, I just swapped German there for a second. Oh, man. You know,
it's okay. It's okay. We're in Hamburg.
I need to keep on practicing, guys.
Oh, Grenadi
makes a mistake, And we have one of those finalists, Feed, in the lead. But it's the classic, you know.
Right.
You do Euro PBs in warm-up. It's always like that, and then they don't count. But, however, let's focus on this round. Feed is having a great approach. He almost slips there. Enter, however, Enner, however, has made a small error there by oversteering a little bit or not having a good line. Let's go into his POV because he's also actually not that far away from finals. A victory would be enough. Also, Elcon now in the mix. Enner with a good line. We might have a winner here in this round. Who's gonna accompany Mime and Binks in the grand final? Will it be their teammate? Will it be Feed? Yes, it will be Feed who's gonna win it with a 50.93 great performance. And what a comeback after a wonky start. Also not really performing on this map too well as the first map. Feed comes back and is now in the final. And as Geek mentioned, Feed is nowhere an underdog in this.
Yeah, he is definitely here to play. He is definitely making him a name for himself at this moment. I think people are going to remember his name for sure after this event because he is in the grand final. He is going to compete for that $1,000 prize, but we are not done yet. Elcon is still looking to get in. Enner, if he plays it, as long as Elcon does not finish first, Enner is going to be going into finalists. Grenati, if he gets a first place, he is also going to go into finalists. So Grenati, hi, how are you? We need you right now as we get into the ice bobsleigh section.
Grenati.
What a fantastic line and speed that he's going to get out of it. Is he going to clip the CP? No, he gets it right there, pixel perfect. He does pull ahead of Enner. Enner, however, does get a better, nice downhill. Grenati still sticking ahead. It is going to be neck and neck. And Enner has a little bit more extra speed as we get into the final uphill turn. Who is going to be it? It is going to be Grenati, and we're going to have a triple finalist for the last round to get into the grand final.
There will be one more round to decide who will join Binks, Mime, and Feed in the grand final. Of course, we also play for P number 5.
Right.
So the third place will also be played out. But let's go ahead into the round. We have 2 more rounds that come into play.
I'm ready.
On banners. We also have 1 more round. 2 more rounds.
We got to get into the cup. We have no time for this, Alexander. We got to get into the cup.
Let's go ahead. Grenati also leading, taking that momentum from that previous round into his favor, or tries to translate that great line here as well.
Ooh, Grenati.
Grenati with a great comeback here. And now he's there. He has the chance. He has one opportunity. Elcon being finalist for so long. But now he makes the mistake. Elcon will not take it. Elcon will not join his teammate Mime in the grand final. Grenati's looking really good. Cooling his head, or is like having a, it's just having a very confident performance right now, and Enner is behind 0.25 of a second, and Grenati will
Germany's
join
cheering
the grand
for you right
final.
now.
He will do it. Grenati's through. GG's to Germany.
Oh! No! Ouch.
Guys.
Oh
that
my.
No.
Gosh.
It happened again. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Guys, I'm
speechless.
I'm speechless.
No.
We still play for third place though.
Yeah, we do.
Versus Grenati, so let's swap back.
This is going to be the consolation for 5th and 6th place. Oh man, we're so shocked by that result. But we are going to play this final round.
Let's go back into the game.
As we see Elcon and Grenati here, they are neck and neck. Oh man, I can't get over myself right now. Grenati, please at least just get a 5th place for us. And he says no. I am so distraught at the moment. Maybe Elcon will gift him some time back in return, but I don't think so. I think Elcon is going to take it here, but you never know. With that last jump section, Elcon did seem to clip there, so he is going to slow down just a smidge, but 4-second difference. Grenati, we just see him in the picture there for Elcon. Elcon is going to get this 5th place, and oh man. Yikes. I'm sorry. That's the only reaction I have at the moment. That was
you know what? I'm actually pissed. I'm so done. Like that was not only the biggest jinx I've had in such a long time, but I also feel so bad about Grenati with that performance. I mean, you can see him there. Also, he cannot really believe it.
Not happy.
I mean, he could have been in the grand final and have 200 euro guaranteed, but now he only takes 50 euro home. So. What was that match? It was so close at the end.
I was like, yes, let's go, suck, and then it just no suck.
No suck. It was like keep on practicing the ending.
It's like just practice, keep practicing, bro. Yeah. That's what the game said to him at that point.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh man, what a match that was. But guys, before we're gonna go to the grand final, there will be one small break. But before that, we have an interview.
We have an interview. So we'll
Mark,
go over to
Mark
you guys.
interview.
Yeah, Mark interview.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
What a match. What a match, everyone. Welcome to this interview right here, right now. I mean, I think every one of us, doesn't matter who you are, but especially Canadian, just knowing so close, ever so close. But then the banners, risky finish, ruined dream, and it just, I mean, it's got to hurt. That's really got to hurt. Everyone collectively here just couldn't believe what was happening. We saw it on the cast as well. What a match. What a match to close out the consolidation finals. Unfortunately, this means Granadi out, right? Initially in the winners final, couldn't close out that finalist, and once again, just barely not. But what a triple finalist situation it was. For now, though, we do have an interview with another tournament that has been going on. We've been spectating the mixed tournament on stream pretty much the entire way through. However, we have had the side event going on, primarily tech-based. And some of the players definitely let know, like, oh yeah, we're gonna play tech mainly. You know, like mix is fun, and obviously plenty of people came in with tech, but there are obviously those tech gods around here as well. And I am joined by one of them, the winner of the tech tournament, Piranha. Congratulations on your win. And I mean, we haven't seen the match on stream, so I'm positive plenty of viewers wouldn't really know what happened. So could you talk us through a little bit in what's going on in the match?
Yeah, basically, in the final there was Megorian, Key, me, and Gecko, and it was a good match. It was really close in the end. We had two finalists, and we had some really sick rounds, some mediocre ones. Yeah, but in the end it was a really good tech final for us. It was really close and fun. Yeah.
I wish I would have seen it. It's unfortunate that we couldn't fit it into the scheduling, but I mean, it's good to hear that, you know, like it's a fun match. Would you feel like being at a LAN, it makes it feel different?
Yeah, it's really different. Like you're sitting right next to the player, you can just turn around and check. Like after every good round, you can see each other, talk about it after the match. It's really insane and really fun.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, it's that direct feedback, right? Just back and forth. That is awesome to hear. I mean, would you say that, you know, getting into the finals, that you would say, I really missed this player, or I could have sworn that this player was on the level and he could have caught him. For example, in the mixed tournament, we've seen Feet, for example, not a player many people know, despite the fact that he's won 2 LAN tournaments this year, now coming into the grand finals, along with another player like Lumar, who crushed it in qualifiers. Unfortunately, got stuck in top 16, but also another player that just people didn't know about. Would you say that there was someone in the tech tournament that impressed you, surprised you in that way, and maybe would be a contender in the future?
Like, not really surprised me, but there was like Nevermind. He Trackmania people, of course, know him.
Yeah.
And he should have really been in the final. He was in semifinals with Magorian, Key, and with Megorian, Key, and like only 2 can games go through.
Of course.
Yeah, so we expected him to be in the final, but because of that, he didn't make it, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. I mean, it's the nature, right, of these tournaments. You're bound to lose these great players, and it's in the moment, right? And it's interesting always to see just, you know, like this competition ever going on. But I mean, you had to be here to see it, I suppose, in this situation. Another question about the LAN in general. You already mentioned this direct interaction making things different, right? The way these matches progress. Would you say that there is something that you've experienced here at the tournament that really made it like, oh yeah, this is something I'll remember later on and look back to in a great way, besides winning the tournament?
Yeah. I don't think there's a special moment really, but like it's just a tournament itself. Like coming here is meeting everyone, like playing together, having fun afterwards, after the matches, and talking with each other, meeting the Trackmania people. Like that's the greatest experience here.
Yeah.
Like the tournament itself and everything is great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been great just seeing everyone, and I think as much as it is a competitive environment, it's also a great way to just see each other, right? And especially with the parties we've had and whatnot. I mean, I had fun with those, and besides the parties itself, plenty of things just going around, just happening. So I fully agree with you on that. I have one final question for you, totally unrelated to anything, but something I've been talking about in general. What is your favorite cookie?
My favorite cookie?
Yes.
It's like, would say it's like a vanilla cookie with like chocolate in it.
Ooh, vanilla chocolate. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm usually about the chocolate chip myself, so maybe I should play around with vanilla in the future. But no, that's going to do it for now. Our tech champion, Piranha, coming in. Thank you so much for the interview and joining us. But for now, we'll have a small 2-minute break. And when we come back, we'll have some more exciting Trackmania action with the grand finals remaining in this tournament. We've got Enner, we've got Feed, we've got Mime, and finally we've got Binks duking it out to see who is best at Trackadia. See you guys in just a little bit.
Just a moment of silence here while we...
Yeah, a moment for silence for Granadi.
Oh, man. That was... Oh, the pain. All right, we got to get through this, though. We still have one more match to go here at Trackadia. The action is not over yet. Feed and Enner, fantastic job. They were able to do it. So now is going to be 3 Frenchmen versus a Polish in the final, the grand final for all the money. Man, I feel so bad for not just Granadi, but Elcon too, because he was doing so well that entire match. And yeah, it just, unfortunately, Feed and Enner just switched on and they were able to get it. But you guys were able to watch. I mean, G-Geek, you've been on the sidelines the entire time. How was it for you?
I tell you, for the end of the second finalist round, when I saw that, my heart sank. Legitimately, my heart sank. I was like, yeah, he's got this. And then the board bonk, completely gone. I feel really bad.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm out of breath too because I've been running up and down. I thought I had more time to recover from that last match.
Time for this.
We have no time for this, Alexander. So Turbo, I mean, man, you were so upset.
I cast the curse.
Make sure you're. Yeah.
I cast the curse a little bit more, because Granadi's also a good friend of mine.
Right.
And just seeing him crashing into that, especially when I already said, GG's to Germany and GG's to Granadi, and then eventually he didn't make it. I was so mad about that.
And it wasn't just you. I was saying, Germany is rejoicing for you, and then they were. So I went downstairs really quickly just to gauge the reaction for everybody. And they said they all had their hands on their heads. They were saying, what? Just as we were up here, it was insane. Boney, I mean, you just had your interview, but man, let's get another reaction from you. That was crazy.
Yeah, because I was sitting right here, preparing, and I was looking, obviously. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, he's got it in the back. Previous match, so many times in finalist mode, surely he's going to close out. Right, and he just risky fin, and that's where things went wrong. That risky fin from Banners just came and reared its ugly head right at the point where it really mattered. Triple finalist, it was there. It was just in reach and
so close yet so far.
I mean the collective size everywhere. I mean, if there's something to be like people will talk about when it comes to this tournament, it's going to be this moment. This is like top 3. Like if we're going to have a top 5 moments, I mean, right now this is number 1 in my eyes.
Yeah, I think it's a moment that everybody is not definitely going to forget, but maybe also looking from the other perspective, Feed. We've been talking about him nonstop up to this point, and there's a reason for that. He's performed insanely. Nobody knew who he was beforehand, really. I mean, yeah, the French community knew who he was.
A lot of people knew about him before.
Well, I mean,
but he was usually like a tech player, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, so we'll compromise and we'll say half and half knew him, half and half didn't. But overall, I mean, man, what an insane performance from him coming back. He was down in last place, I think, after map 2 or 3, and then just overtaking. I mean, like we talked about, he had multiple world records before coming in, clearly there were some nerves on himself. I mean, thinking about it and going rationally through a player's thought process at that, you have the expectation of yourself. I have the world record. I need to perform this. And sometimes you get too much into your head that you get frustrated with yourself and you think, well, I should be getting this world record, right?
Yeah, this is very much the element of crispation that we've been talking about, and a feeling of like not overconfidence, but like setting the bar way too high for yourself. This is very much something that you kind of have to come to terms with when you're at that level. Even if you have the world record, if you have the fastest time, sometimes some rounds just don't click. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. So it's very much about really maintaining that composure and not getting yourself too worked up about the fact, man, I'm pissed. I didn't really perform that well in this map. It's about really getting, okay, that one was bad. Let's get on with the next one. Just getting, we talk about the mental butters so often, but in those last few stages with such a high level, it's even more important.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But now we do need to focus to our next match as we get into the grand final here. Feed, enter. They just made it. Welcome to the grand final, boys. And Mime and Binks have been in the waiting. So how do you think, does anybody want to make a prediction on how you think Mime and Binks are going to handle this? How do you think after they got to see what was happening? So they are going to be affected by watching that as well, potentially, if they watched it. I mean, what do you guys think they're going to be thinking when they go into this next match? Maybe Boney, if you want to start off.
I think Mime doesn't want to see Yatelski as the first map again, if I'm just going to call out a map right now, because that very much made it a far harder match for him to really break in. He was playing from a deficit himself, but eventually was able to clutch it out. But you really do see the effect that the first map and perhaps even the second map, depending on how far finalists go, have later on, because you're going to play those maps twice. You have to take that into account. And because the maps are random, how are you going to deal with it? Like, it's a bit of luck of the draw, but also partly, you know, you've been playing these matches and some you were doing well, some you weren't doing well. How does that affect your mental state? Each and every one of these players has the pace to become champion. It's really a matter of, do I feel good enough to make it happen? Am I good enough to close out? Do I have that confidence to do so? And I think that's going to be the deciding factor for these players coming into this grand final.
Yeah, and Turbo, same question to you.
I mean, we have seen it on Switcheroo, for example. I think that's a good example for that, because people took some turns with more respect. The last drift, or the drift after the wall ride, where you had that dirt outside turn, you could really push it there, but you have seen a lot of mistakes there as well. Players going into it, or maybe just releasing or saving a bit more by oversteering. But you have to push so much, and I think also, like, to bounce the ball back to Feed, you know, he has gotten not the best performance into the consolidation final, but eventually he has proven himself. And I think if he shows that performance that he has done, like in the second half of the match, in the grand final, he's actually one of the clear favorites for me even.
And he's the fastest too.
Yeah, he's the fastest
times.
But
across.
also Mime has done a world record in match. So for me, it's really between all those players, Mime, Feed, and Binks. And then, of course, Anner. Also, you know, he was always there in this match. He was not really falling behind. So it will be a great match that we are going to witness very, very soon, as we right now setting everything up.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to say that Enner snuck in at the last minute, but I mean, he's kind of been under our radar as well to an extent. But he's been in the winner's bracket all the way up to the consolidation final. So he's only had one loser bracket match, and that was only the final one. So now he's in the grand final. So for him, he's had an extremely successful run. Obviously not to the extent of Mime and Binks, but definitely right up there, right? So... oh man, we still got so much more. We are gonna have a little bit time before the next match. I think only a couple minutes. But before we do that, we definitely want to thank our sponsors. Again, $2,300 prize pool. We just gave it out to 6th and 5th place. Now we are going to decide 1st through 4th. And even after the first place winner, there's still going to be matches. So we're going to all be celebrating once that first guy gets in there. But there's still going to be a couple rounds to decide who's 2nd through 4th.
Ain't no rest for the wicked in finalist mode. That's what Cup mode's all about.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, good luck. You guys have a monumental task ahead of you.
Oh, don't worry. I'm ready. And I think Boney's ready as well.
He has been shaking in his seat. He's like, let me in there. Boney, I mean, this is going to be your first grand final that you're casting, if I remember correctly. Is that? No. Let me at a LAN. I mean,
technically my first line was a solo cast, so
Right.
you know there was no.
Okay.
But no, usually these things have been like online, right? On the fast point side is where I usually am ending up in these finals, right, and casting those. But just knowing on this stage like this, the way the performance has been, all these big names, right? I think the biggest thing I've done previously has been Challenger, right? Following Mikatro, but this has become.
This is a new
Some people were
beast.
perhaps sleeping on the tournament, feeling like the pace wasn't too high, but I think these players have definitely proved that the pace is very high, the skill is there, and this is a tournament that just shows a great potential to grow into something bigger. And I am just super psyched to cast this grand finals and see what it will turn out to be. And we had triple finalists in the previous one. I'm still hoping for quad.
Everything can happen in the grand final. So let's go for some predictions. Who do you think, guys? Just mention one name.
And we got to get really quickly because we do got to get into the match here. And they got to get set up. So if we can get that question really quickly.
Okay.
I'm gonna. I stuck on with Mime. I'm sticking with Mime.
You know what? I'm gonna go with Feed, lower bracket world champion, baby.
Mime.
I don't care. All right, so we got to get through this. Thank you to our sponsors. It's going to be Viber Acoustic. It's going to be 28 Black, Arcadia, and OPL. We are about to get into the grand final here. We're going to play a real quick clip. Go! See ya.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're straight into it. Welcome back.
That was a long run.
That was a heck of a long run, man.
Why did they make the room so big?
Man, I didn't know. I think you had the construction permit to lengthen the building.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, we are back. Yeah, me and Bonnie are going to be your hosts for the grand final. And man, the build-up has been absolutely exciting to follow. We've been working through 3 days of qualifiers, of upper bracket matches, lower bracket matches, absolutely insane matches on the final phases, to that last cons final, which just made so many people's hearts sink, including mine. I was absolutely floored when I saw the results. And now we're heading into probably the biggest match of it all, a battle for the ages. The grand final.
The grand final, indeed. A hard-fought battle for all these players coming into the grand finals. It's been 3 long days.
3 days.
Just going into it, and it all culminates into this battle of titans, right? Showing their mastery of the map pool that we have set up for them.
Indeed.
And just ready and waiting for that first place, getting that trophy, getting that €1,000 prize money in the pocket, and like the honor to say like you were the first to win Trackadia.
Exactly. It's all this weekend, the entire 3 days, ever since we started the tournament at close to 4 p.m. on Friday, or a little bit later there. I can't really remember. My memory is blurred. I don't even care. But it's all been leading up to this very moment. The last 4 players to duke it out for the title of inaugural Trackadia winner. Feed from Hominotsun. Ener representing Project Conquerors. Easy Dream, represented by Binks, and then Mime, the Polish sensation, vice world champion from Into the Breach.
It's became unfortunately, despite the fact that we are in Germany, unfortunately none of the German players were able to make it into the grand finals. We've mentioned so many times, so Granadi was the closest one to it, but it is what it is. We could harp on about it, but I think it's good to just leave it at that, and give him some rest. He played phenomenally despite everything that happened.
Yes. In spite of all this, he still made a really good run. And I think we should still mention Elcon, for his first ever LAN event at 19 years old, a top 5, absolutely crushes it. He said that he was actually a bit under pressure. It's absolutely insane what he was able to come up with.
Yeah, it's just boggling to see what comes out in these situations. It's always, we caught it in the tech tournament interview we just had now with Piranha, and he already mentioned it's just so much different in a LAN event. You've got your competitors right next to you. You can you talk quick great round stuff like that, but at the same time you do see it happening.
You have a special
pressure.
Yeah, you do have that peripheral vision. When you see a fist bump, you can see it. So there's that little bit of an element to it that is very, very important. And also, he's a little bit of a different like routine to kind of get into the right zone.
The ritual, right? And maybe at home, you like maybe go, get a drink, get a snack.
Yeah, get a wind down. But on LAN, sometimes you don't really have the luxury to do that. So you have to find yourself like an entirely separate routine to try and get yourself into that momentum, into that sort of headspace to really perform at your best. And this is very much the key thing, the key difference between LAN and online. It's very much the kind of conditions and the atmosphere as well. I mean, it's very much can make or break a player.
Yeah. Definitely, and it's especially now these nerves are at the highest that they could have been.
Oh yeah, you bet they are.
I wish we had heart rate monitors on the players because I cannot imagine, especially as we get to the final situations, right? Heart rate's going up. I mean, mine's going up all the time.
Mine has gone up quite significantly. Like I've been jumping up to like close to 140, like in terms of like heart rate beats per minute. That's right.
Yeah.
Like I mean, we've all got like trackers anyway, so we could just check our pulses. But yeah, like close to 140 with that final round. I mean, this is what Trackmania is all about. And I guess we are going to be witnessing one last great match in this tournament with the grand finals soon to be getting underway pretty shortly as pretty much everyone's on the server. Almost everybody's ready. We're just waiting for Binks to give us the A-OK, and then we will be able to go through to the match itself. If you just joined us, first of all, welcome to the stream of the Trackadia tournament here live from the Arcadia Gaming House in Hamburg. I'm Thomas Mengozzi, a.k.a. G-Geek. Along with me is Ryan Bonigat, and we're going to take you through this grand final played in Cup mode. If you're not familiar with Cup mode, players get against each other against a series of rounds on multiple maps. At the end of each round, which is basically a point-to-point race, players get points depending on their finishing position. 10th for first, 6th for second, 4 for third, and 3 for fourth. Once you reach a certain threshold, in this case, once 140 points are collected by one player, he enters finalist status. You will see it with the red trigram and the red number on his car. Once that status is reached, the player needs to win one round to conclude his match and secure his position. We are going to be playing until 3 out of the 4 players have won their finalist status matches, which will, of course, determine our final ranking 1st through 4th.
Exactly, and it does look like we have the OKs coming in from all the players right now. So we're here. All right, this entire weekend has culminated to this. To imagine it's just one more match to decide it all. I am excited to see who will rise to the top, who will fold under the pressure and, like really get that diamond in the rough coming out. Will it be the invited players in Mime and Binks, or will we see Enner and Feed come in? Perhaps that lower bracket champion.
Yeah, lower bracket champion, yeah, indeed.
Will make it happen.
Well, we're getting started right here, right now. Good luck, have fun, everybody. We are having one warm-up round on Oxygen, and then we will start on the same map. We're going to see 4 rounds being played on each and every map, so that means we're going to have some pretty dynamic, and we're going to have a pretty dynamic shift. You don't really have the time to kind of like have a slow round, because once all 4 rounds are gone, you stick to the next map, and sometimes the map order can work against you. Yep. And if you end up with a really bad map on your first run, it kind of sets you up pretty badly if you were actually pretty close to conclude, for instance, and you're not able to close it out.
Exactly, with 140 points. I mean, on 120, we did see some players getting to the point on finalist on the 4th map. 140, odds are you can get away on the 5th map to get into finalist, but that does mean you might hit that 6th map. That map that was such an issue, such a pain when you just started off. We've seen it happen to Mime, we've seen it happen to Feed, and it's really a matter of, is this a good map for me? Because I know I will be back. I think Oxygen is a strong map for each of these players. It's not a Yatelski. It's not a Banners that could probably
that could throw some curveballs. Yeah.
So I think players will be pretty happy seeing this as the first map as we do go live with the grand finals here live Trackadia at the Arcadia Hotel. Here we go. Feed, Binks, Enner, Mime kicking things off, and let's see how they perform in the first round.
And so far, so good. Binks going really close to the inside of that circle there before the dirt part. Mime managing to claw back up. We have a little bit of a sluggish start from Enner, finding himself actually a second down. He has completely checked out. He is no longer in contention. Let's see if there are any outside lands that are going to be coming up. Yes, the outside line from Mime. Let's see if he's able to take advantage of the slingshot. Yes. Now, the subsequent corner is also important. Feed has a little bit more exit speed coming from that due to that tighter line and that later later Apex that he was able to get coming into the third and final sector. Feed, Binks, and Mime are very close together. Mime a tiny bit of an advantage, but really nothing to write home about. He still needs to hold on for dear life as we head into the final quarter of the map, the final few sets of corners, and then the jump at the finish, which can be very risky. Feed tries to make the inside line work. Mime with a bit more speed will retake the lead with a bit of a drop down. It's a little bit too tight. One car length, things ain't going to be enough for Mime to try and make something about it. It's going to be very close, or maybe Mime to the line. Not quite. 500ths of a second. Feed with a .384. Already starting off with a great race.
Great race, great round, and I think, you know, exactly what we expected when we get into these grand finals. All of these players have been fighting through the gauntlet and have been showing off their stuff and letting people know, like, hey, I can be the best right now. Feed with a great start, 10 points going his way, but Mime, Binks, and Enter, all of them, right, so close together, and it could be the simplest mistake, just a little bit more of a risky line that could cost it. Very curious to see Mime's outside line. I believe he has been the only one who has performed it, but perhaps I am wrong and we can see Enter or Feed go for that outside line. Let's see what happens. Mime and Enter both go outside, but Mime, unfortunately, not really using the space to its full potential, crashes into the pillar, and with that drops down into 4th place. Binks definitely could use these 10 points, came in 3rd in the previous round, has nice distance on Enter and Feed at the moment. 0.2 of a second, and definitely a big lead when you consider the pace that these players have been showing off throughout the tournament. We're already getting close to the end. This drift right here, quite tight. Got to keep hold of that 4th gear, but these players have done that so many times, and it's really going to come down to this dirt turn. Do we see an amazing attack from Enter, or perhaps not quite enough? He tried, but Binks was too far away, holds fast with a 102.4 to bring himself 10 points.
A for effort, but as they entered the dirt, he had like a 2 or 3 car length deficit to Binks, and that was really not enough to try and do a little bit of a desperado move, trying to catch that time back up, because after that, Binks had much more speed for the jump itself, and that's what pretty much cemented Binks' win here. So we are already on the tie, 14-14 for Binks and Feed. They are just 10% of the way there. Hey, that's a start. Remember, we're on the 140-point limit there for that particular grand final so far in the start of this round. At the end of the first sector, maybe Mime a little bit of a deviation there, forced to correct himself to avoid hitting the pole on the outside. But at the end of the first sector, he's still very much within that top leading group. Air falling back a little bit. Let's see who's going to be on the outside. Air and Mime once again. Feed and Binks went for the outside, for the inner line that is a bit safer, and actually not losing too much speed. Actually not able to take advantage of that slingshot. And yeah, Feed holding on for a second and actually continuing to challenge Binks for the lead. It could be very well a 3-way fight, with Mime wanting to be having a little piece of a cake for himself. Binks continuing to hold on, still trying to pull a little bit of a gap on the top 2, top 3. Mime moving up ahead of Feed into 2nd position. It's still very close. I think we should head to the perspective of Feed right now. The chaser in this pack. This could be super close. They're all within the same goals. It all depends on that final turn. Binks can hold on, or Feed to the line. It's Binks for just a few hundredths of a second again. Imagine you drive a .48 and you finish in 4th place.
4th. You can't do a .4, all right? It's just not gonna cut it. These players will push it to the utmost limit when it comes to these maps. That was such a phenomenal round, and that was just round number 3 on Oxygen. We're gonna be back. We're gonna see more of this action. We're gonna see more of this, indeed, yeah. But right now, we only have one round remaining on Oxygen, so not quite there yet. So we can maybe enjoy another one of these photo finishes right now. Feed falling a little bit behind on the rest of the pack. We do see Binks, Mime, and Enter 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, as Mime does overtake the 1st spot. Mime and Enter once again going for that outside line. No crashes happening and shooting forward just a tiny bit, but Binks has perfected that inside line we've seen throughout the tournament. He doesn't need that outside line. He doesn't need that small speed gain. He just knows that the inside line is the way to go, and he has been performing that line phenomenally pretty much all tournament through. I'm starting to really get away after that 3rd line. Let's see if he's able to maintain that lead out of this drift. Into 4th gear he stays, and with the distance right now, he'd have to do something quite ridiculous to get rid of this lead. Binks and Enter, though, quite close together, but Enter barely overtaking Binks right there. Feed closes out on number 4, just unable to really get closer as everybody was driving phenomenally.
Yeah, great race from 2nd to 3rd, and in the meantime, Mime 2/10 ahead, close to 2/10 ahead, 102.285, which is still a very respectable time. Definitely. Within 1 to 2/10 of his own world record had he set for himself a little bit earlier on in the tournament. And you can see on the screen, we've got Enter on the left-hand side. Then we find, of course, I already forgot the name, Binks in the middle, then Mime, and then at the end of the line, it was Feed. As we're moving on to map number 2, which is going to be Oze's Interdiction. A very, very balanced map. We go from one balanced map to another. Even though it was a little bit more risky on Oxygen, Interdiction is very much a, as we said, a picture-perfect case of like a very balanced mixed map requiring the engagement of every single ounce of the player's skill.
Definitely. I mean, it's a map that has a couple of tight drifts where you want to go on the inside of the pillars, where we do see a lot of risky attempts being taken, and it's usually the pillar that then stops the run. But at the same time, you've got that final dirt turn where we have seen players shoot forward, just having a ever so slightly better dirt line and just taking over slowly, surely. There's enough speed, enough space to actually take advantage of a speed gain, which isn't necessarily the case on each and every map. For example, the outside line that we had just now, there's not a lot of space to really gain on someone until you have to drift. But that's not the case on this one. There is about a 2-3 second, I'd say, until you get to the finish line, and that could mean everything when it comes to winning or not.
Indeed, as we're already getting underway with the first of 4 rounds here on Interdiction. Quick score recap on the right-hand side of the screen. 28 points for Banks, 23 equal for Feed and Mime at the end of map 1, and 18 points for Enter in P4. So far, not really any big gaps, as we see a few close calls there in the leading pack. Enter and Feed swapping positions. Mime in 3rd place. Banks falling back a little bit to the plastic part. Oh, huge slowdown from Feed, unfortunately for the man from Homeotsun. He's going to be out of the running. Everybody's sticking it on the outside, very, very close to that little white line there at the very edge of the track. Now, here comes the turn that had been troublesome for some. Everybody going for the risky line. Unfortunately for Banks, he went a bit too wide and hits the wall. He's going to allow Feed to move through into 3rd place. In the meantime, Mime holding on to the lead against NF for just 7/100ths of a second. The plastic part well negotiated. Watch out for the lineup, though. It's pretty good for both of the players. Now, who's going to get the best dirt part? The entry is a bit tricky, but also trying to get a smooth exit with a bit more speed is a bit tricky. Mime and NF, the position will stay as is with a 103.012. Still, 103.0s. We've seen 0.89, 102.9s, 102.8s, but still, 103.0s are very, very respectable. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Mime. Yeah, world record in match.
Yeah, this is one of those little things. I mean, if you're not coming in with a world record in grand finals, are you actually in grand finals?
No world record in match. Umega
But it's definitely those 103.0s. I think is the benchmark to beat when it comes to getting into 1st place. The pace has been absolutely great right here, and in this case, this was just due to a couple of risky lines that caused these players to fall behind right there. We do see Enter, unfortunately, hitting the wall right there. Just it's a tight drift right there. You got to take into account you've got that inside line with the pillar, but it's a long drift at the same time as well. And, it could easily go wrong if you underdrift just barely. Once again, we get to this risky line. We've seen a crash happening already. Will any of the players do so? No, Binks this time around gets through without a scratch. Feed in the lead. Binks and Mime currently having to play from behind, hoping that perhaps oh my, what the... Okay. How close was that?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, oh, okay, that was maximum attack mode.
Yeah, he wants it. He wants that 1st place, but Feed is just too far away. And while there was a great 3rd line from both Mime and Binks, Feed holds on with that again, a 103.0, that benchmark, holding firm, allowing himself to shoot forward into 2nd place.
Yeah, great plastic part. I was like seeing that like from early, and I heard your reaction like, oh, what? that was a bit of a surprising one, yeah, for many people in many respects. And that 10-pointer for Feed puts him really in firm contention again for the overall lead, as we're sitting on 39, 37, 35 for the top 3 at the moment, as we're starting round number 3. Through the start we go, nobody having any particular moments that we had to actually report. So everybody 1st through 4th. Evil Mime had a little bit of a wide line through there, managed to get away with it and actually get back in the groove. Unfortunately for Ender, just like on round 2, he hits the outside wall with the left rear, so he will be out of the running for now. Mime trying to carry more speed. Man, 203, 201, that's like right on the edge of like keeping 4th gear and avoiding the downshift to 3rd, which would cost you so much more time. Feed and Binks are pretty much within each other's gearboxes. There, Binks' ghost liking to have a sniff, like we like to say in sim racing, when someone is actually following very close to his back. Binks overtaking Feed for the lead through the tech section before the grass bar. Feed, though, is not giving up without a fight. Mime following a bit from a distance, potentially trying to make something happen with a late move or take advantage of a mistake. This is a bit of a close one. Feed again trying to take the challenge to Binks before the dirt part. Who is going to prevail in the Frenchman duel? Feed versus Binks. It will stay that way. Binks closing in with a .001. Very close to dipping into the 102s here in the grand final on interdiction. Feed a very close second. Mime and Enner third and fourth. But despite that, Feed will be able to take advantage of that and actually tie, tie for points with Mime, but actually Binks was the great winner as he's in the lead.
He is in the lead, but the lead is ever so slim. You can get, 10 points obviously with a win, and 2-point differential between first, second / third place right here is definitely not a solid first place. Enner on the other hand right now with 30 points definitely has been having some issues on interdiction. Hopefully this time around he'll be having a good run and perhaps get some 10 points in the pocket. Right now everybody's side by side. Anyone's game though. Feed is in the lead, but only ever so slightly. Let's see how they go in the uphill, dropping into third place. Look at the speed Mime kept in there, 180 getting out of it. Usually 170, 160 is what you see, but ever so close, but he does find himself in fourth place. Just
that right rear was so close to hit the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he's still in it, in fourth place. I think he had to recover, readjust just a little bit. I don't think he expected that quite as well, but anticipating phenomenally in that situation. Feed in the lead, Binks and Enner right behind is going to come down to this dirt line. Enner with the crash, Binks going more on the inside, allowing Mime to overtake just in the end with 0.04 of a second. Feed 103.0 again, that benchmark being hit consistently, and Feed with that shoots himself into first place. Mime 6 points, Binks 4, Enner third as we round up interdiction.
Yeah, this has been a great map for Feed so far, moving up to 53 points in the lead indeed. And Mime having a little bit of a challenge on himself now. He's definitely not underperforming. He's giving it all he's got. But now he's got some pretty stiff competition ahead. I mean, we were kind of expecting this with the lineup that we had coming into the grand final, but now is where things can start to get a little bit haywire for some people. We're heading into one of the two, what we call unkind maps here on this Trackadia map pack. Banners by right order. Start is difficult. The end is absolutely key to get the right speed. There are also some pretty tricky sections like we were about to see here with the bobsleigh part with the triangle line. You had to go through the triangle there, take the booster to get enough speed to drop down, and then the bobsleigh part. You need to go high, but not too high. Otherwise, the right-hand side of the car with the wheels will actually clip, and you're going to be throwing entirely your run away. And yeah, given that the speed from the bobsleigh kind of conditions the transfer, this is going to be absolutely key to get.
Definitely, it's been definitely a point of contention for the players so far. There's just not a lot of space, right? I mean, maybe you would have been like, well, why not a bigger, higher, block? I mean, where's the challenge in that, I think, is what these players will say. And it's just phenomenal to see the speed coming out of it with, at the end, the obvious risky fin being a bane of existence for some of these. We'll see if they were able to consistently nail that risky fin. You need to hit 5th gear before you hit the plastic section to make sure you have enough speed to get over the finish line. And we'll see if these players will be able to do that consistently, as they are currently top 4 players, each and every one of them. I expect nothing but the best. Great start right here on Banners. Everybody side by side, not really giving away an inch. Feed in the lead, and we're going to see if we can see any kind of difference being made going into this bobsleigh section. Binks the first one to enter it, and we do see...
Nope.
Ooh, no, just slowing down a tiny bit.
Tiny bit. Oh, no, he actually...
No, he did, yeah.
He did. My eyes were kind of deceiving me. You were completely right.
Yeah, I thought I saw it. Unfortunately, I was right. But yeah, we're left with 3 players at the front. Feed, unfortunately, not getting the bobsleigh quite right. Mime going a bit too far to the left because of that, allowing Enner to overtake and pick up another 6 points of his own. He definitely needs these 6 points. He is in last place right now with 33 points. Binks with that 10 points going his way. He retakes first place. It's a nice exchanging of first place between all these players, and I'd love to see Enner just come into the mix at this point. Again, this is all just a setup for that quad finalist.
Yeah, we are tentatively waiting for the quad finalist. We believe in the dream. But yeah, it's been pretty much back and forth. Not exactly all the way through, but for 75% of the way so far. Unfortunately, we lose one of our key contenders with Easy Dreams Binks. Unfortunately, going a little bit too low and clipping the inside, completely wrecking his run there and then. I doubt that we will see him at the finish line. Mime also having cripped a little bit. Yes, unfortunately, he's going to drop quite a bit down the order. 4/10 down on the leader. Let's see how the bobsled part. There's any drama. Yes, there is. Feed once again falling victim to the bobsled right-hander. And now Enner is being given a really good round win on his silver plate right now with the trials and tribulations and others. He just needs to bring the round home and actually make it through the safe in because through the risky fin because Mime is not that far. He's just 4/10 down. If he makes it through the safe in, that's over. Let's see how that goes from the perspective of Mime, and there should be able to make it, and he does. With a .364, Mime will take the 6 points for second place gladly. Feed still manages to make it to the finish line, and Binks still does. So that's still 3 points in the bag for him. And still the lead. No, that might be a wrong calculation. I think Mime is going to be springing up front. Oh, no, not quite. 62, 60, 59. So the gaps have really tremendously closed.
Definitely, and are starting to close in a bit more as well right now. Initially coming in with a difference of 20 points between first and fourth. Slimmed down to 13. Definitely going well. What?
In air,
this start.
Yeah, like, and that was at the checkpoint as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely brutal. I mean, I'm not sure if he's able to overcome that. You've got that speed check right there, you know, having to hit that jump. And we'll see if he's able to come in right now. We do see he's 3.5 seconds behind.
I think he crossed it right as he hit it, so that's the worst kind of checkpoint hit you had to have. Unfortunately, Feed also having to respawn again. That's 3 for 3, unfortunately, for a Feed. That bobsleigh is absolutely the bane of his existence right now, as Bing continues to lead the race for now. Mime just behind it in second position, poised to make an attack if there is any slip up from Binks' part. Let's see how this goes in the finish. I think it should be good. We've seen time and time again Binks get this pretty consistently and makes it so with a 50.992, dipping into the 50s. All right, this is looking pretty good here.
Pretty good indeed. I mean, in my book, this is impossible. There's no way I can drive these types of times, and these players have been doing this, I mean, consistently, right? Whether it's a low 51 into a high 50, it's just a sight to behold. It is a hard track, though. You do see, you know, these players are human. They do make mistakes.
They are not machines.
Exactly, and at the same time, you know, that might add on to the pressure, right? This is no longer just sitting at home, chilling, relaxing. All eyes are on you. Everybody is focusing on how you will do, and everybody's got the pace, but who can handle the pressure right now? We see Feed in the lead. Mime trying to overtake right there as we get into the bobsleigh section. Let's see how the players manage this time around. Does everybody make it through? They do indeed. Binks in there, able to overtake Mime only ever so slightly. Feed lagging behind a bit with Enner taking 4th place. But everybody really close, and I'm very curious to see if they're able to get this risky fin. We see the drift inside from Binks and Feed. Will it be enough to overtake Mime? Mime by 1 overtake. Will Feed be able to do it as well?
No!
He hits the wall, and Enner instantly strikes. He was waiting right behind, hoping for a mistake, and with that, you know, that could have been 3 points. But for that single point, could make all the difference.
That's not the first time that we've seen him miss up the alignment ever so slightly and hitting the sidewall. And at that, he didn't even have like enough speed to clear it. Yeah, we actually, coming back to Feed, like most people are actually seeing his point of view, we are actually seeing him trying to aim for that little patch of road. We've seen a couple people's attempt it. So far, most of the players have been coming pretty close to that, but never actually touching it. Feed actually touched that. You could see a little bit of a jerking motion from the car with the grip actually being taken, allowing you to take a bit of a tighter turn. And it can be valuable to try and go for that, but I feel like it's very much not really that necessary, and you risk really much messing up your run more than anything if you're not used to those kind of strats. As we are moving back, from one unkind map to another,
I saw
Vitalski, and I'm feeling like mine might have some PTSD from like the previous match.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment in second place with 71 points, unfortunate winners final for him, starting off on this map. 4 placements in a row. And I mean, afterwards, it did start to get better on the second run through. Hopefully, he's feeling a bit better now about challenging Vitalski. Vitalski has been a track that has 3 sections that I would say are challenging. You've got the start where you want to make that jump from the sausage block onto the ramp. It's quite easy to clip the ramp on that, as there is not a lot of space to really make that happen. You've got a dirt turn that you enter with a lot of speed and not a lot of wiggle room to really make it through at full speed. These players will be doing that over and over and over, and it is oh so easy to hit the wall, as they will use the most space possible to them. And obviously, finally, we've got the ending, the bobsleigh from the plastic section. Jump over the left side. Make sure you don't hit the wall. and then jump into that risky fin.
Indeed, and you can see, actually, just a brief overview of the local records on the left-hand side. You can see Feed, Enter, Binks. Feed, Binks, Enter. 1, 2, 3 in that order. Just 300 separating the three of them. And Mime might be a little bit below that, but yeah, I feel like it's going to be a tough task for Mime. Also, Enter, again, being the only odd man out there, going for the outer line, kind of trying to recoup the better speed that he gets from a later apex and the tighter line entering into the dirt. So far, pays off pretty good. Currently sitting in P3. Binks currently at the bottom end of the leading group, maybe a little bit detached from said group. Mime and Enter Feed 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. Nobody going too wide, so everybody's going good. Oh, actually, a clip for Mime. Big slowdown. It seems as though the demons strike again on Ytelski, Enter, and Feed. They're pretty close against each other. Who's going to get the best finish? Feed is actually catching up to the line. Enter still holds on by just 8 thousandths. 0.164 versus 0.172. This is very, very close out here. Binks even just 1/10 behind.
1/10 behind, but that's all it takes, right? It's such small differentials that make for getting either 10 points or 6 points. Enter right there definitely could have used those 10 points, and it's great for him to pick those up. But it does seem that Ytelski at the moment is just cursed for Mime, right? While coming out of nowhere, stopping his momentum. Hopefully he'll be able to recover from that and just, you know, put that aside and just focus on this current round at the moment in the lead. Oh, but then the bumper card unfortunately hits one wall, it hits two wall, and all your speed is gone. We're left with 3 players once again: Binks, Feed, and Enter. Let's see if Enter will be able to get...
Feed is out. He clipped.
Oh, Feed out as well. Just 1v1. Binks has had some issues on this drift this time around. Nothing of the sort. Very curious to see if Enter will be able to overtake Binks in this final turn onto the plastic and perhaps get another 10 points, but it does look like Binks is holding firm, holding fast, making sure he gets another 10 points of his own to solidify his first place in the match right now, making that 96 points.
Yeah, plus 49.070 to boot. That is a very, very good time. Coming in from Binks. World record, if I recall correctly, is a 48.920, courtesy of Feed, which you see at the top of the leaderboard right there, who drove just within 1/10 of his own PB. And unfortunately for Mime, we've seen some people doing this before, but yeah, turn 1 incident, and that's it. Race over for him. Unfortunately, Feed, Enter, and Binks are going to be our French trio left running in this round. End of the first third of the lap already. And Enter again going for the outside line, trying to go for a bit more exit speed. 310, 317. That is actually pretty good speed on the entry into the dirt, though the entry was not quite well executed for Enter, so he continuously stays in third place. Great drift, went a little bit too much to the inside, so he got a bit of air time. And so far, it's still Feed and Binks battling and going at it once again for the lead of the round. Let's try to follow the perspective of Feed for now, who is going toe-to-toe with Binks. They're almost within each other's ghosts right now. It's going to be all about the finish. Who's going to get it best? Feed versus Binks. Feed gets it with a .105. Just 23 thousandths ahead. That was a very, very good race between these two. Enter and Mime at 3rd and 4th. Binks continues to lead and passes the 100 port mark. In the meantime, Feed moves up to 2nd place.
Moving on to 7th place. That was a great, great attack from him there as well. I'm sure he was fully aware of Binks just being right around the corner, just breathing down his neck. And this, I don't know if he actively decided to go for a later jump, a lower jump from the bobsleigh section, which, you know, reduces that air time and allowed him to really solidify that 1st place. So great round from him. Great round from all the players all around. It's been a hard-fought battle right now for Mime, as we do see a crash coming in from Binks. So unfortunately, not going to be able to solidify his lead even more. Feed out as well. That dirt section is a doozy. Enter could use these 10 points. Mime, on the other hand, could use a boost in confidence on Ytelski. He doesn't have to worry about seeing this map once again in the series, so that is some form of consolidation. But obviously, with the final round on here, he would love to set up a good result, but Enter too far away. It would require some type of odd line from Enter to really allow Mime to overtake, but no such thing will occur. Enter holds firm and makes sure that he brings in 10 points of his own, creeping ever so closer to 2nd place. But at the moment, Binks still firmly in the lead with 105.
Yeah, plus the gaps have really closed at the end of that round. We're going to go to the scores a little bit later, but we're just gauging on 2 points between 2nd and 4th.
So close.
This is extremely close. So again, very much a toss-up. And even Binks is not that safe from actually any mistake. Like, if there's any round where he's not on game or even a non-finish, and that could really flip the match on its head in an instant, as we are already onto our next map, which is called Switcheroo by Funny. This one is also going to be pretty interesting to see how some people get on, and we've been talking about that final sector a lot here on Switcheroo, with the turn, starting with the turn, the banked left-hander that has a bit of a blind approach, a bit of a blind apex. If you nail that apex really nicely, you're able to maximize the exit of the corner and still line yourself up for the dirt turn after the drop down, and this one's very important to try and smooth out very, very quickly. Otherwise, if you have a bit of a wiggle and hit the wall, race over.
Great wiggle. I love it. But yeah, it's definitely a track with an ending that really makes you prove, like, can you hold that speed? Can you keep up with that speed? The first half is far more a transitional map, making sure to reduce airtime as much as possible, keeping lines as tight, and that dreaded checkpoint that players have hit so many times. Not only if you hit the checkpoint do you obviously lose the speed and your position in the race, but it's an awful respawn at the same time
Ever
as well.
since yesterday, various checkpoints have been up to their murderous ways, but the one checkpoint 2 or checkpoint 3 here on Switcheroo is an absolute killer.
Absolutely. As we go live on the 5th map of the Grand Finals here at Arcadia, Switcheroo, we kick things off. Binks in the lead on 105, Feed on 89. Enner and Mime tied for 3rd with 87 points. Let's see if his Mime is able to come back on this. At the moment, he does find himself in 4th place with the rest of his competitors. Feed, Binks, and Enner leading the charge. We'll see if any of the players will be able to get away from anyone else, because at the moment they are neck and neck. There you go. We do see Binks taking a bit of a lead over that grass turn. It's very important to keep that inside line because it's oh so easy to slide out. We'll see if anybody else is able to take advantage. After that wall ride, we do see Mime just shooting forward into 2nd place, and let's see if the players are able to keep up the speed using the outside line as much as possible. Mime doing a fantastic job there, overtaking Bims. Doesn't clip the inside of that block. All he has to do is finish. What is it going to be? A 56.35.
Oh, within 4 thousandths of Elcon's time from the consolidation final. I mean, I was in absolute shock and awe seeing that final sector, especially he managed to get the wheel in the void without any clip. That is absolutely amazing to see. Absolutely ridiculous display of precision there as we get started with round number 2. Binks on 111, 97, 92, 91. Still, absolutely nothing is done quite yet. We're just a third, like maybe a 2/3 of the way through for Binks for finalist status, and it's still very much a very close call in this match as Binks has a bit of a wonky entry into the platform part. Feed takes advantage of that, moves up into the lead with Mime and Enner in 2nd and 3rd. Binks a little bit further behind in P4, and Enner taking a little bit of a risky line through the CP. Binks going too close. He gets away with the clip of the CP, but then it compromises his line into the reactor boost wall ride, so he's going to be falling behind. Same for Enner, and that's a wall that is going to be ending the run of Binks. Feed and Mime are neck and neck. Who's going to get the best dirt turn? Feed is able to get the car straightened and carry the speed around the outside. He avoids the clip. It should be good enough for the Frenchman to hold on. He barely avoids the sign. What's the time going to be? It's a 0.7, but my God. I'm betting Feed's heart skipped a beat right there.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. That was too close for comfort.
Mine almost skipped, so just to say that.
But you can see as well, like, because this is a track that has, besides these transitions, a lot of tight lines. There's not a lot of room to really turn around. You can see they're inching ever so closely to each and every one of these walls. A lot of, you know, wiggle, waggle, woggles, if you will, to get through these sections. And it was ever so close, but this is, you know, the risky that you need to perform. These are the lines that the players are just going all out on. No longer is this just regular practice and, you know, just, you know, casual play. No, this is serious driving right here, and none of these players are looking to lose. We see Feed, you know, again, that is such a tight line.
Felt that.
And unfortunately, you know, Feed felt that wall very, very much, leaving us with Mime, Enner, and Binks at the moment in our top 3. We see Mime exiting out first out of the wall right. Let's see if this drift will allow Binks to overtake. He was quite close to it, but Enner and Binks still quite close to Mime. We'll see how this third line will go as they all go quite nice outside, but none of them really getting a lot of speed. Enner is getting a little bit close. Yeah, that's quite wide. And he crashes. Exactly what we were worried about. What will happen to Feed will happen to Mime instead. Binks with that picks up 10 points of his own. 125 points solidified so far. He needs 15 more for finalist mode and a potential victory
at the first Trackadia edition. Yeah, he's gonna be able to get it, I think, in the next map, because we're already heading on round number 4 of Switcheroo. After that, we're gonna go into our next map in the map order, so there's still a little bit of time to wait. But now, I guess we can also say all 4 players passed the 100 points barrier, and you're the latest to do so at 100 points. Feed currently sitting on 105, Mime on 107, so still a pretty tightly knit pack for like second place that are wanting to try and get back up the order, to try and challenge Binks for the lead. Yeah, that is very, very close. Oh, Mime again, the little dip. He managed to avoid the water. That is very, very precise indeed. And are going too close to the inside. Getting close to the inside. Same for Binks, having a little bit of a wonky landing, hedging on 2 wheels, teetering on 2 wheels for a long time. And they're actually getting reeled in by Feed and actually by Binks for the reactor boost wall ride. Mime is currently sitting in 3rd after overtaking Binks before the left-hander. Binks currently sitting in P4, not really any place to challenge. Oh my god, Feet, that's so close to the wall. He's able to hold on for dear life. He's got Enair and Mime bearing down on him. Enair's got a bit more speed. He cracks under pressure, and Enair will win with a .758. That could have been a low .7 from Feed if he was able to reach the finish line. And Enair, those 10 points are very valuable for him, as it enables himself to move up into 3rd place and within 3 points of 2nd. He's within striking distance of a podium spot with Mime.
129 points. Ooh. 129 points. It's going to take at least two rounds to get into finalist mode for Binks. We return back to Oxygen, and
yeah, we're done with the first rotation, indeed.
It's I mean, this is kind of what I expected as well, right? We're going through 5 maps. Chances of somebody being finalist at the end of those 5 maps with the competition that we have right here,
dramatically higher.
I mean, and right now, Binks the one to set up for that first, but we are back at Oxygen. We've seen close rounds of this one, and, you know, we won't expect any like banner situation, any Yatelski situation, because those are
fairly even. They're pretty homogeneous maps that are coming up.
Exactly.
We've got Oxygen coming up. Well, Oxygen coming up right now. Interdiction coming up, which is extremely well balanced. So this is going to be very much an interesting display of who is going to get to grips on very even playing fields. So this is going to be very interesting. 129 for Binks, 113 for Mime, 110 for Enair, 108 for Feed. Those are the score rundowns in that order. Binks leading ahead of Mime, Enair, and Feed. And we're heading into the money time, guys. This is very much where the magic is going to happen for some of those players. I know I'm a bit of a patriotic guy, but I'm really hoping Feed is going to be able to kick it into high gear and start making a comeback.
I think it would be an amazing result to see him come in from the lower bracket and just, you know, make his way in. The lower bracket champion, right? Managing to clutch that out, taking out Elkan and Gradati right there. And we'll see if he can then solidify it. He is at the moment in 4th place, so there is still some room to move forward. And as it is right now in terms of points, Binks should be able to get finalist first out of all of these players, but then it's just a matter of solidifying and securing that first place. We've got outsiders, we've got insiders. Mime and Ender outside, Binks and Feed inside, but unfortunately a crash right there from Binks is going to put a stop
to his Feed, actually.
Feed, with a crash right there. So he really needs the points, but unfortunately it's not going to happen this round. Binks, on the other hand, right now in 1st place, looking for those 10 points. Mime looking to challenge at the same time. Mime could really use those if he wants to put himself in a better position before Binks gets into finalists, because it is at this point guaranteed that Binks will get it first, and it's a matter of damage control.
The drop down is not exactly that well managed from Mime. Binks will be able to retake the lead. It's close, actually. The jump is not. Is actually pretty much disturbing Binks and not really doing a favor. 0.334 for Mime versus 0.381. That's still a great waste. And even Enair, 0.445, just merely a 10th behind. And yeah, by now, mathematically speaking, a 2nd place will be enough for Binks, but I know that he wants actually to do it the right way. He wants to win emphatically the round to get into finalist status.
No, exactly. I mean, look at that. It's definitely something that I can imagine Binks is just ever so dreading. Just don't put me in 3rd. Just don't put me in 3rd, all right? Yeah. I need to focus on. I need to get these lines great at the moment in 1st place, but I mean, that's something I can imagine you're dreading right now, to make sure you get that finalist position and a free shot at winning the match. We'll see if he's able to do that again. We've got the inside, the outside lines. Ender and Mime try. Ender the only one surviving this ordeal, while Binks leads with Feed just a 1/10 of a second behind. Ever so slightly getting closer. Great jump right there from Feed, allowing himself to get closer to Binks. We'll see what the speed is like out of this drift. Binks still quite a ways away. It looks small, right? It looks small, this type of distance, and it might have to come down to this final third turn. We'll see. Feed with a great drift. Does go a little bit outside there, so Binks retakes the first place. He is the first over the checkpoint. We'll see if it comes down to a photo finish or if Binks just has the better line, and it does seem that it is just that. Binks with 10 points puts himself in finalist position. Feed on second, Enter in third, and Mime in fourth.
That drop down from Binks before the dirt corner was beautiful.
Yes.
It was so smooth, even from another perspective, like that from Enner, like we've seen. It's absolutely amazing to see. But yeah, now the pressure's on for Binks. The red trigram and the red name and the red number on his car. That is finalist status indeed. He absolutely needs to win it if he wants to cement his position and take the inaugural title of Trackadia champion in round number 3 out of 4 here on Oxygen. So far it is Binks preventing that from happening at the end of the first sector. Binks trying to go for a bit of an inner line, trying to carry a bit more speed on the way out. Feed's able to continue holding the lead. We've got 2 outsiders in the form of Enner and Mime. Are they able to take advantage of the slingshot? Enner certainly does, moving back up into third place. A bit more of an aggressive insider for Binks, trying to go neck and neck and toe-to-toe versus Feed. So far Feed still holds on. It's still very much a close race to call. Everybody can still come back within pretty much a fraction of a second right there. Enner forced to actually release and actually manage the corner much better in the dirt uphill from Binks, moving up into the lead of the race, but he still has Mime, Feed, and Enner bearing down on him. This is going to be super duper close. Let's see the drop down. The drop down is super smooth for Binks. Takes a bit. Oh, he actually loses speed. He loses speed. He's going to be to the line. Feed is going to be able to deny Binks potentially, and actually Binks loses second to Enner. Feed needed those 10 points with a .320. Enner also needed a few more points. Mime is on 129. Feed on 127. Enner on 124.
Binks still has some room, still has some type of barrier between him and the other players. No one is in position for finalist mode. He knows he has 2 shots without anyone challenging him to win the tournament. I think it was a matter of just the nerves getting to him, a slight little hiccup. His wheel, unfortunately, going over that one block, causing him to lose speed. We'll see if he's able to make it happen this time around. All eyes on Binks. It is his match to win. It is his match to lose if he does so indeed. But right now, playing in second place, Feed right in front of him. Mine doing an excellent job on the outside line, shoots his way forward, and Feed actually building up a tremendous lead considering the pace that these players have been showing. Binks is going to have to work hard, is going to have to risk it all to try and solidify this finalist position in third place still. We'll see if it happens out of this drift. He's been going a lot more inside compared to his competitors right here, and we'll see if it's going to be enough. No, Feed still holds firm, still wants to deny Binks with a crash while risking it all, so Feed does look like he's going to pick up those 10 points. Mime picks up second place, barely overtaking Enner, who picks up 4 points instead. And yeah, Binks, I mean, all you need is first place. You don't need to finish.
Yeah. You could see Binks pondering a little bit what happened there in those final 2 rounds on the player camera. This is very much not in the situation where you want to be. I feel like, I hope that he has the nerve strong, because we could be reliving a console edition final situations, or even like win a bracket final situation. I mean, I know this is a bit strong word for some people out there, but like being the first to reach finalists and waiting for freaking ever, just not being able to conclude it. And this is where Cup mode really sets in. This is what makes what's the entire salt, the meat and potatoes of like Cup mode. Once you reach that threshold, others can really gang up on you and catch up. And this is what we're currently witnessing. Feed on 137, Mime on 135, and Enner on 128. Mime needs a second place. Feed just needs to finish. But whatever they do, if they want to go for the overall win, someone has to deny Binks.
Exactly. It is one versus the world. Binks having to shoulder not only the pressure from his opponents, but from this potential victory. It's, you know, you gotta close. He's been doing great throughout the match, and it's just one win. He just needs one win. Perhaps Interdiction is the place where it'll happen, though I wouldn't be surprised if these players will be risking it all just to keep him away, just to find themselves in a position to win the tournament. I mean, this could be triple finalists, or this could be Binks taking the throne.
It could go either way, yeah. And I want to draw your attention, of course, to this map, because as we said earlier, Mime is the world record holder, and he made that during the winner bracket final, a 102.825. And I feel like he's going to start coming into his zone on this map in a little bit. I really want to see if we can actually push this to a triple or even a quadruple finalist. We still believe in that dream.
Exactly. I mean, as we've seen, Binks is finalist. All eyes on Binks. It doesn't, it matters for these other players to make sure they overtake him. But if Binks isn't in the lead, there's no way for him to, like stop these other players from getting in a position where, he gets challenged. He's had 3 shots at it so far to win the tournament, but unable to do so, unable to really cash in on it right here. Unfortunately, not in a good spot to make it happen in 4th place. He's going to have to hope for either some bad approaches from his opponents, some risky lines happening, and at the same time, he's going to have to push all that he has, all that he's got to try and put himself in the number 1 spot. But still, Feed, Mime, Enter, all relatively similar lines, all keeping Binks away from a potential victory. We're getting to this final line, to this dirt line. Let's see if Binks has what it takes to overtake on this dirt. He goes wide, he goes far. He has a lot of speed. Is it going to be enough? No, Feed is just a tiny bit too far.
And Mime. Actually, Binks did not finally state this to Mime. Look at this. He is on 139 out of 140. And the face slap right in the grand final. And now we're having a French duel. Feed, as we like to call him, the lower bracket champion versus Binks from Easy Dream. This could be the first one-on-one. It could go either way. Or we could have Ener spring a surprise and push it into a quadruple. It's still on the cards.
Give me quadruple.
Give me quadruple. Get us quadruple. I feel like we've been building up for that moment for so long. But we know how Feed is capable of actually pulling some rounds back from the dead and back from the brink of failure. So we have to be all eyes on Feed, currently sitting in the lead. Binks is right there in 3rd place. You can see his coast creep up at the bottom of the screen. Now moving on to the uphill at the dirt. Very conservative line for Feed, not carrying as much speed as Binks was able to. Moving up into 2nd position. Not as much that smooth of the landing on the dirt downhill. Now onto the pole section. Bit more speed carried through by Binks. It's a one-on-one between the finalists up front. They're neck and neck. Moving up into the final plastic part. Feed versus Binks, who's going to get the more aggressive line. Binks trying to go a little bit wider, trying to straighten the car out a little bit more. Feed takes the lead, but he has a bit more speed. Binks is going to be super close down to the dirt path. It's going to be to the line potentially. Who's going to get the better speed? It's to the line. Feed takes the win and wins the inaugural Trackadia tournament with a 103.008 for 4,000ths of a second ahead of Binks.
So many opportunities, so many moments for Binks to close it out. But Feed, he shows how he has been able to crawl back from defeat from the lower bracket coming into the grand finals. He's had comeback after comeback, and I mean, if you want to talk comebacks, this was exactly it. Congratulations to Feed for winning the first Trackadia tournament right here at Arcadia, but we're not done quite yet. We want to see who's number 2, who's number 3. Right now, Mime not in the position to stop Binks from getting into number 2. Ener just needs a 1st place to keep the dream alive, to get into 2nd, but Binks, I mean, he must be distraught, just devastated about the fact that he had so many opportunities. So hopefully that won't play too much of an impact as he still plays for 2nd place right now.
Oh no!
But a crash, but Enter as well.
Yeah, but he's
no,
what is he doing? No. He gave up in the middle of the round.
Oh no, he must have thought, oh, surely Enter has that.
Sorry for the French, mais c'est pas possible. Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Enter is now inheriting the lead with a safe buffer. He can just bring the car home and force the issue into a triple finalist. And reminder, this is only for 2nd place. There's still 3rd place to play after this.
I mean, this is, again, I love StarCraft too, but this reminds me of Huck versus Idra, where Idra gave up after Huck hallucinated Colossus because he assumed, I'm dead. No, he wasn't.
He wasn't.
He wasn't.
He wasn't. He was still in. Oh.
Binks. He must. This is what I mean with psychological pressure. It must have gotten to him at this point. So many opportunities of closing out the match. So many ways of taking home the trophy, but instead he finds himself in a quad finalist situation, make or break, last round on interdiction to see, does he get this 2nd place? And in fact, we do get to go to banners.
Yeah.
We guaranteed have seen we'll be banners.
I mean, I'm just like as speechless as you are, as some of you probably are. I just can't believe what we just witnessed.
But here's the thing. I mean, Binks, so many opportunities at 1st place. He had one opportunity on 2nd, didn't realize that he actually had a way forward, still a way to win. Will he be able to finally get that 2nd place? No Mime this time, unfortunately so. So Binks is going to have to try this time. Doesn't get the crash that we just saw happening to Mime, and it's going to come down to this final dirt turn as the players manage their gears beautifully and just have to close it out. Binks in the lead. Does he get this second place that he's been looking for? In fact, this first place.
Oh my God, Enner
getting a bit
to
more
the line.
speed.
Hold on.
No.
For 3,000
of a second.
The fine margins. First place decided by 4,000s. Second by 3,000s. Man, I thought we were going to be in the but not like this. And we still have one more round to go. It's the last round on banners.
On banners, we'll see if the risky finish will prove to throw a spanner in the works. But congratulations to Binks for picking up the second place, though.
Yeah.
It was his match to win, right? It was all there. The cards were all aligned. The deck was stacked in his favor, but unfortunately so, he just was unable to close it out.
And it's just a testament to Feed. Never doubt the lower bracket world champion. 3 LAN events that he's taken part in. GA, dropped down the lower bracket, won the grand final. FA Trackmania Cup, 2 weeks later, dropped down the lower bracket, won the grand final. And back then, in September 2022, he does it for a 3rd time. He does the hat trick with the Trackadia as we're moving on to banners. 30 seconds left in the warm-up. The final round to decide who will be taking the last podium spot between NR from France, representing Project Conquerors, and Mime from Poland, representing Into the Breach.
It's a 1v1 mano a mano to determine the 3rd place, the bronze prize. We'll see which one it will be, Mime or Enner. I mean, Mime has had some troubles on Yatelski, not so much on banners, so I don't think he is as worried about this track. But it's been a tough match for him, right? As getting into the final few maps kind of caused him to fall back into the rankings and finds himself in a 1v1 versus Enner. Enner, who was initially in the winner's final, dropped down to consolidation, but was able to then claw his way back into the grand finals, potentially able to pick up number 3 position in the tournament. Let's see if he's able to make it happen and stop Mime from coming in and a full French top 3 to become reality. It's going to come down to a couple of sections when it comes to these. Thank you. Yeah, I was like,
oh no!
Rhyme?
Oh, it's so early.
This is exactly what I was worried about. I was about to say it. Will the bobsleigh cause these players to have issues? But it's not done quite yet. There is still one more obstacle to conquer.
Yeah,
the risky fin.
The risky fin can be pretty damaging, but the gap is pretty damning with that little clip. And they're just to bring the car home. He can even get to the Safeway if he wants to, but he doesn't choose to go over that. And 52.09 weight. And no, I can't even talk with how intense this match was. 52.098 is enough for him to secure 3rd place. A French 1-2-3. I know.
You're happy?
I mean, I usually stick to impartial faces, but
yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, definitely a great result for the French community right here. They did a phenomenal job. I mean, Binks was in position to take it home, but instead we get Feed coming in. If you didn't know about him, you will know about him right here, right now.
Mark that name. Follow him in the next months and years. He is one to watch.
It is. I mean, usually you'll have finals that aren't as memorable. You know, 1 player, maybe 2 players really go, getting away with it. But everyone had that potential to really make it happen, especially towards the end where Binks kept getting denied over and over and over, and people started getting closer and closer and closer. It was just looking like everyone was like, no, okay, this is it. We gave you finalists. We had your fun. Now we're coming in to strike back, to fight back, and take back this 1st place. And
we're
it's been
coming back. I hope you guys enjoyed this grand final. It's been an absolute banger, as we like to call it. It was Trackmania at its finest. That there's very much insane. I mean, man, I can't believe that it's already the end of the tournament. It's not the end of the stream, though. We're still going to be celebrating and everything. But man, oh man, there's still a winner ceremony and the trophy prize. Make sure to stick with us. I wonder if we were going to have a little break. I didn't even hear anything from like. Okay, so we do have a little bit. Okay, thank you very much for sticking with us, and make sure to stick with us again, because in a short moment we'll be back with the stream and also with the winner ceremony and the trophy reveal. Stay with us.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
Trackadia ist das größte Gaminghaus Europas und sollen eine Heimat, ein Campus sein für alle Gamer. Ob in Deutschland, aus Europa oder weltweit. In der Arcadia gibt es alles, was das Gamerherz begehrt. Hotel, Hostel, Events finden hier ständig statt. Turnierserien, Bootcamp-Räume für Amateure, für Profis. Wir haben ein Profiteam hier mit den Unicorns of Love. Jeden Tag, jedes Wochenende passiert hier etwas. Dann haben wir aber auch Business-Produkte, Business-Pakete. Da versuchen wir der Businesswelt die Community vorzustellen und sie näher zu bringen. Wir haben digitale Innovationen hier, neueste Technologien, die wir hier vorstellen und in Anwendung bringen. Und natürlich immer eine gute Party, am anstrengenden Spieltag auch ein bisschen Spaß zu haben. Unser Motto ist Pixel by Pixel, Stück für Stück dieses Gebäude zu transformieren und zu einem Gaminghaus zu entwickeln. Und zu Silvester diesen Jahres wollen wir das erste Mal die Arcadia so präsentieren, wie wir sie uns vorstellen.
And we are back, guys, for the winner's ceremony. What a final that was. It went down to the wire. We had almost a quadruple final situation. At the end, 4,000 and 3,000 respectively have decided those top positions.
Yeah.
Man, that was a great match. Also a great cast from Boney and Geek. Thank you very much for that. And we're going to start now with the winner's ceremony.
With the winner's ceremony. But, I mean, once again, everybody who has shown up has done a remarkable job, a fantastic job. I mean, there were 6 individuals that won prizes and everything. They were able to take home some money, even though also from the tech tournament as well, which we will also mention in a little bit of a moment.
Exactly.
But first, we want to focus on our top 3. And first, I'm going to congratulate our 3rd place Enner, who was able to get that 3rd place.
Guys. Yeah. What's your... Okay, Enner, well played. One of the 3 French players in the top 3, but we have a 2nd place and also a player that we all know and love. Yep. Give an applause for Bings!
And then last but not least, our champion of Trackadia, it is going to be Feed.
So, Feed, what a performance that was. All the way from the loser bracket to the final. I mean, we had that match that we've seen in the consolidation final. You didn't have the best start into it. And now you come here and win it all against the winners of the winner bracket. I mean, how do you feel about that? Are you still overwhelmed?
I'm a bit overwhelmed, I gotta say. I'm feeling kind of mixed about it because I didn't play the best that I could. Okay. But in the end, I managed to grab a hold of all the opportunities that I could. So in the end, I got the win. So I'm pretty proud of myself, even with the bad starts.
Yeah, I mean, you had the fastest times on the maps. We have seen it 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. You just set 3 new world records on those maps, and you've also proven yourself to be that fast in the match. So, I mean, a deserved first position that way to make the here rundown. Of course, would you say that it helped you to play more matches against maybe then someone like Granadi who dropped down and maybe only played 2 matches today? Did it help you?
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of guy that needs matches to get good. I mean, the more I play matches, the better I am. So, yeah, it helped me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you just feel warmed up and you feel ready. But in general, like top 3, all from France, you know, how did you actually enjoy this event? It was the first time Arcadia took place and you went all the way from France towards Hamburg. How was it for you?
Kind of a long trip. I had to plan one day before because I had to sleep in Paris. In Kaku's house, actually. So it was a bit long to prepare, but in the end, it was a super fun event. The first night we got here was a beer pong tournament, so it was a hell of fun, I gotta say.
Yeah. So thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you guys for the next Trackadia probably as well. And yeah, guys, give an applause to the mixed players, to the top 3 again.
Fantastic job.
Okay, let's go to
Tech. All right, thank you, gentlemen. You can go relax, a well-earned rest. All right, but we are not done yet. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get it on stream, but that wasn't the only competition occurring during this event. We did have a tech tournament, and we are going to announce the individuals who won our tech tournament. And Turbo, I will let you go ahead and announce those.
Okay, so that tech tournament was also played with a prize pool of €200. And in 3rd place, we have from Poland, Kikem. Congrats. On 2nd place, we have none other than Megorian. And on 1st, winning it all, also we have an interview with him, none other than Piranha. Congratulations, winning.
All right, Piranha. So we weren't able to see the match or anything, which is unfortunate, but you did definitely have to fight your way to the very top. How do you feel about the tech tournament? How was it overall for you?
Oh, I feel good about it. It was very close in the end. It was a very nice tech tournament, yes.
Just that?
Yeah, just
Just that? I mean, overall, well, let's even talk about Arcadia for a second here. I mean, you've been able to experience it from a little bit from the outside, less more so in the spotlight. How was Arcadia as an event overall for yourself?
For an event, it was really fun. It's very nice to meet the people, and it's really worth it to come here and enjoy it.
Definitely. And I mean, we've had such a positive experience being at Arcadia, and it's been such a blast. And we want to thank everybody once again. Can we get another cheer for our tech tournament winners? Thank you, guys. And you guys can go ahead and relax as well. I believe that's all for our event.
Also, we want to thank, of course, Ivo, who helped us organizing this event, and also the whole production behind. It was so much fun to work together with you guys, and I think Boney and Geek just can.
You guys
maybe
can
also
come up here. So yeah,
Geek and Boney?
We're gonna get Geek and Boney, but also I am definitely going to shout out the remainder of our sponsors. Just as a reminder, Trackadia did have a 2.5 thousand grand prize pool, 2,300. Did I say 25,000? I meant 2,500. 2,300 prize pool for the mixed tournament, and the remaining money to the tech tournament. And it has been a fantastic job and a fantastic event. Also, thank you to our sponsors, Vibracoustic, the noise, vibration, and harshness auto solutions company. They have been a fantastic sponsor. Their guys have been here. They have been so friendly and welcoming to us and the Trackmania community, and they are so excited to be further involved with us, so we hope to see them again soon. Also, thank you so much to 28 Black, the official energy drink of Arcadia. I don't know if anybody else has had their drinks, but I've had a couple. I know these guys have had a couple. They are actually really, really good, surprisingly. So, I mean, fantastic energy drink sponsor. Also, OPL, the tournament bracket software that we were able to use. And then finally, last but not least, if I can get everybody's attention, can we give a big round of applause to Arcadia for such a fantastic event that we had this weekend? But before we go, I don't think this will be the last iteration, and I hope to see you again sometime soon again here at this magical place where we've all been able to make new friendships, renew friendships, get to put names to faces. It's been an insane moment for all of us here. And honestly, right before we go, I want to get a final last impression from our casters. We definitely want to thank them and our production team like we've already mentioned. Boney, how was it for you?
I am surprised. I am feeling so energized, so happy, despite the fact that last night I slept for 2 hours. I don't feel like that at all, because just the vibes around there, the energy, the positivity has just been pulling me through this entire event. In my opinion, it's been an amazing time, amazing weekend. It just, I don't no, just no words to really describe how fun it was, and I am so looking forward to the next event.
Okay, and then Turbo?
I mean, the same goes for me, and again, it confirms to me like how great the Trackmania community is. I've seen so many people behind their nicknames now. It's just great. So thank you guys for just coming, and I hope to see even more people for the next Trackadia installment. It was just a great experience. Also to cast on stage with you guys. I think we were a fantastic team. I really enjoyed it. The atmosphere was really good. It was very familiar, and it was just a lot of fun, really. Also same for me. I didn't sleep a lot, but I'm like so hyped standing here, just having fun. You know, it's been a blast.
I've been looking forward to this event for such a long time. Being able to meet more people from the Trackmania community, getting to meet most of the German contingent for the first time, putting faces on names. It's absolutely incredible. And the tournament itself, I'm absolutely buzzing. Like I still got a little bit of the shakies when I think about it. This was Trackmania at its finest, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, that is sadly going to be it for us here at Arcadia Hotel for Trackadia events. But you know what? I think we're going to see each other again real soon. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Can I get a big cheer from everybody? Once again, thank you guys so much for coming. Can we get one more big cheer? Vinke, Vinke.
Vinke.
Vinke. All right, guys. So that is going to be it for us here at Trackadia. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've broken some records, I think, even for Arcadia. So they are just happy and bouncing as well, just as we are. So I got to get out of here. I want to have some fun, and I need to eat because I'm hungry. And I hope you are too. You guys have a good one. We'll see you again next time.